What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku got cheated, and was the son of Yujiro Hanma. Catching your girlfriend cheating is something, but to get framed as the traitor of UA is something else. Losing all of his friends, his new girlfriend, his quirk, which Izuku worked his ass off to prove he is worthy of, but everything's down the drain just like that, being sent to the worst prison imaginable. The only person who believed he's innocent and helped him in the way? His brother. His brother, learning he lost his quirk, told Izuku everything about his dad who he has never met, and the untapped potential he has for being blood related to the strongest creature on the planet. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author Zekket for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Izuku had ups and downs in UA, but none of them were bad enough to being incapable of getting over it. But as of now, nothing could compare at what he will endure. Izuku woke up, just like every day, he went for a bath and brushed his teeth. Last night was a special day for him. He has been dating Uraraka for a week now, although the most they did was hold hands. Last night, they finally shared a kiss, although an awkward one, a kiss nevertheless. He thought that his relationship took another step, his class already living in the dorms because of the accidents that kept happening. To ensure their safety, they had to move into the dorms. It was a weekend, so no school for him and his class. Leaving his dorm at 8:30 to see everyone is still sleeping since no one was on the couches. Looking to his left, seeing Uraraka's door being opened. Must be with the girls, he thought, coming closer to the door, only to hear something rather intriguing and rather frightening. "Man, your kisses are better than Deku's," exclaimed Uraraka. He thought he misheard it, coming closer to the open door to find out. He wanted to believe he heard it incorrectly, but the words echoed in his mind like a blazing fire. "Be quiet. What if he hears you?" Another person was inside her room. It only took him a few seconds before he realized who that person was. "Bakuga," Izuku ratted. Although saying it quite loudly, but somehow, they didn't hear it. "Ah, come on, it's the weekend, I bet he's still asleep," Uraraka exclaimed. Now let's take it a step further. Izuku heard something being thrown onto a bed. He knew what they were going to do, he didn't think, he rushed inside her room. And there he saw it, a half-naked Uraraka, who was taking her bra off, and Bakugu, who was undressing as well. Horrified at the sight, he interrupted their fun. "Are you serious?" He shouted at the two, getting their attention. Turning their heads swiftly behind, they saw Izuku. "Deku?" both exclaimed surprised. Before Uraraka could mutter a word, he exited the room. "Wait, Deku," said Uraraka, quickly putting her clothes back on. "We could talk about this," she shouted, but nothing could get into his ears. He doubted it at first, but once seeing it, he lost it. Locking himself into his room, he felt his tears running down his eyes. "Why," he thought to himself, gripping his face as his emotions were on the limit. "I thought we had something going on." The fun times they had echoed in his head, the kiss they had was the main one, only to realize it was literally nothing to her. "Izuku, please," Uraraka shouted, knocking on his door vigorously. "I'm sorry." "Okay," she shouted once again. Suddenly, the door opened. Uraraka saw his face, watery, sad and broken. "Dek, shut up." She tried to talk with Izuku about what he had seen, but he quickly interrupted her. Although Izuku is too nice for his own good, he definitely doesn't want to date a cheater. "What's all this noise?" The students were woken up by the knocking and shouting. "Just leave me alone," said Izuku. Yet again he wanted to cry, but managing to control it, he had enough. "But, leave me alone." Shouting at the top of his lungs, he had enough. Once she got the message, Izuku closed his door. Did Uraraka get dumped? They thought, not knowing what just went down. Bakugu came out of her room, looking at his classmates, who were surprised at what just happened, and seeing Uraraka, who fell down to the ground, crying emotionally. "Uraraka." The girls came to her aid. "You okay?" asked Momo. "I'm fine," she replied with tears in her eyes. She went to her room, also locking herself in. Not knowing what happened, not seeing Bakugu coming out of her room, but seeing such a scene, they knew he dumped her. But of course, not knowing she cheated with Bakugu, their blame was fixed on Izuku. "Izuku, the hell is wrong with you?" The girls shouted next to his door, trying to open the door, but only to realize he had locked himself in. "It's locked," Mina shouted. "Don't worry," said Momo, creating a key. And with that, they unlocked his door. Rushing into his room, seeing the All Might posters. First time seeing his actual room, they could only say one thing. He's an All Might fan, they thought, but looking at Izuku, who on the bed on the verge of an emotional breakdown. "What are you doing?" he said in a depressed tone. He stood up and asked them politely to leave him alone. "Please leave." Just as he said it, Momo had come up to him, raised her hand, and slapped our little boy. "Why did you do that to Uraraka?" she asked furiously. "Yeah, Why the hell did you do that? The other girls asked in unison. I don't know, ask Bakugo, he replied. What does Bakugo have to do with this? Don't blame others, Mina replied with venom. She cheated on me, Izuku barely muttered those words. Obviously, the girls were shocked to hear Uraraka cheating on him, but of course, they were biased. What? Uraraka would never do something like that. The first one to defend Uraraka was her best friend, Momo. That's why I told you to ask Bakugo. The girls, somewhat biased, left his room and ought to seek for Bakugo. Once seeing that Bakugo was right outside Izuku's door, they asked him. Bakugo, what did you do? They asked. I didn't do shit, he replied with his usual aggressive style. Taking his no for an answer, all that's left is to ask Uraraka. Checking if her door was unlocked, it wasn't. Momo yet again created another key and barged into her room, seeing Uraraka crying on her bed. They thought of Izuku, hating him for what he had done to her. Uraraka, the girls asked. Just leave me alone, she shouted back. What happened with you and Izuku? Momo asked. Nothing really, you saw it, he dumped me, Uraraka barely replied. He said you cheated on him, that's not true, right? Momo asked. She knows her friend, she would never do something like this, but the truth is already there. Looking at the back of the girls, seeing Bakugo giving the sign to shut up. That's right, she replied, getting Bakugo's message. Momo was furious. Izuku, you son of a bitch, Momo cursed, which even surprised the girls, but they understand, seeing their friend being heartbroken like that and knowing the cause definitely infuriates anyone, even thought it's a big fat lie. Izuku locked his door once again, not thinking much on how they unlocked it. Laying down on his bed, thinking about life and Uraraka. Why would she do this, was what he wanted to know. But this was suddenly interrupted by his door breaking down. Seeing Momo and the rest of the class barging in his room. Only for Izuku to get up and get slapped by Momo. So that's your excuse? She shouted at Izuku. What? He asked dumbfounded. Falsely accusing Uraraka of cheating? Izuku was dumbstruck, just what the hell is going on? What do you mean? He asked her. You honestly think it would have worked? What the hell is wrong with you? Momo was ready to slap him again, but to everyone's surprise, he caught her hand in mid-movement. What's wrong with me? Do you honestly think I would just break up with her without seeing everything myself? I woke up early and saw her door was opened. I went closer and that's where I heard Bakugo and Uraraka talking. He was furious, getting cheated, and already, the class is blaming him. I barged into her room and that's where I saw it. Uraraka half naked on Bakugo. Izuku exclaimed. The next second, the class turned to Bakugo, hoping for answers. Don't look at me, he's lying to the bone. Bakugo shouted. I loved her. You honestly think I would lie about something as cheating to break up with her? Momo was furious, of course she would take Uraraka's and Bakugo's side of the story. Creating a pole with her quirk and hiding Izuku in the stomach. He felt it letting go of her arm and falling down holding his stomach. You honestly think any of us would believe that? I know my best friend. She would never cheat. I can't believe you. Bakugo was holding a small grin on his face. Izuku lost his girlfriend and his friends because of him. In his mind, this was payback for hiding his quirk from his during childhood. And with that, Momo stormed off, and his classmates followed. Dude, not cool, said the red-haired boy Kirishima. Seriously Izuku, this is so low, said the smartass of Class 1A Lita. Just leave, replied Izuku. Once they left, he tried closing his door. He couldn't since Momo broke it. Broken. Just like Izuku, he couldn't even think properly. He didn't just lose a cheating girlfriend but also his friends, as Uraraka even persuaded it like it's his fault. All he did was regret everything. If he hadn't peeped on Uraraka, none of this would have happened, but what's there to do when everything already happened? If God is real, then he hates me, muttering to himself is all he could do, crying so much that there's wet stains on the ground and his bed. Heartbroken as he lost Uraraka, lonely because he lost all of his friends, lost as having no idea how to fix anything. Although there's no school, the cafeteria was still open. He was hungry already, he had no choice but to leave the room. As he reached the cafeteria, he saw all his classmates sitting down at where his class usually sits, trying to make Uraraka feel better. Guys, said Todoroki, pointing at Izuku. They all turned at Izuku, giving his mean glares. He let out most of his emotions a few hours ago, but still felt horrible. Grabbing his food, while the class is still giving him glares. I hope you're happy Izuku, said Mina aggressively, but silently. Although Izuku heard it, he ignored the glares and everything directed to him, sitting down far away from them. Eating his food with a depressed expression, his eyes lifeless as a cooked fish. He actually thought he turned over a new leaf after entering UA, but everything went down the drain just like that, again on the verge of crying. Yo Izuku, said Mirio, startling Izuku, seeing Nijire, Mirio and Tamaki sitting down right near him. What's with your class? They have been giving you mean glares since you arrived, asked Mirio. It's nothing, he replied with regret. What if tell them and they also think I'm lying, Izuku thought. It didn't take a long look at Izuku, seeing his tear marks all over his face. It's definitely not nothing. What happened? Asked Mirio, but more seriously this time. He forgot that Mirio is almost as smart as his brother. I caught Uraraka cheating on me, yet, she somehow convinced my class into believing I made it up just to break up with her. Izuku told them the story. They gasped in disbelief. Sure, they have known him less than his class, but just the few days they have been friends they already know he loved Uraraka dearly. Plus, it's a fact that Izuku would never lie about something as fake catching his girlfriend cheating. So you have it that rough, said Mirio, expressing his sympathy, while so did Nijire and Tamaki. I can't believe this, shouted Momo. They're buying his story, unbelievable, she ratted once again. Lying to others, that's so unmanly and low, said Kirishima. So, you believe me? Asked Izuku. The trio, who were confused by the question, gave out warm smiles. Of course we believe you, Izuku. Izuku, who was again on the verge of crying, yet this time it was because of happiness. Thanks guys, he let out a warm smile. They relieved Izuku, those words sparked some life back into his eyes. Just remember, we're here for you, said Nijire, hugging Izuku. That caused a slight blush on Izuku. Well, I ate everything already, I should go, said Izu, standing up and waving them goodbye. To him, they made his day better, at least a bit. You think he'll get better? Tamaki asked. It will take time, but he'll definitely get better, said Mirio. But they were interrupted. Izuku's class saw everything go down, and now, they are coming their way. Can we help you? Mirio asked aggressively. What did Izuku say to you? Asked Momo. I think you should know, you guys were spying on us, exclaimed Nijire. Whatever he told you, he's a lying scumbag, Momo instantly replied. It's a lie in your frail eyes. To us, he was telling the truth, said Mirio, surprising Izuku's classmates. They stumbled back. You all know Izuku more than we do, yet we can tell that he wasn't lying, said Nijire. Do you honestly think Izuku would do something as lying about catching his girlfriend cheating? Tamaki said. What? We all know Uraraka, and she wouldn't cheat on Izuku. He's the one in the wrong, said Momo, once again protecting her cheating friend. That's right, Izuku is just a selfless prick, he need to apologize to Uraraka, said Tsuyu. And what? So he apologizes and what? Uraraka might forgive him, but what about you? We can already tell nothing much will change if he apologizes, Mirio asked the class. But why apologize to something that isn't his fault? Mirio added. How is it not his fault? He dumped Uraraka and blamed her for cheating, the girls added. That's her side of the story, not Izuku's. If you all trust Uraraka's story more than his because she's a better friend to you than Izuku, then I guess we trust Izuku's story because he's our friend. The trio stood up, having finished their food, but before leaving, Mirio gave his classmates a message. Let me warn you, once the real truth comes out, don't expect Izuku to forgive you so lightly. The real truth. The class knew he hinted that Izuku's story is the real one. They think that even if Izuku is right, a simple apology will suffice, but if they tried putting themselves in his shoes, that wouldn't be the case. After the chit-chat with the big three, he somewhat calmed down, still broken, but still a bit better, going into his room and lying down on his bed. He put on earphones on to see if music might help him relax, to which it did. KK to the school gates. I still can't believe you made it to UA. A short man with red hair stood right near the school gates, his face looking so feminine that anyone would think he's a girl. Let's surprise him again. Although the dorms became a thing to ensure the students' safety, their friends or family can visit them, which Izuku's brother has been doing. But they didn't ask for his name or last name. Izuku just showed Nizu his photo and gave him permission to visit him during the weekends. Is it because they trust their students or just being plain stupid? No one knows. So, his brother was just taking in the view of UA, always surprising him by how big it really is. So he ventured to the school. Although UA is big, he didn't get lost as he already had knowledge of where Izuku's dorm is. He reached the dorm, hearing chit-chat right behind a wall. He saw the students chatting, but what he saw wasn't what he expected. Izuku's girlfriend Uraraka was crawled up like a boulder while the girls tried their best to relieve her. He did think that Izuku would probably do the job better since, well you know, being his girlfriend, but he was nowhere to be seen. His brother stopped peeking from the corner, coming out for everyone to see him. What's with those faces? He thought. He definitely felt hatred in most of the girls' eyes and expressions, yet with them looking at him, it felt like it wasn't directed to him. So it didn't take long to figure it out. The mean glares, no Izuku, eyes filled with hatred, he dumped Uraraka. Where's Izuku? He asked. He's in his room, replied Ojiro. Yet again, he felt his reply was an aggressive one. What happened? He asked in a serious tone. His words bursted out, he did have a feeling at what just happened. Your brother, that's what happened, replied Momo aggressively. What did he do? He asked intrigued. He lied about Uraraka cheating only to break up with her. That insolent prick. Momo. Now he knew to who the hatred was directed to, his brother. Sure, he might have understood that he would break up with her because things didn't work out, but lying about cheating? To him, Izuku isn't someone who would do that, heck, even capable of doing it. I doubt he would lie about something like that. Izuku's brother replied with honesty. His brother was a little overprotective. If you're Izuku's enemy, you're his enemy. But turns out he did. We know Uraraka well, she would never do something like this. Momo ratted. He has to apologize to her. Being his brother, you should make him realize what he did is wrong. She ratted again. That's right, being his brother, it's your responsibility to make him understand his childish actions. The blue-haired glasses having ass said, doing his air arm motion or whatever the fuck you call it. He wasn't even the slightest bit amused. Izuku's classmates who last time he saw, he got along with them pretty well. But now, it feels like they would even attack Izuku if they see him. He was having none of it, clenching his fist and his expression changing from a neutral one to a serious one. Is that your excuse, Momo? He asked, scaring the students by hearing his tone. This might have worked with others, but you're literally asking his own brother. What? Momo asked confused. You believe in Uraraka because why? He said, waiting for Momo to finish. Because she's our friend and we know she would never do something like that. Hearing that reply from Momo, he smirked, although still having the serious expression. Same logic applies for me, he replied without batting an eye. A confusing answer to them indeed. Same logic as to what? I've only met Uraraka a few times, and you expect me to believe in her and not my brother? Who I have known his entire life. Momo and the others couldn't mutter anything else to try and protect Uraraka. What he said is true, they all know it. He noticed they couldn't argue anymore, turning his head swiftly and going to Izuku's room. Seeing the door was broken confused him. Upon going inside, he saw his brother laying in bed having earphones on. Izuku's expression didn't look that sad. Getting support from the three people really did help, but still, his brother could easily tell that the expression was a fake one. Izuku noticed him. Every time he came to visit, Izuku would always smile at the sight of him, even going for a hug. Yet this time it was only a small smile, barely considered to be one. Taking off his earphones and greeting his brother hesitantly. He tried to hide everything. Hey, said Izuku, trying to hide his negative feelings. Bad time to visit? Well, Izuku barely replied. His brother sat down on the bed, patting his back to make him relax. I already know you broke up with Uraraka, just tell me what happened. He should have known he would know. His brother is definitely way too smart. I saw Bakugo in Uraraka's room, about to do you know what? Izuku ratted. He actually felt disgusted by mentioning her name. Izuku was at least happy he could get this out of his head to another person who wouldn't just believe him, but would know he is telling the truth. So yeah, I broke up with her, yet somehow, she persuaded into others believing I falsely accused her of cheating just to break up with her. For someone not to only lose their girlfriend, but their friends because of a lie, is excruciating. Maybe, I should just apologize and hope for the better, even if it's a lie. Izuku teared up. Seeing Izuku in such a mess, his brother felt bad for him. Sympathy, if you will. But that wasn't the only thing he felt. I definitely understand how it feels to lose everything over a lie. His brother stood up, patting Izuku's shoulder in hopes of relieving him. But, what you should never do is apologize for something that isn't your fault, he exclaimed with a smile. I know it hurts to live like this, but trust me, they will find out the truth, even you. It was weird, even you. Izuku knew his brother was a very smart man, so he took it as a metaphor or something. I'll visit you tomorrow, so don't worry, waving for his little brother goodbye, leaving his room in success. That really helped Izuku. He gained some of the confidence back, yet only a smart part. It's still something. Heck, he even got a little energetic. His brother leaving the dorm, eyes falling on him from the students, he brushed them off as he didn't have an ounce of care. All his care was pointed at Izuku, and visiting tomorrow might be a must. But rules do say that you can only visit only once per week and only during the weekend. Taking a visit to the principal's office as to ask for permission. Ah, hello, said Nizu. He had looked at his uniform, only to notice that this man isn't a student. Must be a visitor, right? Nizu asked politely. Yeah, I'm Izuku's brother, he replied. I know the rules say I can only visit once per week and only during the weekend, but Izuku's not having the best time. Nizu felt honesty in his words. He's a true brother of Izuku's in Nizu's eyes. So, you want to visit him tomorrow, is that right? Nizu asked. He nodded. Nizu didn't mind that. A brother taking care of a brother is a good way to strengthen their relationship. But knowing Izuku well, what could he possibly need help for? Well, I don't mind that. The staying limited time is still the same. That's all he had to ask for, taking his leave. As for Nizu, he was somewhat fixated on him, scratching his head as to some reason. Why does he remind me of someone? So yeah, Izuku wasn't doing that well, but at least his brother's visit helped him gain some confidence back, even having a sudden energy boost. Suddenly wanting to work out, he left his room. Seeing some of the students on the couches hanging out, he ignored them and tried to go outside. Of course, he couldn't but just notice the intensive glares from the students. He just shrugged them off, leaving the dorms to train. Each class has a personal gym and training area, so Izuku of course only could go to his one. Going to one not specified for your class is not allowed. He was hesitant of course, opening the door, only to see some of his classmates working out. Bakugo, Kirishima, Sato, Momo and Mina gave him angry glares upon seeing him. Izuku understood that it indicated he's not welcome here, closing the door. "Guess I'll go for a run," he eagerly said. He left the school's area to go for a jog. He has been jogging for a while now, even having his own route memorized at the back of his head. So he started running. He thought that training will help him keep a clear mind, but God nope. Everything flashed in his head. The life he has to go through of a single lie is enough to make anyone depressed. Izuku was no exception. But there are people who want to help him: Mirio, Tamaki, Nijire, and his brother. He held the tears, running as fast as he can go so the pain douses his head, hoping the thought will go away. It didn't, but he still tried, but it still hindered in his head like there's no tomorrow. Before he realized it, he already finished his route at a new personal record. He had a timer on, but he was astonished at what he saw. Knowing the distance of his route, and doing calculations of the time, he was running at a world record pace, no quirk used. What? Scratching his head at the disbelief, while also breathing heavily as he ran as fast as he can. But, for some reason, he feels like he could go for way more. Mostly, when the pain is too big enough, he would stop training and that's it. But this time, the pain he is feeling is exceptionally high, yet, his body is begging for more. He thought that this was the reason why the thoughts didn't disappear. It's like his body doesn't care about pain anymore. He wanted to go for another round to see if this feeling is true. "Oh hey Izuku." He was shocked at the voice for some reason, turning his head swiftly, seeing long blue hair. "Oh hey, Nijire," Izuku replied, waving at her. He was trying to hide his depression. Nijire ran up to him with a worried face. "You okay?" she asked him. She knew Izuku wasn't having an easy life as of today. Izuku couldn't even muster the courage to look her in the eyes. "Yeah," he replied hesitantly. The tone of his voice was already a dead giveaway that in fact, he's not fine at the slightest. "You don't have to lie, you told me already," Nijire replied. Izuku just stood there. He did tell her. What was the point in lying to her? "Alright," Izuku replied. It was weird reply to Nijire's eyes. "Let me ask again, are you okay?" Disbelief, isolation, heartbroken, lost, sadness was what he was feeling. Yet all he could reply was this. "Not really, I lost all my friends and my girlfriend. I just hope this fucked up world doesn't give me something else to get depression from," Izuku ratted. That hit different for Nijire, first time she heard his cuss. Although Nijire never experienced something like this, she definitely knows something like this would put someone on a breaking point. "You still have me, Tamaki and Mirio?" Nijire tried to relieve Izuku. What everyone expects from hearing something like this is a pat on the shoulder. Izuku was no exception. But to his surprise, she didn't do that. What she gave Izuku is a hug, a warm hug. For a few seconds, the negative thought disappeared. Once the hug ended, he was in awe. A pat on the shoulder would have helped some bit, but the hug helped a lot. The hug ended, seeing Nijire's huge smile also helped. "Thanks," Izuku cheerfully replied. A smile formed on Izuku. His one word of gratitude already had a noticeable change in his speaking. A smile so innocent it made Nijire blush inside. "So, wanna go back to school?" she asked slightly blushing. Izuku would have definitely accepted, but for some reason. His urge to run was too high, he couldn't control it. "I still have to run, sorry," he replied. Although Nijire was slyly disappointed, she didn't mind it. Waving Izuku a goodbye as she started flying to the school with her quirk. Izuku surprised at what's happening with him. The urge to train is something different. Beginning to run at full speed around his personal route, no matter how big the pain was, no matter how tired he was, his body was begging for more. In a way, that scared him. Back to his class. They were chilling on the sofas. Most of them finished their training and wanted to hang out. Seeing their teacher, Aizawa, coming in, they greeted him. "Aizawa-sensei? What are you doing here?" Lita asked. "I'm just here to give you the test results," Aizawa said. Seeing him holding pieces of paper. To his view, it looked like everyone is here, calling their names to give out the papers. There were mixed reactions, some were happy, some were sad, some had no reaction whatsoever. Midoriya. The last piece of paper was Izuku's, the students glancing at the rest result, seeing a full 100%. "Midoriya?" he asked again. "He's not here," one of the boys in the crowd replied. "Where is he?" Aizawa asked. "They don't actually have no idea where. We have no clue, it's been hours since he left," Lita replied. It's 1949 already, school gates are going to close very soon. We did see him going to the gym but left instantly, said Mina. Naturally, Aizawa checked his room, only to see he isn't here. That made him think he's outside of UA territories. Jesus Christ, some bystander said. All this time, Izuku was running to his heart intent. Look at the sweat, my god, the bystander said again, looking at Izuku. He was a sweaty mess, the sweat was dropping as rain from his body, his clothes already soaked in it. The bystanders were looking at Izuku, they have never seen such a malaise. On top of that, there was a whole puddle of sweat beneath Izuku. He was breathing heavily, too heavily. What the hell is going on? Izuku thought to himself, he can't understand anything. It didn't matter what pain I was in, for some reason, I still wanted to run, he thought, it's like he was posses to train. Looking at his phone, he had realized he has only a few minutes before the school gates close. Fuck, he said as he started running back to school. Each step felt like stepping on a needle, yet he didn't mind it, running as fast as he can with all the strength he had left to school. He ran back to school with all his might, but, by his calculations, he probably won't make it. But still he had to try, running at his fastest. He felt like his leg bones would break at any second, yet he still ran back. He made it just in time before the school gates close. Screaming a silent victory as he head back to his dorm to take a shower. He could barely walk as of now, his legs almost giving out from every step. Upon reaching the corridor, they finally gave out. But just in time, he fell on the wall, barely holding himself up. Why did I go to such an extent? He thought to himself. Never in his life has he ever been close to such a feat, which kinda made him happy, and unhappy because of the pain. He looks forward, seeing a teacher coming out of the corner. The teacher was minding his own business, but once he turned left, he saw Izuku pretty much holding himself on a wall. Izuku, the teacher ran up to him. Hey Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replied. His voice did give Aizawa the hint that he's in pain. With no hesitation, Aizawa helped Izuku get his balance. What happened? He asked. He noticed he was out of breath, taking him to the nurse to rest. He's so sweaty, Aizawa thought, the sweatlets were dropping on the ground and on him. Opening the door, only to be greeted by Chio, the school's nurse. Oh hey Aiza-dash, she stopped in mid-sentence seeing Aizawa holding Izuku. Without thinking, they put him on a bed to rest. What happened to him? She asked while putting Izuku on a bed to rest. Seeing Aizawa's face, she understood he doesn't know as well. She noticed he was breathing heavily, which was a bad sign for her. Her quirk lets her heal others, but the healing factor just doesn't come out of nowhere, it takes the person's stamina and uses it to enhance a person's healing process. He's breathing heavily, and he's sweating profusely. She could only come to the conclusion that he has a very bad cold. Don't worry, inhales, I am fine, he barely uttered. What happened to you? Chio asked. I ran too much. Becoming a pro hero isn't something that just comes to you, no matter how gifted a quirk you have to train hard to become one. Aizawa knows this very well, but to hear that Izuku is in such a state only by just running completely baffled him. No wonder All Might likes him, he has the willpower and the determination to become the #1 hero. Aizawa thought, although cold to his students, he respects them, some less and some more, but the one he barely respected was Izuku. The reason being that he's in a relationship with Uraraka. He understands having friends at school, but not a relationship. For Aizawa, it's unnecessary, it hinders one's work of trying to become a hero. But that wasn't the case here in Aizawa's eyes. His respect for Izuku reached heights bigger than anyone as of now. 1 hour later after resting on the bed, he finally became better. Getting up, his feet still sting a little, but capable of walking. You feeling okay? Chio asked worried. Yeah, thank you, Izuku replied with a cheerful smile. But the smile didn't fool Chio, she knew something was up, she felt a lot of feelings hidden under that smile. Izuku left the nurse's room, only to meet Aizawa behind the door. You alright? Aizawa asked. Yeah, my feet still hurt a bit, but I can walk now. Relieved that Izuku is fine now, he exhales quietly. By the way, I got your test results, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to him. I do have to say, nice job, the second best only got a 91. Aizawa knew Izuku is smart, but not smarter than Lita and Momo, Momo getting a 90 and Lita a 91, while Izuku just swept them by getting a perfect 100. Yeah, he replied hesitantly. What Aizawa expected of Izuku was to be happy he got the best grade in the class, but all he saw was a sad Izuku. Izuku walking down the corridor and going back to his dorm, Aizawa remembered what he saw today. Uraraka, Aizawa called. She went and grabbed her test, only getting a 63 which was a pass. She usually has bad grades, but this one is a surprise in Aizawa's eyes. Thinking she would be happy, but that not being the case, she grabbed the paper and went back on the sofa, not muttering even one word. As of now, he made the connection. They broke up. Izuku, did something happen? Izuku came to a stop hearing those words. Nothing happened. He muttered those words silently, there being complete silence in the corridor. Aizawa heard it. Izuku then again started walking back to his dorm. Aizawa knew something was up, and mostly related to Uraraka, but not wanting to make Izuku uncomfortable, he didn't ask anything else. Izuku ventured forward into his dorm, thinking about everything. He's at least happy that his brother is visiting him tomorrow. Upon reaching his dorm, seeing his classmates on the sofa hanging out, trying to clear his mind of his negative thoughts, taking his gaze of the students as he heads back to his room to take a shower. But only to be stopped by some of the girls, seeing Uraraka standing in the back having a sad smile. She's still doing it, he thought. The boys stood up from the sofa, coming near the girls with their arms crossed and with serious expressions. He had no idea what was going on, and it's not like he wanted to know. What? Izuku asked, trying to go to his room. Listen, everything could go back to the way it was if you just apologize, said Momo. The boys and girls had serious looks on themselves. For what? Asked Izuku. For lying to everyone and breaking Uraraka's heart, said a boy in the back. Although it looks like Izuku is over everything, he actually isn't. He wants everything to go back the way they were. Heck, he kinda wishes that he didn't see what happened with her and Bakugo. Izuku looked like he would apologize, but what you should never do is apologize for something that isn't your fault. His brother's words echoed in his head, pretty much it sealed the deal. Giving out a small chuckle, surprising everyone. Apologize? Apologize for what? The class was dumbfounded by what he just said. Wah, apologize for lying to everyone. Momo ratted furiously. Yeah, it's bad to lie, right? Saying it sarcastically, but at the same time, he was looking at Uraraka dead in the eyes when he said it. Of course it is, you idiot. Last chance, apologize. Momo ordered. But apologize for what? I didn't do anything. Izuku was having none of it, using his one for all quirk and jumping over everyone. The only people who should apologize is Uraraka and Bakugo, saying it with calm yet serious tone, going into his room and closing the door with force. So Sunday came, not having any idea what to do, all he decided was to go for a run. Opening his broken door only to see most of his classmates are already up relaxing on the sofas. Some people are early, he thought, trying not to fix his gaze on them and passing them without saying a word. His goal for today is to find out what happened to him last night. Such a drastic change, yet having no idea as to why. Leaving his school's area, he was eager to experience it again. KK to Aizawa. Something was on his mind the entire day. What happened to Izuku? He knows it's something related to Uraraka's breakup, but his gut feeling is telling him it's not that simple. The best place to start? Asking his classmates. Oh boy. So, Sunday came and Aizawa had the entire day to himself. Although relaxing in his caterpillar bag is what he does every time, he wants to help Izuku any way he knows how. Although he can't just boldly ask his students what happened to him when Izuku's around, so the best thing to do is ask when he's not in the picture. Fixing his gaze on a window as something caught his eye. Bingo! He saw Izuku leaving the school's area, presumably to run, he thought. This was a perfect time to ask. Although it was quite early, he knowing himself that most teenagers do tend to wake up way later in the morning during the weekend, but he wanted to check if some of them have woken up. Going into Class 1A dorms, he was actually surprised that most of them already woke up. The students noticed Aizawa's presence, greeting him as always. What brings you here at such an early time, teacher? Asked Lida. Although thinking if he should ask this, he was already too far in. Can you tell me why is Izuku acting so strangely? The words came out of his mouth. The happy atmosphere between the students suddenly changed after hearing such a question, which was a surprise for Aizawa. But it proved something, they know as to why. Momo stood up, it's as if she always involves herself with Izuku. Teacher, he broke up with Uraraka. The venom in her voice was already a sign that much more happened than a simple breakup. How did it happen? The students were confused as to why he was so curious with their ex-relationship. Momo stumbled back hearing his curious question, getting angry. Because that loser blamed her for cheating with Bakugo. Words that Aizawa never heard came out of Yorozu's mouth made him even more curious. Blaming her for cheating? That's absurd. That doesn't sound like Izuku. And Bakugo cheating with Izuku's girlfriend? That definitely sounds like him. He found out another thing. The students believe this story rather than Izuku's. No wonder he's like this. He felt sympathy for Izuku. Losing all of his friends over a lie must feel horrible. In Aizawa's mind, he thought that the reason he was so tired last night because of running must be his way of relieving stress. But something clicked in Aizawa's mind. Where did it take place? Aizawa asked. Momo, stumbled by the question, replied. At school. Aizawa now knew it's possible. If it happened at school, then, he thought. When did it happen? He asked again. Last night. He heard what he needed to, without saying a word, he left the dorms. The students lifting their eyebrows as to why he came here for such weird questions. Brushing those thoughts out, they started to hang out again. Don't worry Izuku, you're going to be fine soon. KK to Izuku. Last night was a weird day for him, but today he wanted to find out what happened, experimenting by running as fast as he can. But the catch is, he couldn't find out anything. Not because of not enough data or something. There was no data. His body was the same as before, that feeling of wanting to train more wasn't coming. He would have ended his running how he usually does, but he wanted to experience that feeling yet again, so he ran a bit more. But it wasn't coming. Gasping for air and stopping his running entirely because of the pain. He felt it, the pain was nothing compared to last night, yet his brain was sending out signals, begging to stop. Not thinking about it much, he went back to school. Brother's gonna come soon, he thought, remembering he told him he'll come today. Opening his bottle of water to chug it all down because of the thirst. Wait, ain't that the same kid who was a sweaty fountain a day ago? Oh yeah, guess his quirk makes him a sweaty freak. Those words of bullying from the civilians clicked something. Those sentences made him mad, yet calm at the same time. That sweaty freak could bust your ass easily. Glaring at the civilians with a smirk on his face. Unknown to Izuku, but he was changing. It was your typical group of 4 thugs hanging around taking a smoke. And you know how it goes, one wrong word and they fucking lose it. Huh? One of them replied, dropping his smoke on the ground in a way to look more badass, to which it made Izuku chuckle. Angering the thug even more, he came up to Izuku, being a few inches taller, he was glancing at his head from above. The fuck you say? I can't hear you from down there. His fellow companions shared a laugh. You said something? I can't hear you from up there. Izuku fired back at the thug, making him even more angry. But what's worse, his fellow thugs did that oh shit. It was the moment where the thug lost it. Not wanting to look weak in front of the other thugs, he clenched his fist and waited for the moment. Izuku looked at his right hand, he knew what he was trying to do, glancing to the left as if he wasn't paying attention to him. Gotcha. The thug thought, clocking his punch right at his nose. But it didn't connect. Izuku moved to the side, activating OFA 6% and punching the thug straight to the stomach. A OFA 6% punch is strong enough to damage most normal villains, but for a simple thug, it was even more deadly. The thug spat out some saliva mixed with blood, being punched back to his fellow thugs unconscious. Anyone else? He looked at the thugs with the eyes of a killer. That punch broke some ribs. Izuku would have been worried if he did that to someone, even a villain, yet this time he doesn't give a slightest fuck. Starting to run back to school, he had no idea why did he do that. He was ashamed actually, he thought that the pain is unfair to him, others should experience it as well. Punching himself slightly in the face, he vowed not to do something like this again. Reaching the school's area, thinking he'll most probably spend the entire time in his room or go to eat at the cafeteria. A few hours already passed, so everyone's awake and outside of their rooms. Just as Izuku's presence was seen, everything changed. They didn't like what Izuku did last night. Trying not to mind any of them, he tried to go to his room, but it wasn't that easy. Someone grabbed his shoulder, and it wasn't a gentle grab. Unlike turning around as to someone grabbed the shoulder, he was forced to turn around by the hand, seeing it was Momo. Of course. Izuku signed at the sight of her. What do you want? Izuku asked uninterested. We're still waiting for an apology. She said it loud enough for the whole class to hear it. Yeah Izuku, just apologize and everything will be the way it was, said Sato. Izuku glanced at Sato, rolling his eyes from what he said. I told you, I'm not gonna apologize for something I didn't do. Pushing Momo's hand off as if he already had enough of her bullshit. The ones who should apologize is Uraraka and Bakugo. And with that, he finished the conversation, going into his room to rest. Oh boy if it was that easy. What Momo wants is to make Uraraka feel better, and the best way is to have Izuku apologize, that's what she thinks. Seeing Izuku not having a care about breaking Uraraka's heart, she got furious. Charging at Izuku with force as to hurt him, Izuku heard her steps getting closer and closer. Waiting for the moment to counterattack, he was stunned to see there was no need. Enough. Everyone saw Momo get wrapped up in some kind of white scarf, incapable of getting out. Hearing someone speak and seeing it was Aizawa made them frail in fear because his quirk was activated. Aizawa-sensei? Momo screamed. Tell me, why did you attack Izuku? Aizawa was coming closer step by step to her, but upon a closer look, they saw that he had a laptop in his right hand. Because he was making fun of Uraraka's broken heart. Izuku facepalms at her words of defense. Damn Momo, you became such a liar you can think of one in a second. Izuku chuckled. Momo grinned her teeth and didn't say anything else. Alright then, Momo, what happened to his door? Aizawa asked. He broke it down himself. She pointed at Izuku and thought that Aizawa will believe her. I think you forgot one thing Momo. Curious as to what he meant, he pointed at the corner of the wall, her eyes followed to where he pointed, and her eyes widened. WWH what? She started to sweat profusely. Aizawa let go of her and placed the laptop on the table, before signaling for everyone to come. Once Bakugo and Uraraka noticed the camera, their hearts skipped a beat. They know they can't get out of this situation now. Aizawa did some digging, and found out everything. So everyone gathered around near Aizawa and the laptop, their eyes glued to it, and what's about to happen was somewhat thrilling. Starting the video, they saw Izuku coming out of his room, seeing a happy smile on his face. Although the cameras have a high resolution, there's no sound, but at least we can see the faces clearly. Seeing Izuku marched forward into Uraraka's room, and seeing it was opened, his expression was that of a curious one. So what? This doesn't prove anything about her. Momo preached, protecting her friend. Then a few seconds later, Izuku's face lost all color. The class was confused as to why, but then, Izuku just marched into her room. There's no cameras in their rooms, so some time passed before Izuku came back to the picture. Seeing Izuku on the verge of tears running back to his room, locking himself. Now I'm starting to believe Izuku, said Sato and a few other boys. Are you serious? This doesn't prove anything. If that wasn't enough, they saw the class coming out of their rooms because of the noise. They do remember this scene but don't remember seeing Bakugo coming out of her room, and seeing his belt is untucked was a shock to most. You were saying? Sato teased Momo. She gritted her teeth at disbelief. As of now, some of the classmates were on Izuku's side, but mostly boys. Most of the girls still believe in Uraraka's innocence. So you're taking Izuku's side? Boy will be boys, the girls said with venom in their voice. First of all, Bakugo came out of her room, said Kaminari. So what? They were probably hanging out, said Mina. So they had to hang out in her room and not on the sofas? What would you think if your boyfriend had another girl in her room? Kaminari angered the girls, to the point where they activated their quirks. Enough, Aizawa shouted at everyone. He stood up and walked to Bakugo. Tell me, what were you doing at her room? All eyes were fixated on Bakugo. The boys were waiting for an answer, while the girls thought they already know everything. We were just hanging out, Bakugo replied. Why yeah, we were only hanging out, Uraraka added. See? Stop protecting that green-haired idiot. He did something wrong and needs to apologize, Momo said to the boys. They're lying. Todoroki spoke up. Do you have any proof? Momo screamed back. I saw it in his eyes. Todoroki was mentioning the part where he ran back to his room on the verge of crying. His eyes tell me he saw something he wished he didn't. Never has anyone heard Todoroki speak with such brains. The hell are you talking about? Added Momo. Izuku's right. The ones who should apologize are us, Todoroki said with pride. Why should I be surprised? Boys are boys, always taking the side of their brothers. Rolling her eyes as she said it. Say what you want, Momo, we're taking the side of who think is right, said Sato. There's no proof that she cheated with Bakugo, and no one could prove it. The boys and Aizawa had enough of this farce of the girls. They shouldn't be surprised, talking about taking the side of Izuku cause boys will be boys when the girls take side of their girl Uraraka. They didn't want to argue anymore, they just wanted for everything to end. Then it's a good thing I'm here. Unknown to everyone, Izuku's brother was here behind them. What? The girls thought. Thanks Aizawa, now that I know the specific time it happened, everything can be proven. Not knowing a thing he's talking about, the girls had to ask. My quirk is moment reconstruction. He said it with a smile on his face. Uraraka and Bakugo thought they were safe, but another problem arose. The boys noticed Bakugo and Uraraka go pale from those words. What do you mean? Aizawa asked. My quirk lets me depict what happened during a specific time and place for everyone to see. A perfect quirk such a situation, bringing smiles to literally everyone, the boys and the girls. Perfect. His own brother can prove it to everyone what scumbag he is. Aizawa showed him the exact time, but then he leaned to Aizawa and whispered something to his ear. His eyes widened a bit and a smile formed on him, not knowing as to what's going on, but they were up to something. Girls, I think you forgot that I'm on Izuku's side. I know she cheated, so Uraraka and Bakugo. He looked at them. Is it better to be caught in the act or just admit it right now? Yet again, the girls got furious, wanting to say something to his brother, only for Aizawa to intervene. Uraraka and Bakugo, you could say that you didn't do anything, but you have a choice, either admit now that you did cheat and everything will be fine. But if you still say you didn't, and we find out you did, you both are immediately expelled. Now it was the endgame. Looking at both of them, they had visible fear seen on their faces. It was a good scare, since they know Aizawa expelled a whole class last year, so it was a real threat. Without a moment's notice, Aizawa and Izuku's brother ventured forward to Uraraka's room. Both Uraraka and Bakugo were shaking. They don't want anyone to find out, but they also don't want to get kicked out of school. Aizawa opened Uraraka's door. Wait! Screamed Bakugo. They got him? Alright fine. We did cheat. The words they wanted to hear came out of his mouth. As for the girls, they didn't like that one bit. No you didn't, right Uraraka? Everyone glanced over at Uraraka. It was up to her, admit it or expulsion. At least having some common sense, she chose to admit it. Yes, I did cheat with Bakugo. Momo's face went pale. She was trying to protect her friend, but also she hated their relationship. She was somewhat glad it was over, but to see her friend in such a state made her furious. Momo fell down on her knees from the shock. That she's my friend, she would never do something like this. Bullshit backfired right at her. The boys were glad the truth came out, but they still felt the guilt. All this time they thought Izuku was in the wrong, but turns out Uraraka was. Imagining what Izuku had to go through made them feel remorse. Oh, by the way, I don't have a quirk like that. Izuku's brother let out a small chuckle. What? They asked. See ya. Waving them a goodbye as he left the dorms with a huge smile. In short, everyone found out that Uraraka's the one at fault. Now what's left is to see how will his classmates react when they see him. The students found out everything about the breakup. Izuku wasn't the one at fault, but Uraraka was. Lying to her classmates as to not look like a cheating whore, but the truth did come out, so she can't hide it anymore. The only one who knew that Izuku's brother, Baki, was lying about his quirk was of course Izuku, and that lie worked to Izuku's surprise. He actually thought he will have to live like this the entire time he's at school, so he got used to it pretty quickly. But now he doesn't have to. The girls were still shocked at finding out the truth. They would be biased if it came out from Bakugo, but Uraraka admitted everything herself. As for the boys, it didn't take long for them to admit they were so wrong. Izuku, sorry, about thinking you were the cause of the breakup. The first one to apologize was Kirishima. His guilt as a man was quite high. Izuku smiled. Not only he was proven to be innocent, he already got an apology from someone right from the start. Kirishima had his head down the entire time. I hope you forgive me. It's not like he was expecting him to accept this apology, but his guilt made him apologize right here and there. Yeah, it's cool. Patting him on his shoulder as to signify his accept of the apology, he became friend again with Kirishima. To accept my apology after such a trauma, so manly, he thought, hoping to become such man as Izuku in the future. Not long after, the others started apologizing, but what I meant by others, I meant the boys. When all the boys apologized, not a single girl even approached him. Although having a feeling of how bad Izuku had it, Aizawa was happy to see everything was going to the right direction. By the way, no school for tomorrow. Those words shocked the students, but they were happy knowing they have the next day to themselves. Izuku somewhat knew that getting apologies from the girls will take a while, so he shrugged those thoughts off. What he couldn't shrug off was why did his brother leave already? Curious as to why, he called him. Hello. He got into contact with his brother. I know why you're calling actually, meet me at the entrance. Ending the call, Izuku forgot that his brother is actually hella smart. Not wasting a beat, he met up with his brother. So how does it feel? Your classmates now know the truth. Baki turned around and gave Izuku a smile. It feels great, he replied. They went for a walk, talking about everything. In a way, they were bonding as brothers, or half-brothers. Baki looked at Izuku, his face told him he had something on his mind. Something on your mind? He asked. Izuku smirked after hearing that question. He replied. What is it? Baki asked. Heh, I doubt you'll believe it. Adding a little laugh at the start of the sentence made Baki think of what it might be, but nothing came to his mind. Well then, blow me away. Baki replied, taking a sip of a drink in his hand. Well, I have no idea how to explain it, but last night, my body somewhat changed I think. Baki raised his eyebrow from hearing that. Dude, pubert? Not like that. Izuku kinda asked for it, but he finished saying what he wanted to say. What I mean is that my body was begging me to train or something. Last night I ran so hard I started sweating like a fountain and eventually collapsed. So Izuku cleared up the misunderstanding of what Baki thought he meant. All that was left is to hear his reply. Drop. Izuku not knowing as to why, but Baki dropped his drink. You okay? The dropped drink wasn't the thing that made him ask if he's okay, but his expression. He was in disbelief. But that actually doesn't sum up his face. It's like the reaction isn't because of disbelief, but more his reaction is like what Izuku experienced last night should be. Impossible. Not once has Izuku looked at his brother for that long, but something also did catch his eye. His brother is always in a hoodie, always. Yet he might know as to why. Taking a good look at his face, he noticed his neck. It had quite an amount of scars. But something says he shouldn't ask, so he pretended that he didn't see them. Why yeah, I'm fine, Baki finally replied. To Izuku's eyes, Baki takes a look at the time on his watch. I have to go, I'm gonna be late. It was quite sudden for Izuku, but whatever. They say their goodbyes and part ways, Izuku going to school while Baki is headed in the opposite direction. What was that about? Izuku thought. His life has been a weird one since now. As of now his brother started acting strangely from hearing what happened yesterday. Plus, those scars were on his mind. What are those scars? Baki's face looks like he would get along with the ladies quite well, so it might have been hickeys. But Izuku's eyes didn't lie, those were definitely scars. Hey, Izuku! His thoughts were interrupted by a girl screaming his name, turning his head swiftly to where it came from. Ah hey Nijire, waving back at her to signal that he heard her. They were both heading back to the dorm. So, who was that girl with you? She asked. Oh, that's my brother Baki. Half-brother. He exclaimed. No wonder you two looked so alike. Wait, he's a man? She was surprised it was a he. Yeah, he gets that a lot, said Izuku as he let out a small laugh. So, how's it been? She asked. Never could be better, he replied confidently. And why's that? She was curious. The whole misunderstanding was finally solved. My class found out what happened. Saying it in a tone of a child, Nijire understood he was definitely happy. Reaching the school, they parted ways, going into their dorms. Can't wait to tell it to Tamaki and Mirio? Nijire exclaimed. Everyone's going to be happy for Izuku. As for his brother, he's definitely happy, it just turns out there's a bigger matter on his hands to worry. Is that even possible? Baki exclaimed. Yeah, his father is that thing. But his mother? His mother isn't perfect. How did this happen? Next day came, finally waking up not feeling like a turd. He did his usual routine and left his room. He knew that everything changed, so he wanted to go sit on the sofa and hang out with others since he finally can. What he did not expect was to see all of the girls waiting patiently near his room. And of course they were waiting for him. Surprised at the sight, he stumbled back, thinking the girls are biased as to what happened last night. He was actually on guard, one of them might pull a Momo and hit him in the stomach. Izuku, we're sorry for everything, the girls exclaimed. He could hear all of the girls' voices, except for Uraraka and Momo. Yet again he stumbled back at what just happened. He thought they would attack him or something, not give out an apology. But gradually, he accepted it with no further asking. It was the same as for the boys, the guilt was gradually rising inside of them, but they knew that the only way for the guilt to reside is to apologize. The girls were relieved he accepted it, even though of what they put him through. Izuku being such a kind-hearted man made them feel something else when he accepted it. When the apology was over, they sat down to relax. Izuku sat down in the sofas to relax, the others welcomed him with open hands. In a way, they were all biased he would accept their apology that easily. How are you feeling? Sato asked hesitantly. Of course Izuku was feeling great, these past 2 days weren't easy, but weren't impossible to cope with. I feel great, Izuku replied cheerfully. They were happy to see Izuku being so cheerful once again. Good to hear, Kirishima exclaimed. Gradually, the whole chaos against Izuku departed. The class was a normal classroom once again. I gotta say, if it wasn't for your brother's quick thinking, most of the girls would still believe Uraraka is innocent. Todoroki mentioned the part where Baki lied about his quirk. But what is his quirk? We have met him a few times when he visited you before, but we never asked him, Kaminari asked. Izuku knew he knew a lot about Baki, but now he's starting to doubt it. I don't know, he never showed me his quirk, Izuku replied with shock. To the students, the question intrigued Izuku as well, they could tell by how he replied. All I know that he is strong, and has an insanely good physique, Izuku added. Although never seeing his physique, he definitely knows this. 2 years ago, Izuku accompanied his brother to the doctors for a checkup. Baki said he hurt himself. Waiting outside a room where Baki is being checked, he heard the doctor talking. It seems you're all fine, a doctor replied. That's good to hear, Baki said. The door was quite thin, so even closed Izuku could hear everything clearly. He was happy to know there's nothing wrong with him. But I must say, your physique is something of the likes I have never seen, the doctor exclaimed with curiosity. Even the doctor said that his physique is something he has never seen, Izuku added. He must have trained very hard, Kirishima replied. He had respect for people with good physiques. I kinda want to see it, when is he visiting next time, said Mina. On the weekend? Izuku got weirded out by the question. What Izuku was happy about also, is that he can finally train at the gym. So after a little chit-chat with his classmates, he went into the gym. He had a few questions that need to be answered. First is, why did his body beg him to train? He thought it might happen again. One way to find out if it will happen again, said Izuku. His usual training time at the gym is 2 hours, 2.5 if he's in a motivated mood. If by some luck he finds out why it happened, he still has one more question. Those little thugs that provoked him not too long ago. Usually, he would have paid no attention to their taunts and usually just walk out like he didn't hear anything, but this time he didn't. Or more likely, he couldn't. His body acted on his own and provoked the thugs to fight. Izuku knows he would never do something like that. Being primarily focused on the first question in hand, what best way is to understand something then to experience it again. But just like last time, he didn't. That feeling wasn't coming. A little disappointed that he finished his training at 2 hours like always. All that's left for him is to go for a run like every day. While running his usual route, he had some theories of what it could be. Some were literal nonsense, some made a little bit of sense, but one was plausible. He awakened a quirk. If it's really a quirk, then you got to be kidding me. I heard late bloomers usually get a quirk a few months or a year later than others, Izuku thought. If it's true, I awakened my quirk 12 years later, he screamed at his head. If it really is a quirk, he would be happy. If it was years ago. All he wanted was a quirk in life, and All Might gave him a chance, so for him to awaken a quirk now isn't something he is happy of. Still, it's only my theory, but the most plausible one, he thought again. His sense of thought was interrupted once he almost ran into Nijire. Oh, sorry, Izuku said. Nijire looked at Izuku, his demeanor and his expression were back to normal. Delighted that he is definitely fine, she smiled. Oh, nothing, it's cool, she replied. He is always delighted meeting Nijire and the others, but he's been meeting Nijire pretty much every day, and in the same spot. Do you always hang out around here? We run into each other pretty often, Izuku asked politely. Nijire blushed, but not enough for Izuku to notice. Well, why yeah, she stuttered. It was a slight stutter, only noticeable if you were expecting her to stutter, but Izuku did notice it somehow. He didn't think, he instantly understood. I'm experiencing it again, he thought. But this time it was different, not one where he wants to train, no one where he wants to fight, but he also didn't know what it is. All he knows is that her answer is a lie, he just feels it. Are you busy right now? She asked. Although he still needs to run, but he wants answers. I'm not busy, he replied. He now has a feeling on how this one works, because once he told her he's not busy, he could tell she became a lot more happier. They went for a walk. Izuku yet again could tell she's very happy being next to him, a little top happy. So, Uraraka did apologize, right? She asked. Frankly, Uraraka, Momo and Bakugo are the ones who haven't apologized, he said. Would you accept their apologies? Nijire asked again. Izuku didn't think about it much, but these three people are the ones who frankly hurt him the most. I would, probably except for Bakugo's, Izuku answered. In a flash, he felt her feelings changing, from happiness to jealousy. If she asked you to get her back, would you take her? Nijire asked. Izuku wasn't a one who is good at dating, honestly, it was luck that he got a chance with Uraraka, but this new experience made him understand Nijire even more. Of course I wouldn't, Izuku replied seriously. If Izuku wasn't so sure before, he definitely is now. Once he said that he wouldn't, she became insanely happy once again. He clearly understood what she was trying to find out, but unknown to her, Izuku knows as to why. She's in love with him. Usually, Izuku would think of other solutions, thinking that one of the prettiest girls in school is in love with him is so made up, but there was no doubt in his mind that it was a false feeling. Good, Nijire tried to reply with a serious face. There was a moment of silence swindling near them. They locked eyes with each other for a moment. The way Izuku looked at her made her blush once again, but this time it was clear on her face. What is it, eyes? Like it was said, he was never good at dating. Mostly when dating Uraraka, she would be the one who takes action. The kiss they had barely to none romance in it. In a way, it was a kiss just to experience what a kiss is. But this new feeling, or his theory says his quirk did something weird to him. Yet again, his body took over, and did the impossible. He kissed her, to both of their surprises. Holding her in a tight embrace, the kiss didn't stop as one of those barely touch the mouth kisses, it continued. Nijire was surprised at what happened, but to say she didn't like it was false. She tried to break free, but Izuku's grasp didn't let her. He was holding her gently, but strong enough to not let her escape. Her struggles weren't ones with full power where like someone is being kidnapped. She knew that she likes Izuku, but didn't think it would go this fast, so her struggles stopped as it started. In a way, she embraced it. Although not being a couple, Izuku achieved way more with Nijire than Uraraka, and in just a few seconds. Once Izuku understood what he had just done, he ended the kiss. To think that a 16-year-old pulled something like that on a senior was surprising, even for her. But just as Izuku got back to his senses, that weird feeling left as well. Looking at Nijire, he didn't need that weird power to tell that she wanted to prolong the kiss even more. He knew that he kissed her for a good time, he just finally got back to his senses to understand what he had just done. Izuku, Nijire said weirdly. Are we a thing? She said again. The tone of her voice was something he has never heard, but he knew what answer she wanted, or what answer he also wants to say. Yeah, he replied with a smile. With that, he got a hug from Nijire. Once it ended, they went back to school. He has to thank this weird ability or quirk he has, because he does like Nijire. But I must say, your physique is something of the likes I have never seen, the doctor exclaimed with curiosity. Izuku heard it. Underneath that hoodie he always wears, there's a very trained body in Izuku's eyes. Suddenly, he got the urge to go pee, taking his ears off of the conversation between Baki and the doctor, he went to the toilet. The reason why this took longer than expected is because I checked your body for performance-enhancing drugs. Mostly for steroids, said the doctor. Baki didn't say anything, he just gave the doctor a glare. Sorry about that, I was just curious, the doctor replied. A body like yours is already an impossible feat for many, even for the ones who use such drugs, the doctor explained. I was a little in denial that a body like yours is achievable, so I had to check you, the doctor said again. But to think that I didn't even find single ounce of drugs inside of you, that begs me a question, the doctor couldn't stop talking. But before that, those scars? Not even veteran soldiers who served their entire lives at war didn't have even a quarter of the same amount of scars on their bodies, yet an 18-year-old already has that many. How did you get them? Baki wasn't surprised at the doctor's curiosity, it's not like he's the first. By training, Baki replied casually. So it's not a quirk? The doctor asked. I have no quirk, Baki replied. Even people who only train for the sole purpose to get a great physique, training every day non-stop, even longer than you have lived, weren't even close to achieving something as yours. But, I can tell you didn't just train for a simple goal as getting a simple physique, did you? Doctor asked. Yeah, he replied. Those scars and those hands, you trained for fighting? Baki nodded to the doctor's claim. If you got this by training, that begs me a question. What kind of hell did you go through? 2 months have passed, and during the time, a lot had happened. Firstly, when Mirio and Tamaki saw Izuku and Nijire holding hands, they weren't surprised, all they wanted to know is who asked first. What they didn't expect to hear was Izuku straight up kissing her out of nowhere. They didn't think Izuku would be such a player. For his classmates, they found out when they were at the cafeteria. Nijire ran up to Izuku and gave him a kiss, which startled everyone. What the hell? Mineta screamed. The boys knew that he was friends with Nijire, but they were now envious finding out they are dating. The girls did feel happy that Izuku found someone who would actually not cheat and break his heart, but they were curious as to how he got one of the most beautiful girls in school. Yeah, it just happened, Izuku exclaimed with a smile. It just happened? What kind of bullshit I asked that? Mineta screamed. Everyone tried to imagine on how it just happened. By just happened, he means he kissed me unexpectedly, Nijire said. Everyone dropped their forks, slowly turning their heads to Izuku, wanting to know how he would have such balls to do something like that. Some of the girls turned red, imagining the romantic scenario where Izuku kissed Nijire and also imagining it raining for the effect. But Mineta, he was trying to stab Izuku with a fork. Honestly, Mineta wasn't the only boy who was mad at their relationship. Izuku had actually angered a lot of the boys in UA. No matter if with Nijire or not, most of the boys he saw would give him death glares. There was actually a time where a classmate of Nijire had stopped Izuku in his tracks. Can I help you? Izuku asked. The boy was 2 years older than him, and a lot taller, so he was quite intimidating. I'm gonna keep this short, stay away from Nijire, he exclaimed. The tone sounded like a demand. He knew that some might be jealous of their relationship. Before Izuku could say a word, Nijire came out of nowhere, hugging Izuku from the back. Hey Izuku, she happily said. The senior's face had turned to anger, but he knows he can't unleash it on Izuku when Nijire is around. The boy was a classmate of Nijire's, and even she herself knows he has a thing for her. The times she has caught him looking at her was too many to count. By the face of her classmate, she knew it had something to do with their relationship. Without a moment's notice, she dragged Izuku from his view as to protect Izuku. She does know Izuku is strong for her age, but also knows that her classmate is also. Although he isn't strong as her, Tamaki and Mirio, he isn't that far behind. Izuku, be careful, okay? She asked. What do you mean? Is it because of that senior? Izuku asked. Izuku definitely felt that the student is strong, so he had a feeling. Yes, he doesn't like boys talking to me, and you're my boyfriend, she said. Izuku got the hint of what he might do to him. The bell rang, signifying that classes have started. Nijire gave him a warm kiss as before heading down to her class. Taking in the warm kiss, he was still perplexed at the fact he is dating Nijire. My Izuku, I never thought you'd start dating Nijire of all people, a man said. The voice was familiar, also hearing it come up from above of his head was already a giveaway of who it was. All Might, Izuku fangirled. I've heard what happened with you and your classmates, but it's good to hear that everything turned out fine, said All Might. Izuku felt like All Might is the father he never had. The 9 months of training he did under his coaching made him feel that way. It's a little too late, All Might, that was 1 month ago. Izuku scratches his head. Hearing everything from Aizawa today, he thought it had happened today or a few days ago. Really? Ahem. Sorry about that. I'm always busy, so I couldn't help you out sooner. All Might exclaimed. Not knowing much about All Might's personal life, he has a feeling that a symbol of peace is always busy, so he understood. Also, I heard Aizawa said you upped your training, All Might delightfully said. Yeah, I have, Izuku replied. That's great to hear. That means you'll get the hang of one for all even faster, All Might exclaimed. Once hearing one for all literally being said in the middle of a hallway, Izuku got startled. All Might, don't speak about one for all that loudly, Izuku whispered to All Might. Don't worry, everyone is in class, he replied. Looking around to see if definitely no one is around, Izuku exhaled in relief. By how Aizawa explained, your training sounded to be on the same level as the one I made you months ago, All Might said. Izuku liked the praise he got from All Might, and it was true, he increased his training by a big margin. It's good to train your hardest, but try not to overtrain and get hurt in the process. Train smart, not hard, said All Might. Izuku this into account, Izuku forgot something very important. Wait, classes started. Wait. Once realizing that he also has classes, he ran back to his class, waving All Might a goodbye. All Might looked at Izuku with a smile. He was proud to know that his successor is definitely worthy of his quirk. But that wasn't for long. Toga, you ready? A man asked. The man was entirely surrounded by a black-purple mist, also wearing an bartender's suit. Sure am, a yellow-haired girl replied. And so a fated day came. 2 months have passed since he started dating Nijire. He woke up early, since he has school today. Doing everything to maintain his hygiene, he took a shower, brushed his teeth, and took out a few granola bars to eat. Once ready, he left the room happily. But to his surprise, no one was hanging out on the sofas. Granted, it was only 7:20, but some of his classmates are already out right at 7 o'clock. In fact, it was complete silence. By such silence, you could hear others talking or walking even if they have their doors closed. Yet he heard nothing. Strange, he said. He waited for a bit to see if any of them come out of their rooms, but no one did. Walking out of his dorm and heading down to class, he messaged Nijire. During those 2 months he had learned a lot about her, a few being is that she always replies to messages a few seconds after they were sent. Second is that she is always on the phone during such a time. Yet, after a few minutes, she hasn't replied to his message, or even seen it in fact. He got curious and confused at what's going on. Finally reaching his class, he yet again heard nothing. Placing his ear near the door to see if he could hear something, but all he heard was absolute silence. Opening the door to see if anyone is inside. He had the idea that today was a school trip or something and he completely forgot about it. But guess not. He opened the door and saw everyone inside. Aizawa standing near his desk, all of his classmates at their desks, with expressions he didn't expect to see. The pressure inside was immense for Izuku, and he couldn't understand what is going on. Looking at Aizawa, who had the expressions as if looking at a villain. Same could be said for the other students. Guys, what's wrong? Izuku asked. Once he asked, their expressions turned to anger. He clearly noticed the change in their demeanor, it's as if they wanted to punch him. Stop acting oblivious, we know what you did, Todoroki said. It was a calm yet serious answer to Izuku's question. Izuku was actually oblivious of what's happening. But, for Izuku, those stares and expressions reminded him of what happened 2 months ago. Looking at Aizawa, he saw he was on the phone with someone. Yeah, he's in class, said Aizawa. Aizawa ended the call with that one sentence. Mr. Aizawa, could you tell me what happened? Asked Izuku. The only person who thought could actually explain everything was his teacher Aizawa. But he got the same reply. Todoroki is right, stop acting oblivious, Aizawa replied. Now Izuku was lost, and scared. He was reminded of what happened 2 months ago, and he has a small feeling something the same might happen. Only if he knew it was way worse than he imagined. You really are going to act like you didn't steal documents? You fucking traitor, Kaminari screamed. Words spouted by Kaminari were filled with anger and disgust. A surprise was that he cussed such words and yet Aizawa didn't do anything about it. Traitor? What are you talking about? I didn't steal anything, said Izuku. A surprise came when Aizawa engulfed Izuku with his scarf, making him realize this isn't a joke. Aizawa, what are you doing? Asked Izuku. Aizawa activated his quirk on Izuku, putting some droplets in his eyes for them to last longer. Holding you so you don't escape, Aizawa almost screamed. But you have to believe me, I didn't do anything, Izuku pleaded. Unknown to Izuku, there is a reason why they are doing this. I would believe you didn't, but the video doesn't lie. Izuku was dumbfounded to think there is a video of his stealing some documents. Suddenly, Nizu and All Might came into the classroom. Nizu was holding a laptop in his hand, and All Might. Izuku instantly realized he is different. No matter the situation, All Might always had a smile, yet not today. The one time he saw him without a smile was during the USJ incident. But today he looked angrier than that day. Nizu, All Might, you have to help me. They think I stole some documents. Izuku asked the two. Oh, really? Nizu replied sarcastically, placing the laptop on the Aizawa's desk and opening it, revealing a video. It was a surveillance camera of Nizu's office. Once a man came into sight of the video, all color from Izuku's face left, as if a soul leaves once a person dies. It was him. He was searching the entire room, grabbing some documents from Nizu's office and leaving the proximity. But once the camera got a view of Izuku's face, it had a sick smile, like that of a murderer. That wasn't me. You have to believe me," Izuku pleaded. Yet they didn't believe him. The surveillance camera showed it all. In a moment's notice, Nizu put on anti-quirk bracelets on Izuku, shutting his quirk off completely. Dragging Izuku out of the classroom, he heard his classmate's last words said to him. "Hope you burn in prison, you traitor. No wonder why Uraraka cheated on you. I can't believe I dated a villain. Let's hope we never see him again." That little amount of faith he had left for it be a joke just left like it was never there. Having his head down the entire time he was dragged somewhere, he had lost hope. "Tell me," All Might asked. Izuku looked at All Might, seeing the face of pure anger writ all over him. "All this time, you were the villain?" All Might asked with venom. Izuku didn't care anymore. He was completely silent the entire time. "I'll take it as a yes. That explains how they knew we were in USJ." Unknown to Izuku, they were dragging him into a room. "As of now, I'm gonna take back my quirk, and you'll rot in jail, you villain," said All Might. Izuku was thinking, how will he take his quirk back? All Might had said it himself that it cannot be transferred or taken back by force. Once going inside a room in UA, there was a man inside. The man was Tsukachi Naomasa, a good friend of All Might, who also knows about One for All. "So that's the traitor, sit down," he said. Izuku sat down on the sofa, while the others watched him from afar. "Izuku Midoriya, age 16, and the current One for All holder," said Naomasa. Izuku almost jumped out of his seat. "Not many people know about One for All. What you hold is one of the strongest quirks, and it's also in the hands of a villain." Naomasa changed his tone. The tone changed from good to bad in a split second. "All Might trusted you with this quirk, yet you failed him." Complete silence from Izuku. "That's why we need it back. The documents that were stolen were files of the teachers, students, and the date school trips," said Naomasa. "The amount you stole averages to 10 to 25 years in prison, but we can make a deal with you." A talk about One for All and a talk about a prison sentence made Izuku clearly understand what the deal might be. "We talked with the authorities. Either you give One for All back and you only get 2 years. But if you don't, life in prison with no parole," said Naomasa. Clinging his head back, Ans muttered. "You can't do that, I'm underage. We have connections. Your choice, Izuku." Izuku had a lot to think. One for All is almost the sole reason of why he is still alive. If he does give back the quirk and finishes his sentence, no school would ever accept him with such a record. But if he does not give it back, he is sent to prison for life. He made a choice, and that is to give back the quirk. All Might plucked out a hair and ate it. Once it was over, they dragged Izuku out of school. Once near the entrance of UA, he saw someone he wished he didn't. Nijire. She wasn't alone, Mirio and Tamaki were also there. Both of them had the face of disappointment. As for Nijire, she was crying, but also was filled with anger. Izuku knew what was about to come, but he wished it wouldn't. He already once again lost everything. Nijire marched forward, near Izuku, trying to mutter words out to her, only to be slapped in the face. All Might and Naomasa were dragging him to his demise, but they stopped once Nijire came close. Izuku's cheek turned red from the slap, but he didn't even react to it. "How could you?" said Nijire. More tears fell down from her face. So all of this was just a facade? Even All Might and Naomasa knew how she felt, but in their minds, it was Izuku to blame for everything. "You played with my heart," Nijire screamed at Izuku. "I didn't," Izuku said under his breath. "You know what? Have fun in prison, it's over." With that, Nijire left Izuku, coming back to Tamaki and Mirio, who both tried to help her. Both of the boys glanced to Izuku for what he had just done. No words were said by them, but it clearly made Izuku understand what they wanted to say. Once the little ordeal with Nijire was over, they dragged Izuku out of the school's area. Both All Might and Naomasa clearly noticed that Nijire's breakup affected Izuku even more. "Don't be surprised, everything's your fault, you villain," said All Might. Even All Might, who Izuku looked up to, started hating him to the core. "To think I thought you were a perfect candidate for One for All. Even after those 2 years, you were never allowed to step foot in UA ever again." With that, All Might left the scene, only Naomasa was left. Once reaching a black car, Izuku had to sit down and drive away. Looking back at UA, presumably the very last time. So Izuku lost everything once again, but this time it was much worse. Naomasa had brought him to the police, then he spent a few hours in a jail cell. Once it was over, he was given prison clothes and was escorted to a prison bus and went to his demise. He was told beforehand to which prison he was going to rot. Tartarus. Not much is known about the prison to the local public. The ones convicted and finally free had told that if you obey the rules, it's like a normal prison. but if you don't, you won't see to live another day. Most think they meant it as a metaphor, but in reality it's just as it sounds. Inside the bus Izuku wasn't alone, others were also on. Most on had an emotional breakdown. Everyone thinks Tartarus is the worst prison to exist. Unlike the emotions of others, Izuku had none. He was completely silent, not making a sound, looking at the ground as if paralyzed from the shock. Once the bus came to a stop, he was ordered to leave by the guards. First thing Izuku saw was a sign, which read no warnings. He couldn't even care by what it meant. Although he's only staying here for 2 years, he lost all of his chances of becoming a hero. Once he head inside, he yet again saw those signs scattered all around. It definitely has some kind of meaning, but he doesn't care. On your uniforms, there's a number, that number is your jail cell. Izuku's number was 221, and looking around he saw that everyone had almost the same number as him. They were ordered to go to their jail cells, whilst looking around and saw that the entire prison is extremely clean. Once he got to his cell, he just laid down on his bed and began to rest. Few hours had passed, and they were ordered to come out. He saw everyone standing in a line, so naturally, he did the same. "You scum of the earth, be glad you even get food around here," a guard screamed. "If I had the right, I'd fucking kill all of you right here and there." Naturally, no one liked his words, but most kept their composure. But of course, some couldn't. "The fuck did you call me?" a thug replied. "Say that again to my face, you fucking fat midget." The difference in height and strength was already clear enough who would win. "I'm already stuck here for life, so there's no reason for me to hold back my desires to kill more. Of course, scum like you can do whatever they please just because they are stuck here for life, right? Hell yeah we can. Nothing can stop us anymore since nothing worse can happen to us. You must have seen those signs scattered all around the place, right? The no warning signs." "Yeah, what about them?" He spat at the guard right between the eyes, but to everyone's surprise, he wasn't even fazed one bit. "That sign is a warning if you don't obey the rules, and you didn't obey them." In the midst of the conversation, the guard just pulled out his gun and pointed at the legs of the convict. Bang bang. 2 shots right at the legs. The convict fell down to his knees as his legs gave out from the pain. Of course, fear arose in his head as no matter the prison, not even one was heard where they can shot the convicts out of nowhere. "And if you break those rules, that means we guards have every right here to do something like this," pointing the gun at his head, and shot the final blow. Bang. The convict didn't have time to even take a look at what was pointed to his head as it happened too fast. Of course, most of the new convicts were also here for life with no parole, so they thought they can do shit here as they please, but the actions of the guard made them realize what those signs meant. Break the rules and shot without warning. Some had half-hearted stances while they were called out, but once everything went down right near their eyes, they repositioned themselves in fear of getting shot. Yikes, first day and already dead. Turning their heads at the sound, an obese man was right near all of them. Or they thought he was obese. At first, they mistook him for a man suffering from obesity, but on a closer look they noticed his body was just composed of muscles. Wearing a simple t-shirt, his arm muscles were enough to frighten most of the convicts. Even Izuku realized he's something else entirely. Naturally, they thought it was just his quirk that gave him his muscles, but let them believe that thought. His name was Biscuit Oliva. Although he is only 5 feet 11 inches, he weighs 150 kilograms of pure muscle. "I can tell most of you thought you'd have it easy since most of you are here for life, right?" he asked them. "A little advice, obey the rules and you'll have it easy just like in any normal prison." He took a look at all of the prisoners to see how they look. Naturally, once in their eyesight, they looked away in fear of breaking some kind of rule. But one caught his eye to the guard's surprises. "He's interested in him?" For the guards, it was a common occurrence for Oliva to glance at the newly arrived prisoners, but none caught his eye. "He looks familiar," said Oliva. What caught his eyes was the green-haired Izuku. The longer he looked, the more his facial features looked familiar to 2 people. "Kid, what's your name?" Oliva asked. Izuku was also afraid to answer since he might get a fate similar to that person on the ground. "Kid, you can speak," a guard reassured him. "My name is Izuku," he barely replied. "Your full name?" asked Oliva. "Izuku Midoriya?" His reply was a letdown for Oliva. He was expecting something else. "You look familiar to someone and I can't put my finger on it." The guards were also intrigued of Oliva's interest, since no one peeks his eyes, yet this kid did. Oliva didn't ask anything else, he just left the area as if he wasn't even there. "Okay, go eat ya scum." Following the trail of the others' prisoners, they stumbled upon the cafeteria. With just one glance most could realize that the cafeteria was surprisingly quiet. Even the sipping of soup could be heard even with that many people. Going into line, Izuku was given a surprisingly delicious-looking dish. Once he sat down and tried the food, it wasn't as good as it looked, but it wasn't bad either. The convict sat next to Izuku noticed his emotionless expression. Once time was over, they were ordered to go back to their cells. You know what? Have fun in prison. It's over. Even after those 2 years, you are never allowed to step foot in UA ever again. This was all Izuku could think of. No happy times he had in UA, no Sato's insane cooking, no happy times with Nijire. All he could ask is, why? 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 Grabbing the steel bars of his jail cell, he lost it. I didn't do anything. Who the hell impersonated me? Does my mom even know I'm in prison? It just happened so fast. He let the tears out as if turning the water hose on full power. He wanted to leave, he wanted his life back so badly that he'd do anything for it. Hey, take your hands off the bars. Lifting his head swiftly, he saw a guard patrolling the area. Or what? You gonna shot me? Izuku would have let go in flash, but now, it's different. Even if finishes his 2-year sentence, no school would accept someone with such a record, and Izuku knows this. He'd happily take a bullet to the head cause his suffering is reaching his limits. The guard saw Izuku's breakdown. Although he has the right, it's not like he has to. Although I have the right to do what happened to that guy a few hours ago, it's not like I have to. Just take it easy, cause if some other guard would have seen that, they'd happily shot someone. Izuku listened and let go of the bars and went back on his bed. The guard was also a little interested. The stare Izuku gave him once he warned him was a first to him. It's like he wanted me to shot him. Taking a last look at Izuku's cell, he was baffled at what he just saw. What? The guard uttered. Clearly, what he noticed is something inhuman, but what Izuku unknowingly did is definitely possible with a quirk. But the thing is, the guard clearly saw Izuku have anti-quirk bracelets pretty much glued to his hands, so he couldn't understand how he did it. Naturally, the only thing he could think of is to tell Oliva about this. But unbeknown to this newly assigned guard, Oliva was already interested in this prisoner. Being a warden of Tartarus, he easily could access information about prisoners, so that's what he did. What made absolutely no sense is that it said he was a student of UA. It's not impossible to get in UA, they only have the lowest acceptance rate, and pretty much most of the students of the hero course all became heroes after graduating. The impossible part was his quirk. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Sex, male. Date of birth, imagine any date where he is still 16 years old. School, UA, hero course, expelled. Quirk, none. UA being a prestigious school, they don't even accept quirkless people even in the study course. This doesn't make sense. He was accepted in the hero course even being quirkless. Oliva knew something was up. It doesn't matter if you are quirkless but born into a rich family which donated millions upon millions to UA, they'd still decline quirkless people in a heartbeat. Excuse me, sir. A guard came into his office which interrupted his sense of thought. What? Make it quick. I'm busy, Oliva replied. Something happened in jail cell 221. 221. He immediately recognized it was the jail cell of Izuku's. Now he was interested. What about it? You have to see it yourself. He already had plans to visit Izuku all about this, so Oliva wasted no effort and decided to check up on him now. By what the guard warned, though that Izuku wanted to get out or did something even more crazy, like killing himself. But what he saw wasn't what he expected. Although the entire jail cell was completely fine, the door wasn't. In a way, the door wasn't damaged, but the bars were. They weren't bent in unnatural positions, but still, the sight he saw was still intriguing and frightening. The door bars had 2 handprints embedded into them. Naturally, the prisoners couldn't have done this because of the anti-quirk bracelets, because the grip strength required to do something like that is comparable to Oliva. He saw Izuku laying on his bed, he saw the wet stains on his eyes meant he let out his emotions. The first time he met him, he knew his emotions were swindling inside his body, and now they had reached their breaking point. What do you want? Izuku realized Oliva had come. Oliva felt the vibe around Izuku was different. He had a feeling about something. He tried to find out everything about Izuku, where he lives, his address and his family. What he had found was only his mother, and not a single thing about who or what his father is. Oliva had a feeling of who his father might be, and the only person to ask was Izuku. I'm here to talk, said Oliva. About what? Izuku asked. First of all, you got here because you were caught stealing documents, correct? Even if I said no, would you even believe me? Although the vibe about Izuku feels so much different than before, he can tell he wouldn't do something like that unless forced to. I would, Oliva replied. Then no, I was framed for doing that. Oliva isn't someone who can tell the difference between the lie and the truth, but he could tell that Izuku wasn't lying. The honesty in his voice wasn't a forced one. So you have it that rough? Oliva expressed his sympathy. Then another thing I'd like to ask is how did you get into UA without a quirk? A little surprised by his words, he replied honestly. Although Izuku a few days ago would try to make up an excuse to try and hide All Might's secret, there's no need anymore. All Might gave me his quirk and helped me become a hero in the future. But not anymore, he took it back and sent me to this hole. An answer he wasn't expecting, an answer one would expect to hear. Oliva was a bit biased, but it does explain how he made it to UA. Alright, Oliva replied. One last question, do you know your father? No, Mom never spoke a word about him, Izuku replied. Have any idea how he could look? All I can say is he probably has green or red hair. Now Oliva was certain, if he hasn't heard a word from his mother on how he looks, there's no way he would have guessed that he has red hair, since his mother has green hair. Why do you think he has red hair? Oliva asked. My half-brother has red hair. That lit up a smile on Oliva. He clearly knew to who he was referring to. And your brother's name? Baki Hanma. Oliva didn't need to hear more. He knew that Izuku would probably leave very soon. That's all I needed to hear. With that, Oliva left the proximity before uttering a few words to him. I'm certain you won't be staying here any longer. Izuku was a little confused by the statement, but took it as a sign of sympathy from Oliva. Excuse me, what did you mean he won't be staying here any longer? The guard asked. I'm certain his father will get him out and there's no one on this world that could stop him. Wait, are you implying even All Might couldn't? The guard asked. Implying that All Might is even considered to be a worthy opponent to that man is already laughable. Oliva thought that it could take months, or even a year before his father knowed he's in prison. Little does he know that he already knows something is up with Izuku. His father and brother felt it. The rage of Izuku swindling inside his body activated his true power for a few moments. And on those few moments, they both sensed something wasn't right. The next day came pretty slowly for Izuku, and today his brother wanted to visit him since it was Saturday. Already near the UA entrance, he was trying to see what was this about. Going inside UA's territory, the school gates closed shut, trapping Baki inside. You're not welcome here anymore. Seeing Aizawa, Nizu and All Might standing near the UA building, he knew something was up. So something did happen to Izuku, said Baki. They didn't disclose Izuku's crimes to the public or his family yet, there's no way he should have known anything. And how do you know that? Nizu asked. Call it a brotherly bond if you will. In a way, they started suspecting Baki being accomplice because of his statement. But Baki didn't give a single fuck about it. Where's Izuku? I need to talk to him, said Baki. You're going to have to come with us, said Aizawa. Baki realized from the tone that he has come with them for a reason, presumably interrogation. Alright, I will, but tell me where Izuku is, Baki asked. After you come with us, said Nizu. He felt that he won't get an answer that easily, but he played their game. With that, he was escorted inside UA. For safety, they handcuffed his hands with the same metal which nullifies quirks in case he tries anything. In reality, they now had plans bringing him to prison just because of that one statement he made. So something did happen to Izuku, although it could be anything, they don't want to take risks. After interrogating him, they plan to send him to the slammer. In reality, they were trying to play Baki for answers. But in actuality, Baki was the one playing them. He was brought in an empty room where there was only a table and 2 chairs. He sat down and patiently waited for someone to come. A quarter of an hour later, All Might and the detective Naomasa came inside. Naomasa sat down on the other side of the table while All Might stood next to the door. With that, the interrogation started. Name, Naomasa asked politely. Bak. Last name, not telling, Baki replied. A little surprised at the response, he thought Baki was an idiot. Don't tell me if you want, it's easy to find it once we know your name and how you look. Don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you for a reason, Baki replied calmly. Oh, and why is that? A name is just a name, Naomasa couldn't think of a reason why'd he try to hide his last name. That's something I'm also not going to tell you. Things were getting off course. This was an interrogation, not game of find the name. Naomasa got his act back together and started asking the real questions. Nizu told me that you knew something happened to Izuku. Care to explain how? Asked Naomasa. First of all, why is it so important that I know that? Izuku's case wasn't disclosed to the public or his family, so it's a mystery on how you know it. Although the interrogation just started, Naomasa let the cat out of the bag. You say it's a mystery, but quirks aren't? Excuse me, Naomasa was confused. I have no clue what happened to Izuku, but I know for a fact that he's in pain, Baki replied with hatred. What do you mean? That's my quirk. It lets me bond with a person and lets me sense their negative emotions, said Baki. What they didn't know is that Baki is a good liar. Naomasa being a detective, he has faced people who lie to save themselves from trouble. But key factors in lying is that it usually has signs if it's a lie or not, such as being vague, shrugging, lack of expression, a bored posture or even overthinking. But Naomasa saw no hints of that in Baki. Even to a specialist, he looked like he told the truth. I have 2 questions, why the hell am I in handcuffs and where the hell is Izuku? Baki asked, with hint of venom. For safety precautions, Naomasa answered politely. And Izuku? Baki stared him in the eye. Naomasa was still in doubt if he should answer, but it's not like he could do anything with the information, right? He's in prison, called Tartarus, Naomasa replied. The information he got brought a smile on Baki's face. Now he can do as he pleases. Naomasa left the room with All Might to check up on something. But before leaving, Naomasa pulled another set of handcuffs and handcuffed Baki on the table's leg. Since the room they are for interrogation purposes, the table is embedded to the ground. And just for even more safety, they locked the door. Once they left, Baki started laughing like there's no tomorrow. Not because of all the safety precautions to ensure he doesn't escape until they get back. He was laughing for one reason. Disrespect. Do they really think these handcuffs can hold me here? He said hysterically. Baki didn't waste a beat, his face went from pure laughter to pure anger. Break. Like that, he broke both of the handcuffs without a sweat. Standing back up in relief, what's next was the locked door. Kicking the door in a fast and sharp style, the door broke out of its hinges and flew back to a wall. Causing a scene is dangerous for him, but he doesn't care anymore. He'd gladly fight any heroes that tries to stop him, even All Might. Luckily, no one saw or heard the door break down. To make Yue an embarrassment, his plan is to walk out right off the school gate. While going, he encountered 3 people. And of course, they didn't know he's escaping. The trio, or also known as the Big Three, saw Baki walking to their direction. Mirio and Tamaki looked concerned, and that concern was for Nijire. One glance was enough to see that she is different than before, going from a loudmouth who couldn't shut up to someone like Tamaki. Walking past one another, words were shared. I hope your brother knows what he did wrong, said Mirio. Naturally, he was worried for Nijire's health, and to him, the only one to blame was Izuku. For everyone to have no faith in Izuku makes me realize that you weren't even his friends, Baki said calmly. We were his friends, but we never knew he was a villain. We can't say Izuku is innocent because there's video evidence, Mirio fired back angrily. Baki didn't know there was actual video evidence, so he was a bit surprised by his words. He finally understood why even All Might turned against him. But still, this proves they weren't really his friends anyway. You say you were his friend? If you really were his friend you'd know Izuku would never do the thing everyone says he did. Baki had enough of their stupidity. Wanting to leave Yue, he gave them a warning. Once Izuku is proven innocent, don't even think of apologizing. As for you Nijire, don't even think about getting Izuku back. The reason he warned them is because he knows Izuku wouldn't accept it. He suffered too much, a simple apology wouldn't change much. With that, he left Yue. Once he was far enough, he pulled out his phone and was calling a certain person. His father, Yujiro Hanma. I'm certain you're calling for a reason. I know where Izuku is. Tartarus, said Baki. It's a prison you know? For the most dangerous criminals out there, how'd you get him out of that shithole? Baki clenched his left hand hard enough that veins started appearing all over his arm, before uttering 4 more words. How do you think? Baki slipped through everyone, not getting noticed by none of the heroes. Although Nijire, Mirio and Tamaki saw him, they had no clue he was here for questioning. He said his quirk is called Bond, said Naomasa as he was typing on a laptop. He wanted to find out about Baki. For one key factor. If he did lie about his quirk, we have the rights to send him to prison. With that, Naomasa was done with the search. It was quite easy actually. Although it's hard to find a person without knowing their last name, knowing how they look or at least his name was already enough. Luckily, there weren't that many people with a name such as Baki, so it was much more easier. What else they did find, was something he has never seen in the system. Name, Baki. Date of birth, unknown. Sex, male. Quirk, unknown. His date, quirk and last name was missing from the system. This was unheard of to Naomasa and Nizu, since he was also trying to find out who he actually was. This doesn't make sense. It's not protected, it's just not written in the system. The I.D picture was definitely him, but they had no leads of anything. There have been cases where the quirk was mixed up, but not something as missing from the system. Of course, they couldn't just arrest him now, since there's no proof if Baki did lie or not. Let's go back, said Naomasa. All Might and Nizu followed him as well. For Nizu, Baki in a way looks familiar to someone, but can't put his finger on it. I'm not telling, Naomasa remembered Baki's words. He definitely knew this would happen if they searched for him. What Naomasa was also an expert was making the villains slip. He can make them slip information without them knowing. But sadly, it only works mostly on idiots, like thugs and lowly villains. But Naomasa definitely knew Baki wasn't one with a mediocre mind, but this was his last trump card to try. Turning a corner, they saw a door lying on the ground. What? They all screamed. All Might, inform the other heroes and you inform the police, said Nizu. Now they have a reason to send him to bars, all they need is to find him. They hurried off to inform everyone while Nizu stayed and looked at the aftermath. Glancing at the broken door, he noticed an imprint. A foot imprint. This was astounding to Nizu. Naturally, Baki definitely had anti-quirk handcuffs to stop him from escaping. So his quirk must be a strength enhancer, the only explanation Nizu could think of. But even if it was a strength enhancer quirk, how did he break the handcuffs? Sweat dropped from his forehead as he ran into the room Baki was in. And there he saw it. The handcuffs, completely ripped in half. These were definitely the handcuffs which nullify quirks, so how did he break them? Even All Might without his quirk but in his buff form could definitely break them, but barely. The metal is sturdier than most. But with just one look, most could tell that the difference in weight was at least 3 times comparing All Might to Baki. Are you telling me he is that physically strong? Nizu couldn't believe it. Common sense told him that it was impossible, something like out of straight fiction. What the hell is his goal? Nizu exclaimed. The thought of him getting Izuku out of prison didn't come out in his head, since that is impossible. But unknown to him, that was his goal. Getting Izuku out? Any means necessary. Tartarus wasn't that far from UA, but also not close. But Baki was already on his journey. He had ordered a taxi to make it quicker for both him and Izuku. But before, he had grabbed some equipment before ordering a taxi, since Baki isn't going to play games. Once on the road, the driver was concerned for what is happening. Yes, he knew the destination was Tartarus. His question was why Baki was taping up his wrists and ankles. Please don't tell me what I think you're going to do, the driver asked politely. Don't ask, just drive. He didn't look at the driver as Baki responded, since he was busy with his tape. Alright, the driver became silent as an ant. Once Baki reached his destination, he exhaled as he left the car, also taking a look at the prison Tartarus surroundings. Have a nice day, sir? The driver said as he left the proximity at 110 miles per hour. The first thing he saw was that it was guarded by 4 armed people. And they didn't look like pushovers as well. He also saw a few others on towers glancing at him, as if interested. Well, they aren't pushovers for a normal citizen. For Baki, they are far below. There are signs indicating that this is private property, and you will be shot if you trespass, but Baki was coming closer and closer to the entrance. Hey, the hell do you think you're doing? A guard exclaimed. Baki was right near the entrance, having his glances all over the proximity. He realized that there aren't that many guards at all. This is perfect, exclaimed Baki. He was right next to the 4 guards, and once they saw Baki acting strangely, one wanted to intervene. He wanted to place a hand on his shoulder and scare him off, since he was at least 20 centimeters bigger than Baki. But before he even could, he fell down flat on the ground. He immediately startled the other guards. They pulled out their expandable batons. Quickly surrounding Baki in a circle, they lashed at Baki. The guards, although having weak quirks, they were still the entrance guards for a reason. The reason being is they worked together like bread and butter. So, once encasing Baki in a circle, the 3 guards lashed their batons in unison, but in different areas. But it was a futile attempt to stop Baki's rampage. They thought they had hit Baki, all 3 of them together, but all they felt were the vibrations in their hands as their batons collided with one another. But before the other 2 could realize where he was, the tallest one in their group, named Max, was the only one who knew. Right here, exclaimed Baki. He was right next to Baki. Max wanted to retaliate and either punch and kick him or something, but his body gave out. You have to try harder than that. Baki had punched him straight in the stomach. If Max was confident about anything, it was his abs. But even he, a man who was at least 1.5 times heavier than Baki, couldn't endure his devastating punch. Before the 2 other guards had realized, Baki was on the move. The 2 guards wanted to get back in position, but Baki's speed was out of this world, even a quirk-filled world. Baki performed a kick at the jaw from below. So much force was added into it that the guard was forced off the ground. Reinforcements were coming, so he quickly dealt with the last guard. The guard was looking straight at Baki as he backed off. But just as he blinked, he wasn't in sight anymore. Before the guard knew it, he got put out. Punching swiftly from the side, Baki had rattled his brain to the extreme, forcing him to pass out. The guards on the towers couldn't get a good shot at him, since he was moving all over the place. State your business. The reinforcements came, but this time there were heroes in the mix. Did you hear me? State your business. The guards on the towers couldn't shoot him now, since they only have the law to shoot if one trespasses into the property. But Baki was right near the line, awaiting everyone with a smile. I'm just here to get somebody out, exclaimed Baki. Although he was only one man, he made them feel fear with just his ominous presence. They were all on guard, waiting for him to attack. Even the guards had their guns out already. Even the snipers on top already had their aim on Baki. If he takes one step above the line, he'll be shot dead. Well, that's what they all think. Having their eyes glued onto the target, they had no idea what just happened. He vanished. KK to Izuku. To say Izuku was having a hard time in prison isn't quite true. It's a different prison, where there are no fights, no leader of the prisoners of some sorts. Every prisoner was considered as an equal. But Izuku was having it way easier than others. Once Oliva had a small talk with Izuku and finding out he actually is a Hanma, he gave him special treatment. Once the ordeal with Oliva was over, a few hours later, Izuku was greeted with presents. Books to read to pass the time, a telephone with working Wi-Fi, and for some reason, an actual working ice cream machine, unlike McDonald's. Granted, he was also given other presents as well, but too minuscule to mention, such as a small bouncy ball. And to ensure none of them are ever stolen, his jail cell is always locked once they have their free time out of the cells. The best present for Izuku was actually the bouncy ball. During his free time, he never left the cell, always bouncing the ball off the walls presumably for amusement. Even with all this special care, it never amounted to anything. Izuku still had those lifeless, emotionless eyes. Once the sun had came, Oliva once again went to talk with Izuku, to see if those presents made any impact for him. But to see it did nothing surprised him. Just like yesterday, Oliva felt like he was talking to a corpse. Even as of now, he was still in thought about it. Izuku being a Hanma, he wanted to show respect for him. Although Yujiro is a dangerous enemy, he is also a great friend. Same as for Baki. Hope the kid gets better, Oliva signs, shuffling the papers on his desk. While working, a guard bursted into his office. With just one look, Oliva could tell he was frightened and worried. "Excuse me, sir, someone is trying to break into the prison," the guard said hesitantly. He was hoping Oliva wouldn't lash onto him. "Then go stop him," Oliva said as he started working again. "We tried, sir," the guard replied. That got Oliva's attention. "We already sent reinforcements to deal with him, but we can't. He's just too strong even with the heroes helping." Oliva stopped all of his work. He stood up swiftly as he had a hunch of who it could be. "How does he look like?" he asked excitedly. "He is short and has red hair," the guard replied. Now if the guard had said he was tall and had red hair, Oliva would be worried for their lives. But once he said short, he knew it was Izuku's brother. Luckily, unlike his father, Baki never kills his opponents, mostly knocking them out so they don't interfere anymore. Oliva hurried outside. Even for his massive size, he was faster than most, that some might say he actually has a speed-type quirk. More and more reinforcements were called to deal with Baki, as no matter who they called, they met their demise in the blink of an eye. Once Oliva was near the exit, he had hears gunshots all around the place. Baki was a genius at fighting. Once a new batch of reinforcements came, he would always force himself into the middle of everyone. This was to ensure no one could shot him without worrying hitting an ally. But that sounds dumb, right? Forcing himself into the middle, where everyone could attack him from all directions. As Baki's saying goes, no matter if it's an army who fight with their hands, all of them are only strong as 4 people. It sounds bizarre, implying that an army is strong as 4 people. Actually, this is true. Only 4 people can attack him at once. If more than 4 try, they would always collide with one another and make them easier targets to defeat. Oliva reached for the door, opening it with excitement. He saw the scenery of all the unconscious guards and heroes lying down on the ground. The numbers? Over 100 easily. Baki? Still warmed up, having a lot more to go. Oliva knows Baki's an expert of striking and knowing where to strike. Most of them aren't going to wake up in a while. The guard accompanying Oliva also saw that the number of guards also increased by the time he came back. Out of fear, he hid himself behind Oliva. Baki glances over at the left, noticing Oliva. "Oliva," he exclaimed. "Hey Baki, quite the scene you made," he exclaimed. "Are you here to stop me as well?" Baki asked politely. Not really. He had fought Baki a year ago, and almost won. The key word almost. Oliva knows that Baki is definitely way stronger than before. "Then why did you come?" Baki asked. "My guards told me someone was making a scene, so I had to see," said Oliva. "Sorry, but I won't stop until get my brother out. Izuku Midoriya, right?" Oliva exclaimed with a smile. Baki was surprised. He knew Izuku was his brother right from the get-go? Intriguing Baki a bit for knowing this. Maybe Izuku told him? Or maybe he found out himself. Izuku? His brother. Oliva? Smart. The guard behind Oliva? Frightened. Hotel? Trivago. "I talked to him. You know I'm the warden around here," Oliva said. "Then you know I won't stop until I get him out," said Baki. Baki was determined to help his brother, even if it means fighting a friend. He definitely knows Izuku is not in his right mind after experiencing betrayal and heartbreak at the same time. "I know, follow me." Oliva waved his hand at Baki, signaling to follow him. "Huh? What?" Baki asked, confused. "I'll get your brother out, let's go meet him," Oliva said with a smile. He'll help Baki get Izuku out, the easiest way he knows how. No paperwork, no parole, no bribes to get him out, he's keeping it plain and simple. "Oh, by the way, take care of the others," Oliva told the guard. He took a look at the site, seeing the entire area filled with unconscious brethren of his. "You mean, all of them?" He knew this gonna take a while. Making their way down to the cells of the prisoners, Baki like most realized this place is extremely clean and quiet. "He's not far, follow me," said Oliva. Baki nodded and continued to follow him. Once going up a few stairs, Oliva called out for him. "Izuku!" Oliva screamed, not that loudly, but loud enough to get his attention. Izuku was doing his usual bouncing the ball back and forth thing every day, only leaving the cell to eat. "What?" he replied, emotionless. The voice already gave it away. Baki ran to his cell to make sure he didn't hear it correctly. He came to a stop at Izuku's cell, 221. He took a good look at Izuku and realized the damage was done to him. Just like Oliva, what he noticed was his lifeless, emotionless eyes filled with void, to a point where he is extremely easy to manipulate. "Izuku!" Baki had called out to him. Izuku turned his head swiftly as he recognized the voice from anywhere. "Baki!" His reply had a hint of happiness, but all of it was shrouded by the negative emotion swindling inside his body. No matter how he looked at Izuku, what he needed the most was a simple hug. Baki did not waste any time. He forcefully broke the jail cell door down to get inside, and embracing him with a tight, yet warm hug. "What are you doing here?" Izuku asked. He started to cry. Such a simple hug already had a deep impact in his recovery. Even Oliva realized Izuku instantly got a little bit better once seeing Baki and getting a hug from him. They're brothers for a reason. Oliva waited patiently for them to catch up. "I'm here to get you out," said Baki happily. "You know that's not possible, right? Of all people you should have known that." Izuku had gotten a little bit of his funny side back, and that's what Baki wanted to see. "Actually, you can go," said Oliva, interrupting them. What? Why?" Izuku asked, confused. "Don't ask, just know that you can get out from this shithole." Signaling the two to follow him, he went into his office. He took out his phone, called a person and spoke to him for a bit about Izuku. Mere minutes later, a whole batch of clothes had just come in for him. Oliva said it's for Izuku, so he tried them out. Surprisingly enough, most of them fit Izuku, and they gave him the slice to redress himself. He had the orange prison suit like anyone in this prison. "Oliva, is it really okay for me to leave? Won't you get in trouble?" asked Izuku. "I'll probably make up an excuse that you escaped somehow and we can't track you down. If for the worst, I'll tell the authorities that your father is Yujiro, they'll instantly back off," said Oliva. Izuku was a bit oblivious to what he meant. "My father?" Izuku asked. "Izuku, I didn't tell you for your own sake. But your father? Is Hanma Yujiro?" When all hope seemed lost for Izuku, his brother came to the rescue. To his surprise, Oliva decided to just let him go. Of course, Oliva could get into a lot of trouble for letting him go, or even worse, lose the job or even get imprisoned himself. But what astounded Izuku was that Oliva mentioned a man called Yujiro. Baki also mentioned the name of that man, Yujiro Hanma. By his instincts alone, the name already sounded strong for some reason. But still, he had no clue of who or what he is. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I have no idea who Yujiro is," Izuku replied while scratching his head. In a way, all he knew is that man is his father, nothing more, nothing less. Oh yeah, Baki remembered that he never spoke about him to Izuku. "I'll tell you on once we leave." Leaving the prison, he was happy to know he's a free man. Seeing the carnage of fallen heroes and guards laying near the exit, almost seemingly blocking his way out. What happened here?" he asked. Being escorted by his brother and Oliva, he saw that Oliva was giving Baki a glare while he tried not to look him in the eyes. "You did this?" he asked Baki. He hoped he could have hid the fact it was him, but Oliva just had to look at him. "Huh? Yeah, if I knew Oliva was the warden, I wouldn't have," said Baki while Oliva smirked at the mention. Still, it was a surprise for Izuku to know that Baki had a fight with so many people, yet he noticed his brother didn't have a single wound, even his clothes are still clean. You would expect at least to see his clothes torn apart or having some dirt on it, but nope, clean as if straight out of the dry cleaners. That begged Izuku a question: how strong is Baki? His eyes noticed that even a few heroes are on the ground, and some he even recognizes. Being a hero is easy, but to have an actual hero license proves that you have the strength to stand your ground against villains. Road to becoming a hero isn't something that everyone can become. You must be sharp, smart, a quick thinker, strong and fast. So yet again, Izuku's mind was fixated on finding out more about Baki. Not even in his 20s and yet stronger than all of those people on the ground. Oliva had ordered them his very own private Uber, to get home more safely. The car stood right near the gate of Tartarus, Oliva signaling that it's for them. Once going inside the car, Oliva asked Baki to speak in private. Leaving Izuku alone with the driver, Baki and Oliva went around the corner to talk. "You do realize nothing actually changes? No school would accept a prison escapee. Also, he lost his quirk, he can't even become a hero anymore, let alone help people," Oliva spoke. "In essence, it's true, if he tries to apply to school or even some kind of job, they'd freak out to see that this man should be in prison and not applying to a fucking school at the same time. But it's not like Baki didn't think of this. All of what happened to his poor brother might have actually broke his dream of becoming a hero. But even if he still wants to, but not having a quirk at the same time, he'll help. Don't worry, I'll train him, Baki exclaimed. So you're going to make a calamity in this world? Oliva said sarcastically. Trust me, he won't be like that. Although I'm certain he will never forgive others, and even his girlfriend, he won't join the dark side. Baki said. With that, he parted ways with Oliva, shaking their hands for a goodbye. Going back to the Uber, Izuku was curious as to what they were talking about. What did you guys talk about? Izuku asked interested. Although there's no point in hiding, he'll find out soon enough. You'll find out, Baki exclaimed with a smile. Where to, sir? The driver asked. There was only one place safe for Izuku, and now he's certain the detectives and heroes are also searching for him. The safe haven for Izuku was Baki's home. Take us to Kukuru Mountain, Baki said, realizing the author is a fan of Hunter x Hunter. Very well, the driver replied, turning the cab on and driving to the destination. All seemed fine at first, but Izuku was curious as to why Kukuru Mountain. The mountain is owned by an anonymous person. But not just the mountain, but also the residing land as well. Realizing Baki has been giving him surprises from left and right, he realized that Baki is presumably the owner. He has a lot to ask, but for safety, he wants to ask him in private with no one around. The mountain is actually very close to UA, only a 1-hour walk from each destination to the other. While the drive to Kukuru Mountain continued, the search for Baki still continued on the hero's side as well. Once searching, All Might decided to search in his skinny form so that civilians wouldn't recognize the #1 hero and hinder his search. It's been over a 30-minute search and they have no clue where he is hiding. All Might wanted to call it a day cause he feels the search is pointless. Maybe he's already out of town? He sighs as he gives up on the search, ready to call it a day. Once going home, his eyes fixated on a specific car on the road. Granted, the only reason he was intrigued by the car is because Japanese people usually never drive such a stylish car. What caught his eye was the car being an American-style car. It's been a while since I've seen such a car in Japan, All Might exclaimed. Once it drove past him, just for a second, his eyes saw green hair. It was too sudden, he only realized it was green hair, he didn't have time to see that face of the passenger. For a split second, he remembered Izuku, and quickly the thoughts of him disappeared like the wind. There's no way that's him, Small Might exclaimed. He brushed those thoughts off and went to the store and buy some groceries. Izuku didn't see him during the drive, because Baki intervened. He noticed him from afar. Baki knew if Izuku saw him he'd definitely be enraged. So his plan was to loosen his focus from the road to him by small talk. Not long after, they reached the mountainside. Completely surrounded by a 3-meter walls, the Kukuru Mountain was protected as if national treasury. Upon leaving the Uber, Izuku finally had the perfect timing to ask Baki a question. Baki, how strong are you? Izuku asked with a serious tone. The scene of the fallen heroes and policemen raised Izuku a question, is Baki strong as a top hero? Strong enough to break the law and have no consequences, Baki replied. An intriguing reply to Izuku. Not even All Might would be safe if he in some sort of twist becomes a villain. After all, the heroes always win. You're joking, right? Izuku questioned his statement. You better hope so, Baki replied sarcastically. Although a little doubt in his head, he realized it's best not to ask too much. Once out of the car, his eyes saw the entrance into the mountain's residing area. Or not like an entrance, more like a steel gate, too big to capable of someone opening it. This is the entrance, Baki said, giving Izuku something to think. I mean, the gate is too big. Izuku thought this was for decoration and that there's another door, way smaller than this one, to go inside. But to his surprise, Baki walked up to the door, placed both of his hands on the door, and pushed. Izuku thought it was foolish, there's no way the door would even budge. But guess what, it did. Slowly but surely, the door was creaking, and a second later, it opened. Let's go inside, said Baki. Oh okay, Izuku replied. Was his eyes deceiving him and the gate has some sort of mechanism which make the door easier to open? For a second, he thought it was true, but quickly proven wrong as he saw bruise marks on the ground below. The bruises were created by the door, creating friction as Baki pushed it to open. He went inside, seeing the mountain from afar, taking in the view. A few seconds later, the door closed it itself. In the distance, he noticed a mansion. Quickly following Baki to the mansion, he was surprised to see it's bigger than he thought. Baki, you're rich? He asked, confused. Yep. It was kinda hard to believe since Baki's clothes looked like he got them from a dollar store. Quickly brushing the fact off, Baki showed him around the mansion. It was a modern type mansion, mostly consisting of black and white color interior. And to his brother's kindness, Izuku was surprised to see that he has his very own room. It was too overwhelming to see that his room is literally the same size as his house. "Make yourself at home, I'm gonna go make breakfast," Baki said. "Wait," Izuku replied. He had a lot on his mind, and he needs answers. First being, the strange urge to train. Second being, who is his father? "I have a lot to ask," said Izuku. Baki quickly understood what Izuku wants to ask, so he sat down on the bed. "Alright, I remember you acted strangely when I said that I had an unstoppable urge to train, and I reckon you know why. After that day, it disappeared like it was never there. But last night it appeared again, and even as of now that urge to train still resides in me now." Izuku looked at his hands excitedly, shaking from this weird feeling. Baki knew he wanted answers, so being a good big bro he answered. "Yeah, I know," exclaimed Baki. "It's because you tapped your potential as a Hanma," Baki exclaimed. "But what is a Hanma?" he asked. "You make it sound like we're a whole different species," Baki snickered. "But in a way, we are, I guess. Our bodies are different from the average man. Before you even told me that All Might was the one who gave you the quirk, I already knew you got it an external way." Baki answered. A lot of whole new knowledge to Izuku. "What do you mean?" Izuku was confused. "A child of a Hanma can't physically be born with a quirk. I don't actually know why, but it is what it is." "Wait, that means you also don't have a quirk. Then how did you defeat that many people?" Izuku was even more confused. At the mention of his victims, Baki stood up. "I told you, a Hanma's body is completely different from the average person. Although some people have a talent for fighting, or even a prodigy at that, for a Hanma, that doesn't matter even one bit. A Hanma is literally born to fight," Baki replied. "We also do have some benefits which others don't. Imagine two people, one who trains every day non-stop with barely any rest, and another who trains 2 to 3 times a week with plenty of rest between workouts. Who do you think improves more?" The guy who trained every day," Izuku answered. "I swear to God, Izuku, even All Might told you overtraining exists. Ever heard of a saying train smart not hard? All Might told me once. But I don't know what it means." "Izuku, I swear to fucking God. It means train what your body can endure, not what you think is best, and in the end most overtrain themselves. To answer your question, you're wrong, the one who trained less has more improvements. But to us, it's different. Our bones are much stronger and denser than others, we naturally have more stamina, our bodies heal much faster to a point most would think it's a quirk helping us. But the best thing yet," Baki smiles, but not in a happy way, more like a sadistical way. "Overtraining doesn't apply to us," Baki evilly replied. Izuku had a lot to take in, him being a natural-born fighting monster, his brother being one as well, him being born quirkless not because of his luck but because of the weird drawback of being a Hanma. It was a little too much. Baki realized that, so he left Izuku alone to take everything in. He laid onto the bed, he hoped it would relieve his stress, but it did barely anything. "What the hell am I?" he questioned himself, his eyes gazing the fan on the wall. All alone in the room with complete silence, Izuku finally realized that he wants, or more like urges to train. It was a hella big room, but it had no equipment, so the only thing he could do as of now was push-ups. He jolted from his bed, placed his hands on the ground and started. Once experiencing it, he realized that his personal record were literally child's play. Once reaching 87 push-ups without stopping, his personal best, he realized that he wasn't even tired. So he broke his PR by reaching a 100, then 150, 200, and 337. Granted, he didn't stop because his arms started hurting, he stopped because Baki had called out to him, telling him breakfast is ready. He bolted from his room since he hasn't eaten yet. His room was on the 2nd story, so he climbed down the stairs and noticed Baki had cooked up a whole batch of curry. "Holy shit, why did you make that much curry?" he asked. "Trust me, after a while, you'll be asking for even more." He sat down, seeing he had a whole bowl filled with curry. "There's no way I'm eating that much," Izuku mumbled. "You will," Baki heard his mumbling. Izuku though he overestimated his appetite. Still, he was hungry, so he took the bowl and started munching. Each munch he took felt like he was getting even more hungry. Before he even realized it, he finished the bowl clean. Seeing that Baki gave him a cocky look which said "I told you so," Izuku swallowed his pride and requested for another bowl. "This is another gift or side effect, we tend to be more hungry than usual," stated Baki while eating his 5th bowl. Time passed and they both cleared the whole batch of curry. Although Izuku ate to his heart's intent, he still couldn't grasp his meaning of leaving Tartarus. "Baki, what's the point of breaking me out of prison when my future is already ruined?" Izuku stated in a sad tone. Like previously said, no school would accept a boy with such a record, and he even has some sort of feeling that UA would probably intervene if by some luck he actually enrolled into one. "That's simple," Baki exclaimed. "I'm going to train you," he stated with a smile. "Be ready to endure hell. KK to UA." It was the weekend, so no school for the students. It has only been a few days since Izuku was exiled, but the class wasn't fazed not one bit. There was no moment of disbelief of Izuku being a villain. Once the class was shown the video of Izuku doing the deed, they just accepted the fact it happened. Same for Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki. In a way, maybe it's because they thought he's too perfect? He had a very strong quirk, was nice, easy to get along with, quite cute to the girls, had the heart of a true hero, and one of the cutest girls in UA was his girlfriend. If the girls had to decide which boy they wanted to date from their class, 70% would pick Izuku. If all of them had to decide which classmate was the most helpful in a fight, most of them would pick Izuku. He was the dream boyfriend to most girls, and he looked like a true hero to the people who saw him in action. Same for the UA teachers and heroes. He was always one of the best in academics and the best in hero studies. If the teachers had to pick which student had the most potential, they would pick Izuku. His rapid rate of improvement was a sight to see, and frightening at the same time. The most it affected was All Might and Nijire. Nijire still hasn't recovered her goofy and cheerful side, and mostly never will. For that, Mirio and Tamaki obviously put the blame on Izuku for breaking her heart. All Might resents himself for giving his quirk to a villain. But what he saw today is still in his head. Less than a second, he saw green hair in the American car. It could be anyone, but he was sure it was a male. The only male he does know who has green hair is Izuku. Naturally, he wanted to make sure it couldn't have been him, so he contacted Nizu. "Excuse me, Nizu," said All Might. "What is it? Can't find a new successor?" Nizu stated. "Today I saw someone in a car with green hair, All Might." For some reason, he was reminded of Baki. The pure physical strength he showed was out of this world. So, because of the concern All Might caused, he called Oliva. They aren't really friends, but know each other somewhat. Oliva was off course working. The paperwork he had to do wasn't much during the weekend, but it still wasn't that easy to finish. Hearing his ringtone, he glanced at his phone. Realizing it was Nizu, he somewhat thought of the reason he'd call him. "Don't tell me Izuku got caught already," he grunted. He picked up the call, hoping for the best. "Hello," Oliva said, somewhat nervous. "Hey, it's me," Nizu responded. "Do you need something?" Oliva asked. "I'm just calling to make sure Izuku is still behind bars," Nizu exclaimed. "Izuku, the green-haired boy," Oliva stated. He fake looked into some files, pretending to check the prisoner documents. "Yeah, he's here, why?" Oliva asked. Nexu had it on loudspeaker, so All Might heard it loud and clear. Naturally, the worries dispersed, for him and Nizu. But still, All Might felt like he wanted something. Something more? Once seeing the green hair boy in the car, he thought of Izuku for a while. Now that he thought about it, the possibility of Izuku doing such a crime made him doubt it. "Nice going, All Might. The boy you trained for 10 months and pretty much you became his father figure, and only now you have doubts of Izuku's crimes? Like Jesus, All Might, I know I'm the one writing this, but I felt disgusted for some reason." The torch he had passed to Izuku, he never ceased to amaze him. All this time, he always showed All Might he was a worthy successor of his quirk. Even if it was all a facade, a lie detector quirk couldn't even see right through it. "That's good to hear," stated Nizu. "Phew," Oliva dodged a bullet. Nizu heard the news, so he wanted to end the call. His finger right on the end call button, All Might intervened. "Wait," All Might said. "What is it, All Might?" "I need to visit him," All Might stated. "Are you certain?" Nizu questioned. All Might gave him a serious nod, to ensure this is needed. Nizu signed out of frustration. "Can we visit him?" Nizu exclaimed. Oliva started sweating profusely. Now this was bad, or more like the endgame. "Shit, Nizu's smart, if I refuse he'll know something's up," Oliva thought. "Why yeah, is tomorrow fine?" Oliva asked. "Fine by me," Nizu ended the call. Once the call ended, Oliva messed up. Now he has a lot of work to do. Fuck. Once Oliva ended the call, he knew this wasn't good. He just agreed to let someone meet Izuku, who hold and behold is already out of prison. "Well, I gotta call Baki," Oliva signed out of frustration. "KK to the boys." "What do you mean be ready to endure hell?" Izuku asked, frightened. "The training won't be as easy as you think. Let me give you an example. Let's say there is a point system from 1 to 10, the higher the number the harder the workout. So, where do you think the 10 months of training by All Might stands?" He quickly understood that Baki's training will be way harder than All Might's, so he tried to think positively. The 10 months of training stands at like 4 out of 10 maybe?" Izuku replied. "It can't even be considered a 1 out of 10, Baki replied. "And where do you think my training will stand at?" he asked somewhat sadistically. Izuku gulped, in fear of what he might have to endure again. But yet again, he was thinking positively. 5 out of 10, Izu replied. Once Baki heard it, he wheezed. 11 out of 10, Baki quickly replied. All Might's training isn't even hard enough to be considered a 1 and Baki's training is too hard to measure. This struck fear into Izuku. But still, what else could he do? All this time he thought that quirkless people are always going to be at the end of the pyramid, yet there's Baki, a quirkless person who already stands at the top. Granted, it's because he's a Hanma, but Izuku is also one, so he could, or more likely can become like him as well. Baki did also warn him that even with such benefits of being a living cheat code, it still won't be easy as he thinks. It's for you to decide if you want to endure it, said Baki. I'll think about it, Izuku replied. In the midst of the conversation, Baki's phone started ringing. Quickly taking it out of his pockets, and realizing it's Oliva, he instantly knew it's something about Izuku. I have to take this, he said to Izuku. He went into another room, in hopes Izuku doesn't hear it. Hello, Baki answered. Hey, Baki, I got some bad news, Oliva said somewhat worried. Don't tell me Yue already knows he left, Baki asked angrily. No, not that. It's just, I need Izuku, back in prison, like right now, Oliva replied, hoping Baki won't get mad. Why? He asked angrily. You see, tomorrow, someone from UA is going to visit him, and I already agreed, said Oliva. He hears nothing on the phone, just Baki breathing. Just by the sound of his breathing, he could tell he was furious. Baki ended the call out of nowhere, which didn't surprise Oliva. He comes out of the corner, seeing Izuku still thinking about what to do. Izu, we gotta go back to prison, said Baki. He could only question why. KK to All Might. He left Nizu's office after confirming he could visit Izuku, remembering the whole travago Izuku had caused. And here I thought I found a worthy successor, he thought. In essence, he hates what Izuku had done, but also wants to find out why. There was no doubt that he did do the deed, since there was video evidence. His goal is to find out why he did it, or probably what forced him to do it. Walking down the corridor, he stumbled upon the big three. They took one glance at All Might, and knew he was deep in thought about something. Hey All Might, you alright? Mirio asked. The question startled All Might, but quickly tried to get his composure back together. Why yeah, I'm fine, he stuttered. Without missing a beat, he tried to go. All Might, I can tell something's wrong, Mirio exclaimed. It's about Izuku, right? He asked. All Might stopped right in his tracks. Nijire, once hearing his name, wanted to go away and leave the conversation. All Might signs, everyone's too smart around here. Yeah, it's just, I'm going to visit him tomorrow. Nijire was already trying to leave, but once she heard All Might's plan, her pace stopped. Naturally, it was an unexpected surprise for the trio. Silence fell down to everyone in the corridor. They had no idea what to say. What felt like minutes, no one was uttering a word. Surprised are you? I know there's no reason to visit him, I just want to know why he did it, All Might exclaimed. There is no reason to visit him, you saw how he smiled to the camera, Mirio ratted. What he intended to say that the entire video of Izuku stealing files, he had a menacing and a psychopathic smile. Weird enough, he actually smiled to the camera. I want to know why he joined the dark side. All Might replied. The sentence struck Nijire's heart. All this time being with Izuku, she never saw a hint of him being a villain. Yet, the video showed a completely different Izuku. Silence had once again befell the corridor, since no one had anything to say, except Nijire. All Might tried to break this uncomfortable silence, but Nijire was the first to reply. Take me with you, Nijire exclaimed. It shocked all three of the boys. Out of everyone here, the person who the least needs to meet Izuku is her. Nijire, please tell me you're joking, Mirio asked. I'm not, she replied with a straight face. All Might took a good look at her, and already knew she wasn't joking. Her demeanor, face, reply wasn't meant as a joke. He signed, knowing she won't take no for an answer. Small time skip to the prison. After arriving at the prison, which they were escorted by the same personal Oliva's driver, the guards were already aware of the situation and let the two inside. Quickly they met up with Oliva at his office. Izuku still didn't know why, but saw his prison suit folded onto the sofa on the left. Why are my prison clothes on the sofa? He noticed that on the clothes it was written 221, which was his. You see, someone from UA wants to visit you tomorrow, said Oliva. What? Izuku was dumbfounded. He doesn't want to meet anyone, well, maybe except for a one blue-haired girl. Clearly, the sentence touched his feelings. The moment he sees anyone from UA, it's going to have an impact. I know you probably don't want to meet anyone from UA, but you'll have to, exclaimed Oliva. Do you know who? Baki asked. I'm not sure, Oliva replied. Although both Baki and Oliva were fine, Izuku was contemplating about his life. They didn't specify when, all I know it's tomorrow, Oliva said. Baki signed, he knew Izuku has to stay in prison till tomorrow. Alright, Izuku agreed to do everything. Baki and Oliva gave him some space to put on the clothes. Once done, Baki waved Izuku a goodbye since he won't see him till tomorrow. Izu was escorted by a guard to his chambers, which were the same as before, jail cell 221. The stuff Oliva had given him prior were now gone, all that's left is a bed and a toilet. At least it's only till tomorrow, he said, plopping down onto the bed. It was actually quite comfortable, not the same as in Baki's mansion, but good enough to have a good night's sleep. He was hoping he could sleep through the entire day, since he has nothing to do. A growl. His stomach was growling. He was getting hungry, too hungry. Damn you stomach, Izuku ratted. A few more hours before he could eat, so he had to endure. Wait, you're that kid, someone exclaimed. Izuku turned around and saw a guard patrolling the area. Taking a closer look, it was the guard as from before. Could you inform Oliva that I'm super hungry? Izuku asked. The guard nodded, and made his way to Oliva's office. 30 minutes pass, and the guard comes back and unlocks Izuku's door. Follow me, he said. He made his way through the jail cells, whilst getting attention from the others since no one can come out at such a time. He left the area, to his delight, but also went to a path he hasn't even seen. Coming to a stop, he saw an elevator. Go to floor number 1, the guard said as he left the area. This isn't floor 1, Izu thought. Taking his thought out of his head, he went on the elevator and traveled to floor 1. The elevator came to a stop, and opened to reveal a decently long path filled with what looks like expensive antiques. In the end of the path was a wooden door, where Izuku thinks Oliva is probably there. He reached the door, ready to knock on the door. Come in, said a voice. But there was no need to, which surprised Izuku. He looked around and definitely saw no cameras, so the voice calling him out perplexed him. He enters inside, and he wasn't expecting to see such a sight. A huge round table filled with all sorts of dishes, while Oliva was patiently waiting for him. Ya hungry? Said Oliva excitedly. Yeah. Then sit down and enjoy the food, Oliva exclaimed smiling. The sight of the dishes were overwhelming for Izu. They didn't look like some ordinary dishes, more like from expensive restaurants. He sat down on the chair completely opposite of Oliva, and was ready to dig in. Holy shit, this is delicious, Izu blurted. Manners boy, said Oliva. Izuku calmed down, but it wasn't easy, the food was too delicious to him. No matter how much he ate, he wasn't even getting close to getting full. That appetite of yours actually amazes me, Oliva blurted. What Baki told me, it's because I'm a Hanma, Izuku replied. Oliva got a little curious. You know what a Hanma is, right? Yeah, Baki explained it not too long ago, Izuku replied. But I still don't know one thing. What's that? Oliva raised his eyebrow. The only thing on his mind was right now was his father, Yujiro Hanma. Who is Yujiro Hanma? He asked Oliva. Once he mentioned that name, the aura surrounding Oliva changed. Izuku felt it, the sudden change in his face and aura was enough to freak him out. Oliva. Izuku's voice brought him back together. Ah, sorry, Oliva calmly replied. I'll tell you, follow me. With that, they finished their dinner. Oliva ordered the others to clean up the table while escorting Izuku to another room. A few minutes go by before reaching the place where Oliva wanted Izuku to see. To Izuku, it looks like a library. Although it is, but for Oliva, it has a lot more meaning. 2 years ago, I fought your dad right here at this very place, Oliva exclaimed calmly. The fight he had is still engraved in his head, always remembering the day like it was yesterday. Back then, I didn't know much about him, only knew him by his nickname. What was it? Izuku asked. Ogre, or the strongest creature on the planet, Oliva said. Strongest creature on the planet. A nickname Izuku wasn't expecting. 2 years ago I was a cocky fucker, I actually thought I'm the strongest alive, until I fought him, Oliva ratted. Let me show you something. Izuku followed Oliva into another room, which was filled with old antiques. But what most stood out were a pair of boxing gloves on top of a shelf. One of them looked like, in simple terms, completely broken. Most people can't imagine his true power, but this shows you what he can do. The boxing glove was so damaged that it didn't even look like a glove anymore. In a way it looked like a piece of art. Once he came here 2 years ago, I gave him these gloves as a joke. They aren't some you find in a gym, these were pre-ordered by me. The fiber is strong enough to stop a bullet, yet look what happened to it, he exclaimed. Yujiro did this? Izuku asked amazed. And guess what, with only one punch. One punch from him is strong enough to completely break something even bullets can't. He didn't even hit something, he just punched the air and this happened? You fought him, how did it go? Izuku asked. I told you I was a cocky fucker 2 years ago. Why do you think I'm not anymore? Oliva said sarcastically. Seeing his feet with the gloves I gave him already was enough to change my mindset. And yeah, he beat the shit out of me, Oliva exclaimed. After then I actually became friends with him. Yujiro respects the strong, and him to see me as a strong person was enough to change me. Oliva sees him as a great friend actually, just like Baki. You called him the strongest creature on the planet, is this actually true, or is it just a nickname? Izuku seriously asked. Oliva turns his gaze to Izuku before giving him a small smile. That perfectly sums up his strength, Oliva said. After that, Izuku headed back to his cell. Everything he learned today was unbelievable. The fact that his actual father is aka the strongest creature on the planet gave him a sense of relief and fear at the same time. He had nothing else to do, so the only thing he did was try to sleep the entire day. Luckily Oliva told the guards beforehand that Izuku is a special case around here, so they didn't bother him. The next day had finally came. He actually didn't even shower nor he brushed his teeth, so his hygiene is lacking. But hey, it's only one day. He was still sleeping, but a guard forcefully woke him up. Hey, Oliva's calling for you, a guard spoke. Izuku yawns, before getting up and following the guard back to Oliva. They're here, Oliva spoke to Izuku. They? Who came? He asked. All Might, and some guy that looks like a caterpillar, Oliva exclaimed. My homeroom teacher, Izuku said with odd joy. Oh, and a blue-haired girl? Once Oliva said it, Izuku pretty much fell down onto the sofa. His eyes widened, he feels like he should meet her, but his conscience doesn't. Oliva noticed his change in behavior so he tried to tease him. What, she your girlfriend or something? Oliva said sarcastically. Ex-girlfriend, Izuku said. Oh, the prison does have a special room where family members or lawyers can visit them to check if they are okay or to discuss how to get out. But that's the thing, Izuku couldn't even fathom why they would visit him, especially Nijire. So now Izuku stood behind the door, where the trio was waiting. He could see them through the window of the door. It's true, they really are here, an ex-mentor, ex-teacher and an ex-girlfriend, the people he doesn't want to meet. He inhales and exhales, before entering the room. The three heard the door opening, turning their heads to the source, seeing Izuku come out, they frowned. If you all don't want to see me that badly then why the fuck did you all come here? He thought. No handcuffs, All Might asked without a smile. I'm meeting a hero who can erase quirks and a hero who can defeat pretty much anyone with a single punch, Izuku said with odd joy. He looked at Nijire, who he clearly noticed was now entirely different. Just for a second, their eyes locked with one another. In that second, Izuku noticed the sadness and the heartbreak she was feeling. But still, it's her fault. So what do you want? He quickly looked away from Nijire as if never having looked at her. You can stop with the acting, we saw your true side on the video, All Might spoke. Now he remembered that in the video he was constantly smiling like a crazed psycho. Say what you want, I know you wouldn't come here to tell me that, Izuku stated. Although they had a lot to ask, All Might just wanted to know one thing. What made you join the villains? All Might asked with a serious face. Nothing, Izuku replied without missing a beat. Obviously, his reply raised some questions that need answers. What do you mean nothing? Aizawa asked raising his eyebrow. Like I said, nothing, he answered again. Elaborate, All Might exclaimed. Nothing made me join the villains, Izuku lazily answered once again. So you're going to play that game? Aizawa said whilst looking Izuku in the eyes. Don't think it's that game if I'm telling the truth though, he replied. Silence fell down in the room, while All Might and Aizawa were getting a little agitated by his half-hearthed responses. Who else is with you? All Might interrupted the silence. Have no idea what you're talking about, said Midoriya. No matter what they asked, Izuku never gave them an honest reply, or a reply they were expecting to hear. It's simple really, the only reason he's replying like this is because he doesn't fucking care. If you talk, it could reduce your sentence, All Might said angrily. Saying it could reduce his sentence angered him. Even if it gets reduced, do I even have a chance of becoming a hero anymore? Izuku replied with anger. When my sentence ends, I already know my chances of becoming a hero are over. And out of everyone, you should know that. He pointed at All Might. His eyes filled with anger just at the sight of him. The man who gave him a chance of becoming a hero is right here, but meeting his ex-successor in prison. Izuku expressed his sadness in anger, to which they felt it, even Nijire. Although they believe he is guilty of his crimes, they still felt bad for him, slightly. Look, if you cooperate, everything could be fine in the F. Cooperate? You just want me to say something that fits your criteria of me having some connections with villains. I told you the truth. I have no idea what you're talking about and nothing made me join the villains. Izuku screamed, his eyes being wet were clearly visible, just like on the verge of crying. I suggest you leave, since all my answers will be the same, he exclaimed with sadness and anger in his voice. They understood they wouldn't get any answers from him, like he'd know anything. But this little meet-up with Izuku made Aizawa realize something. He wasn't faking it. I could see the sadness and tears in his eyes, he thought. The same as 2 months ago? That's right folks. Aizawa is starting to believe he's innocent. They stood up and wanted to leave, but one wanted to stay. Nijire, we're leaving, said All Might. Let me talk with him, said Nijire in a serious tone. Aizawa and All Might looked at each other, thinking why she wants to do that, but then remembered they were dating. Still, Aizawa was scared that he might do something to her, but Izuku knew that they thought of it. I won't do anything to her, not like I can. All Might, he stated. The only one who understood his statement was All Might, while the others too were dumbfounded. But during the same time All Might remembered something. After giving one for all to Izuku, he still could use the embers he had left. So he had a bad feeling that Izuku has those same embers left in him. It's not safe, he could do some. He won't, Nijire intervened. I know he won't. It was hard to believe, but they took her words and left them both to talk it out. You're pretty brave, you know? Izuku teased. I'm not brave, but I'm not stupid. I know if you cause a scene here it wouldn't be good for you, Nijire exclaimed. Her words sounded confident, but they weren't correct. Izuku was given special treatment here, plus he doesn't even stay here anymore. The only reason he won't try to hurt her is because she was his girlfriend. A loving girlfriend. So what do you want to talk about? Izu asked politely. All this time, Nijire was trying to look Izuku in the eyes, but their eyesight never met, except for that 1 second. Too afraid to look me in the eye, she said. Say what you want, he replied, swinging in his chair. There was silence for a few seconds, where only Izuku's chair swinging was the only thing making sound. Finally, Nijire asked the question that was bothering her all this time after seeing the video. Tell me, she said, getting his attention. Did you even love me? Or just used me so no one would suspect you of being a villain? She blurted the words out. Izuku wasn't expecting such a question, nor was he ready to reply. But he knew how. I do, he replied. That caught her off guard. I do, as a reply she wasn't also expecting. But that made her feel something. He locked eyes with her, and muttered. Look me in the eyes and try to see if I'm lying, he stated. No matter how much she looked, his eyes were filled with truth and honesty. This somewhat hurt Nijire in the feels. But did you love me? He said it in a somewhat angry tone. She stumbled back by his statement, her eyes getting wet, starting to get watery. He stood up, and started to leave the proximity. I actually thought we were close enough so that you would be capable of realizing that the person on the video wasn't me. But that slap you gave me was enough to realize it wasn't true. She couldn't control it, her eyes gave up and started crying like a literal car wash. Although Izuku wasn't looking at her, he knew she was crying. Even after her slap and her saying it's over, he still had some feelings for her. But that question she gave was like a trigger that forced him to make a decision. He decided to let her go. Tell the others there's no point in coming here, they won't hear what they want. He closed the door on her, then leaving the area. It was hard, but he had to. After the ordeal he was escorted back to Kukuru Mountain. Once arriving at the place, Baki was already waiting at the entrance. Oliva did inform him that the meeting had started not too long ago. Baki could clearly see that seeing those people changed him some bit. You okay? Baki asked. Yeah, he replied softly. Baki opened the metal gate and went inside with him, but not even talking one bit. Once they reached the house, he finally decided to speak. I made my decision, Izuku stated. I'll endure the hellish training. 5 months. Time flied really fast for Izuku. Well, not really, it was completely the opposite, to a point where he thought someone was deliberately slowing down time with a quirk in his presence. Most know that time feels like it's going slower while doing something you don't like. While Izuku technically didn't hate training these 5 months, the thing that made it feel like an eternity was the pain. Even the benefits of being a Hanma had its limits. If hell is truly a cruel place of endless suffering and pain for the damned, it would probably pale in comparison of what Izuku had to endure. He also didn't train for anything, he had a goal. More specifically, Baki gave him one. You'll be ready once you can open the gate, said the red-haired boy. How long will it take? Izuku asked, pretty interested. We'll see, Baki replied, cocking a determined smirk. Every Monday he'd test his strength on the gate, and after 5 months he finally succeeded. It would have probably taken a lot less longer if he only trained for physical strength. Fighting techniques and speed training are the 2 other factors were involved. Once the day came where he finally opened the steel gate, they had a feast to celebrate his success. Also, he had gained both weight and height during the period. Going from 5 feet 5 inches to 5 feet 11 inches, a hair off of reaching the 6 feet club, while also putting a lot of muscle mass, reaching an astounding 96 kg, 211.6 pounds. The green broccoli boy also got quite a few scars along the journey. But comparing the amount to Baki, it's like a newly recruited army soldier versus a man who served his entire life in the army. It's just implying there is no comparison. Once the feast was over, Baki gave him a suggestion, more like a way to check his fighting capabilities. And the way is to fight his red-haired brother himself. Once hearing the suggestion, he wasn't scared, or worried, he was surprised he can actually have a fight with him. He already knew he couldn't beat Baki in a fair fight, his goal was to check how much has he improved. You sure you want to do this? Baki asked in a cocky tone. Oh, you know I have to, Izu replied confidently. Baki was 5 feet 6 inches and weighs 71 kg, 157 pounds. Izu was 5 feet 11 inches and 96 kg, 211.6 pounds. It's safe to say Izuku had the advantage in everything: size, weight, reach. Izuku had even started making fun of Baki by overgrowing him in size, but quickly subdued this habit once he realized Baki was one-upping his training. Either way, the fight started a few hours after the feast. Right before going into action, Izuku did the most important thing, warming up. Getting his body ready for a fated battle, he glanced to the right, seeing Baki was just standing there, awaiting him to finish. Baki was the one who told him it's a must to warm up before doing something serious. AKA, something that requires effort. Aren't you going to warm up? Izuku asked, pretty ticked off. There's no need to, Baki replied, looking at him with a seemingly blank expression. It did anger Izuku. Although Baki is his teacher, it still hurts him to know Baki isn't taking him seriously. This is actually Baki's plan. Right after Izuku opened the huge gate, just for a moment Baki realized Izuku felt a sudden joy in having so much power. Seeing Izuku react to his statement made him realize his theory was true. Izuku was a bit drunk with power. Izuku got ready, his center of mass lowers, while his arm dangles from the ground. This a fighting stance Baki taught him. While Baki himself was just eyeing Izuku, before giving him a small grin and finally going into his stance. What? Izuku exclaimed curiously. To Izuku, what Baki is doing is utter suicide. The stance has too many openings to be effective in a fight. Stop looking down on me. Izuku grunted, unleashing his speed as he dashed straight to Baki. Izu knew Baki is definitely way faster than him, so he faked a punch, then proceeding with a straight kick to the head. It actually connected with the target, to Izuku's surprise. It was a perfect hit. Izuku added his entire weight into it, but for some reason, Baki wasn't fazed one bit. Baki backed off. Izuku proceeded to dash right back to Baki to not let him escape, but in an unexpected occurrence, he fell straight down on his head. He tried to get right back up, but fell down halfway. Unknown to him why, but he was sinking deeply into unconsciousness. Just a reminder, Baki said to his barely conscious brother. Stay humble. With that, Izuku fell into sleep. Only after a few hours he finally woke up. He subconsciously looked around and noticed he's in his very own room. Baki was sitting a few feet away from him, reading a small book. What happened? Izu asked curiously. Think, his brother said, still reading the book. Stay humble, the words Baki said to Izuku right before he passed out just resurfaced once hearing Baki speak. He understood by what he meant. He remembered how he felt once opening the steel gate. The sudden realization that with such strength he can do anything went to his head. In simple terms, he thought he's the shit, while in fact he is, since as of now he's stronger than any UA student. Heck, probably strong as a top hero. Yeah, it got to my head, Izuku uttered, finally understanding. Good to hear. Baki put the book down and gave him a smile. Since you can finally leave, what are you going to do? Baki asked. First things first, I need to visit my mother. Izuku stayed in contact with his mother during the past 5 months. Once he realized his mother still thought he's at UA didn't surprise him at all. How would the media react that the prestigious UA, quoted to be the best of the best hero school there is, would have actually had a villain in their midst? His old house wasn't that far, at least a 30 to 40 minute walk from here. But if there's anything he learned during training, it's patience. He left Kukuru Mountain and went on a stroll around the city. Luckily he wore a hoodie to hide his face. But it's not like he needs to. He wasn't exposed to the public's eye, nor does UA know the warden let him walk free because of being a son of a very strong man. As he was about to turn a corner, not that far from his home, he unconsciously stopped in his tracks. He heard a girly voice just around the corner. What made him so surprised was the fact that the voice was Uraraka's. He also heard others blabbering. He immediately knew some of his old classmates are a few meters away. Having no clue what to do, he crouched down as they passed the corner, pretending to tie his shoelace so they don't get a clear look on his face. Having plot armor, it worked. They passed him without batting an eye. He sighed of relief, before continuing his walk to his destination. He reached his old apartment, eyeing it from a distance, before eventually going inside. Ring. Izuku rang the doorbell, patiently waiting for his mom to open up. From what he knows, she always has the guest waiting, some even leave before she opens. In a second. Top 10 lies. After like a whole minute, she finally opened the door. Wanting to say can I help you, her words got stuck in her mouth once she realized it's Izuku. Izuku. Inko hugged him very tightly. Hey mom, Izuku replied in a happy voice. What happened to you? She asked curiously for his sudden change in appearance. I'll tell you inside. It's been a while since he was back at his old house, but once he saw barely anything changed, not even his old room, perplexed him. They sat at the living room, his mom made some sandwiches and tea. So how's school? Oh shit. He wasn't expecting this right away. He tried to think of a lie. He tried to, but he realized it's best to just say the whole truth to her. Mom, I found out who my father is, he said seriously. Hisashi? She blurted. Mom never mind that, what happened to you? Did you hit puberty? She tried to change the topic. Izuku smiled abruptly, clearly understanding she's trying to hide something. Inko picked up the cup of tea, drinking it in hopes it would ease her tension. Maybe, guess you could call it Hanma puberty, Izuku exclaimed, smiling. She almost spilled her tea by hearing that. Baki told me you know everything. So guess you should know that this could only have happened due to negative emotions, he said in a saddened tone. She knew, she definitely knew, but couldn't believe it. Before you ask anything, I'll fill you in with what happened, Izuku stated. Without missing a beat, he explained everything. How Uraraka cheated, how the students blamed him, how he finally fixed the whole shit of a lie he had to go through, even finding a new girl only to be accused as a traitor and being sent to Tartarus. He didn't miss the little details as well. He explained the only reason he is out of prison is because of his father, and Baki has been training him for 5 months straight. Her heart took everything without breaking down into pieces, but her emotions couldn't. She let the tears out after hearing the whole fiasco he had to go through. Clearly, she now despised the whole school. Inko knew that it wouldn't work out with Uraraka the moment Izuku showed up with her at home, but with Nijire, a family would have been definitely possible. But the heartbreaking thing is Izuku being a fugitive. Granted, he looks a bit different. If he changes his hairstyle and hair color, most wouldn't recognize him. He told Inko she lives with Baki now, and also thinks it's for the best. If they somehow realize he escaped, the first place to look would presumably be his old home. No one would suspect Kukuru Mountain. After a long chat, he left. He walked through the alley, contemplating about everything. Leave me alone, a girl screamed, getting Izuku's attention. He turned to his left, seeing a female, somewhere close to his age getting picked on by 3 thugs in an alley. By their faces, Izuku knew what they intended to do with her. Their lust was quite high. The thug closest to her had a knife at his hand, while one of them had a knife as a hand. You know we like girls who try to resist, the thug said creepily. Izuku was having none of it. He knew he had to save her. He went to confront them, but he stepped on something, getting their attention. You want something? The thugs tried to scare him by pointing their knife at him. It would have worked way before, but this time, it only made him happier. Izuku's body was itching for a fight. He stepped closer, not intimidated by their threats whatsoever. I don't want nothing, just to beat your ass and that's it, Izuku said sarcastically. It hit a nerve to their leader. He ran to Izuku, his knife pointed straight at him. Izuku realized something, and that is that he's way better than he thought. It felt like an eternity before the thug actually reached him. He thought dodging a knife would also be thrilling, but it was just so slow it was astounding to him. He dodged the knife effortlessly, before countering it with a knee to the chest. Izuku underestimated everything. His speed, reaction time, and physical strength. His knee broke the ribs of the thug like it was butter. In essence, he killed the man, if he is by some miracle is still breathing, since the broken ribs definitely pierced his lungs and probably the heart. Internal bleeding will finish him off. The old Izuku would have apologized if he accidentally punched a man, let alone killed one, but he doesn't feel nothing for this man. No sympathy, nothing. The 2 others weren't safe either. Seeing their leader fall down to the ground like a dead man, they tried to hurry off the scene. Of course, Izuku didn't let them. Since even holding back, he could still kill people, he needed to aim at a part where it wouldn't cause too much damage, the jaw. He almost seemingly teleported in front of the running thugs, decking them both to the jaw, falling down before even realizing what happened. You okay? He asked the frightened girl. Stop right there. Another voice interrupted her. It was another female voice. Girls just can't get away from Izuku. He wanted to book it, since there's a chance it could have been heroes, but he froze. The voice was Nijire. At the corner of his eye, he spotted the big trio, or the big 3. They had their school clothes on, since presumably school had ended not long ago. What he did also spot was Nijire being different. She looked a lot more livelier than once he met her 5 months ago. Mirio and Tamaki were right behind her, having their guards up. Heck, he wouldn't mind fighting them, but he can't risk of being exposed, or even Nijire seeing him. Luckily, the chances of them speculating that he is Izuku is close to none. Leave the girl alone, Nijire blurted. Wait, you're wrong. He helped me. The bad guys are the ones on the ground. The girl finally spoke up. Hearing her words, they all dropped their guards. Izuku relaxed, knowing they won't try anything stupid. As he was about to leave the alley, the girl grabbed his shoulder gently. Thank you, she said, smiling positively. Izuku didn't know what to say, nor he could. There's a chance they would remember his voice, so he just turned his head a bit to her and nodded before leaving. He turned his head, barely enough for the girl to see some part of his face and his hair, while the big 3 couldn't. The girl noticed green hair, a rare hair color she hasn't seen actually. Unknown to Izuku, he was her savior. Having saved a girl from some perverted thugs, and meeting his ex in the process, this day had ups and downs for the now very strong boy, albeit being quirkless. He finally found out where his limits stand when getting into a fight with a thug in the streets. Even when he tried to hold back, he literally killed the people, or injured them enough to be hospitalized for months. Baki did tell me we are way stronger than normal people. He held a quarter at the tip of his 3 fingers, ripping it in half like paper with barely any effort. Just what the hell is a Hanma? Nijire being their signified class had ended, so he doesn't really want to stay outside, risking himself getting caught. Still, he wanted to get at least something for the day. He went into a coffee shop not far from Kukuru Mountain. Being already 6 feet and somewhat bulky, he definitely stood out in the long line awaiting to order something. Jesus, that hood barely fits him, he must be packing muscles underneath it. A woman behind Izuku spoke in a seducing voice. Bet all that is muscle is just for show and no go. The man closest to her spoke up, presumably her boyfriend. He wasn't mad at the man's statement, he just tried to show off to his girlfriend that he's not afraid of anything. He wanted to pay no mind to them, but he got an intriguing idea in his head. Wanna test that theory? Izuku turned around, his emerald eyes radiated intensity right at the man. That's all it took for him to shut up and practically start shivering uncontrollably, almost seemingly standing right behind his girlfriend, eyes not even daring to look up. It was actually funny, the man looked to be in his mid-20s while Izuku is still only 16. Guess a Hanma also has a different aura than most, he thought, waiting for the man in front to finish his order. His turn came, so he ordered 2 coffees to go. While patiently waiting for them to be made, he got a bad feeling in his stomach, a very bad feeling. Someone was watching him, seated in the right of Izuku. If it would have been some stranger, he'd flat out ignore him, but it just had to be him, it had to him, huh? Aizawa. I know this is the closest coffee shop to UA, but come on. Shouldn't you be at school doing some paperwork? Izuku practically screamed in his head. This was a bad scenario for him, the only thing he could think of was being caught. Still, would Aizawa even recognize him anymore? The hair in his face didn't have enough change to be seen as a whole different person, but counting his body structure and height, there's no way he would think it's him. Fuck, did I mutter or something and he saw it? Being a student of Aizawa for almost 1 semester, he found out a lot about him. Being in his presence almost every day, you'd find out a lot about a man. During that 1 semester, he found out Aizawa likes analyzing a person's instinctive hobbies, just like his mumbling. There's no way that's him, right? Aizawa said to himself quietly, hoping Izuku would not hear. The only person I ever known to do that is Izuku. Having been trying to fix his mumbling habit all his life, he completely neglected his other one, which even as of now, has no idea he's been doing it almost every day. Cracking his knuckles without the help of his other hand. Mumbling was already a rare habit on its own, but cracking one's knuckles with one hand is something I only ever saw Izuku do, Aizawa thought. It's kinda hard to explain, but it's my weird habit. You know when you try to grip your hand slowly but also applying strength in the process you hear some sort of a crack noise? No? Is it just me or? I'm just paranoid because I haven't drank coffee for over 5 minutes, right? He blamed it on his lack of coffee consumption. Then again, should I inform Nizu about this? Aizawa watched the 6-foot-tall man leave the building, holding his coffee in his hands as he left. He's not following me, good. Izuku was relieved. Sparing no time, he immediately started walking home, not trying to drop his precious coffee. Aizawa was still watching him, thinking of what to do. The author forced a dust wind to appear where Izuku stood, strong enough to force his hood down, revealing his beautiful green hair. Aizawa's eyes almost shot out of his eye sockets. He was ready to spring into action, but, with the sudden change of events, he couldn't. Izuku just vanished from his view like he was never there. All he saw was a blur in the moment. It was definitely otherworldly acceleration, since the cracks on the pavement below showed his explosive leg strength. Once his hood fell down, Izuku's hair wasn't the trigger to Aizawa's actions, but the freckles were. Green hair is definitely rare, but green hair and freckles is something undoubtedly only Izuku has in Japan and possibly the world. Fuck. Izuku ran home at superhuman speeds. He thought he had no time to open the huge metal gate, so he jumped over the wall. Guess he forgot where his limits stand once again. He ran back into the mansion, desperately looking for Baki to tell him the bad possible news. He wasn't at home, which sucked, so he tried calling him. No response from him either. After a draining amount of calls, he finally picked up. What is it? The amount of phone calls he saw made him realize it's something urgent. Aizawa saw me, I think, he replied fastly. Your homeroom teacher? Baki wanted to make sure he heard it correctly. Yes, what the hell do I do? Izuku was scared. He was hidden quite well most of the times, that damn wind just had to mess it up. Nevertheless, Izuku had no clue what to do. We do nothing, Baki blankly replied. Shouldn't we do something? Aizu practically screamed to the phone. Trust me, you don't need to do anything. He cocked a small smirk, his innocent smile was astounding. Izuku didn't get any answers, since Baki just hung up like that. Izuku threw his phone onto his head, walking all around his room nervous, thinking of what the hell to actually do. I'm a fucking idiot, he screamed loudly. I should have just gone home right when I saw Nijire. KKTUA. I'm an idiot, Nizu told himself off. I'm a true fucking idiot, he repeated. He grabbed his head in shame of what he had just did. He just destroyed an innocent kid's life. No, if All Might gave him his quirk, then it means he destroyed the up-and-coming new symbol of Peace's life. Who put this at the entrance gate? He asked himself. Mere moments ago, a student came into his office saying he found a box at the entrance gate. Naturally, it could have been some sort of delivery to some other student, but the big text right on the box made it clear it was for. Hope this shines some light to you, Nizu, was written on the box. Having opened the box, there was a flash drive inside. It could have been some virus which could have infiltrated the school's defense system, so he used his laptop. Upon opening it, all he saw was a simple short video labeled "You messed up, Niz. Does this person have some vendetta against me?" he said as he clicked play. It was a recording from a security camera on the first floor of a building. The see-through glass gave a clear view of the alley outside for the camera. The only thing that mostly stood out was the metal door outside. It was presumably a back entrance or exit. Okay, Nizu had no idea what to make of this. Watching the video, he never expected anything from it. It was a simple prank in his mind, since nothing intriguing was coming up in the video. Man, he was so wrong. Suddenly, in the midst of his boredom of the video, a black-purple mist formed outside. Now he was intrigued. He knew that purple mist from anywhere. Kurogi dash, he mumbled to himself before stopping midway. Izuku, almost screamed his name loudly. Izuku stepped out of the purple mist, holding pieces of paper in his hands. The date of the recording was shown at bottom. The date matched perfectly, the same day, the same hour as he allegedly stole those files. Right before he left, he thought. If anything, this video gave Nizu even more proof Izuku had did it, not finding any conclusion as to why the box had such a personal message to specifically for him. Only, now, the most intriguing part surfaced onto the screen. With shock-induced eyes, Nizu watched Izuku's body was starting to melt, the colorless goo dropping down from him like it wasn't sticky enough to hold onto his body. Then, as everything cleared, it turned out it wasn't Izuku, but the shapeshifter Toga in disguise. Once Nizu could finally comprehend what had just occurred onto the screen, he fell deep in regret. The video wasn't done there. As Toga returned to her normal form, she opened the only door present in the video, going inside happily jogging up and down, and then Kurogi followed. I'm an idiot. I'm a true fucking idiot, he told himself off. Who put this at the entrance gate? He asked no one but himself. The picture became clearer as to why Izuku gave up one for all willingly. Even though, as of now, Nizu knew Izuku must have been in a huge amount stressed due to this false accusation. Izuku wasn't faking those pure, innocent smiles, and that became even more frightening for the school principal. He painstakingly understands that a simple apology isn't going to cut it, not even close. If Izuku even had a minuscule amount of hope left thinking it was some sort of cruel joke, that hope must have left his soul long ago, as it has been over 5 months till he was sent to prison. He just ended a child's career, scratch that, the future symbol of Peace's career. For an animal with a quirk which made him more intelligent than even the most smartest humans, it was a huge defeat since he's not the one who found out the truth, and there's even a chance the guy who sent him the video doesn't have a quirk similar to Nizu. Yes, he was defeated by someone else in a contest of brains, but the principal knew this isn't the time to feel bad about himself. He did feel like shit because he was defeated in a game he is a master at, but that begged the White Rat a question as well. If it feels this bad to lose just once, how does it feel to lose everything at once? His quirk, his future, his girlfriend. It was actually funny since Izuku tried to hide their relationship for a bit, but Nizu figured it out right as they started dating. Still, there is a chance the video was edited, but the thought about it made Nizu feel like shit once again. I doubt my student would ever look at the same ever again, but I'll try everything to fix it, he thought in determination. The end did catch his eye. Both Kurogi and Toga entered inside the building parallel of where the surveillance camera was recording from. All he had to do was to narrow it down. Accounting who Nizu is, it's a piece of cake. The building where the camera was recording was a shop. Because of the counter, he narrowed it down quite fast. It was a shoe shop, a woman's shoes shop by the amount of shoes residing inside. It wouldn't take long when he pinpoints where the camera actually is. He still had a question: who was the man who gave him the surveillance video? Izuku's imprisonment wasn't released to the public's eye, for safety reasons. It might have been one of the students, but the box was put right next to the entrance gate, so he dismissed that theory. It must have been someone with some connections. After all, how did he find this video? Nizu gave his thoughts out. It was definitely a man with connections, a lot of connections. You could call it the benefits of being a billionaire. What should we do? I'm bored, Himiko Toga squealed in the barely lit room bar. Quiet down, Shigaraki hissed. The villain's hideout, or even if you could call it that, it was just a bar. Kurogiri, Shigaraki, Twice, Dabi, Spinner, Mr. Compress and Magna, everyone was present in the scene. Having stayed low for a while, they wanted some action back into their life, any type of action, to at least get their bodies pumping. But I'm really bored. Forcibly stopped in mid-wording, a huge gust of wind blew right into her. The force was huge, being strong enough to push her back a few feet. In fact, every one of them were pushed back slyly. They had to take a second to comprehend what just happened, but it was too late. All Might crashed their party, showing his taunting presence to all of them. But unluckily for the villains, he did not come alone. Kamui Woods appeared right from behind All Might, ready to test his new move on the bunch of evildoers. Chain prison. Sometime back. Found ya, Nizu exclaimed in joy. The white mini bear finally succeeded in pinpointing the area where the recording originated from. It came to a shock that it was in fact very close to UA. For personal knowledge, it was a few blocks from Kukuru Mountain. After this, all that's left is to let Izuku free. Without a doubt, the hardest part will be meeting him again. I just hope he hasn't changed that much. That had to be Izuku, Aizawa thought to himself. But his body structure and height were completely different from before. For a measly 5 months, such a change wasn't seen as being possible for Aizawa. But who else could that be? The green hair and the freckles, not to mention him cracking his hand like that. He thought. It's definitely him. What he saw, undoubtedly, he knew it was him. But also that raised some questions for the man. There's 19 months left till Izuku would be set free. He thought at first that he got out because of good behavior, but the prison he was sent into doesn't follow those kind of rules. Did he escape? That was the only possible solution he could come up with, but it was stated even All Might couldn't escape the prison, even without quirk-canceling cuffs, and his solution was quickly brushed off. The thought of the warden simply letting him go didn't pop up, since, is there a reason he would be let go like that? Even if someone is proven innocent, they are still to be seated in there until further notice. Then his phone started ringing. The person who has his number is Nizu, only Nizu, so he knew who called. Perfect timing couldn't be any better. Maybe he did escape. After all, Izuku is smart. He could ask Nizu to inform Tartarus about Izuku, to ask them if he had left. Luckily, there was doubt in his mind. The last time they met was 5 months ago, and how they met and how he reacted to them was astounding. The sadness in Izuku's eyes wasn't fake that day, he was truly emotionally distressed. He has no idea as of now, if Izuku truly is innocent or not. He doesn't know if it is right or wrong to inform Nizu about the boy. Hello, Aizawa picked up. Took you long enough? Nizu hates people who pick up on the last second. What is it? Aizawa asked. I just got a lead on where the League of Villain reside, and will need you if things take a turn for the worse, Nizu replied. Alright, he replied quietly. Nizu, I have to tell you something important. Aizawa decided it's right inform about him. Tell me after we raid them. Since I also have a surprise for you at the end. Nizu cocked a smile, but it's not like Aizawa could see it, they were on the phone, goddammit. He agreed to tell him after the raid, since actually, he still had doubts of informing about Izuku. Maybe after the raid he'll have the mentality to say it. And also, he has to be ready, raids can easily go wrong and few deaths might happen. He knows he's needed for the raid, he has to be in his right mind, no distractions, since if things actually take a turn for the worst, lives might be at stake. Back to the present. But it didn't. Chain prison. Ready to test his move, he sprouted out his wood tentacles, engulfing every single member in its tight grip, immobilizing all of them. All Might? The entire League of Villains gasped in disbelief. They weren't ready for anything like this to happen. Nice going, Kamui Woods. Without you, we'd have more trouble. He did his signature laugh. I'm just happy to help, Kamui humbly replied. How the hell did you find us? We stayed low for months. Shigaraki asked, pretty pissed off. Well, we have Nizu to thank for. His skills let us pinpoint your location. All Might said, signaling the others below that it's a mission success. It was a gamble to raid them at such time where the sun is still at its brightest, but luckily everything worked out just fine. Actually, the others below felt a little disappointed. They just raided the League of Villains, yet nothing interesting occurred. But it didn't matter, they captured one of the most feared group of villains in Japan, all in a day's work. Lifting every League of Villains member, Kamui Woods gently let them down below for the others to take care of. He did not let go them of his grasp, since a massacre might happen if he did. Quirk-canceling cuffs exist, and they work like a charm on the fuckers. Most would think it's unfair, but it's not, they're villains for God's sake. This is unfair. Unfair, unfair, unfair. Shigaraki preached. Life is unfair, take this as a lesson, Nizu commented. He noticed Nizu, hearing from All Might that he's the one who planned all of this. Having all the pent-up rage inside, he cursed Nizu for everything. You fucking midget, once I get out I'll kill you, he ratted hard. Like you'll have a chance, handyman. Triggering Shigaraki, all of the League of Villain were escorted into a truck to be sent to prison for good, all except one. Escort Himiko Toga to the interrogation room, Nizu demanded the officers. Naomasa was present on the scene, having been the one who called for backup, adding a team of armed police officers into the mix. He heard Nizu call Toga to the interrogation room, and a lot clicked in his mind. Wait, don't tell me, he got forcibly cut off by Nizu. I know what you're thinking, and yes, that is the reason, Nizu answered. Oh, I'm getting special treatment. Is it because I'm a girl? Toga jokingly asked Nizu. Believe it that way. Back to Izuku Hanma. Lying down on his bed, having his hands placed on his face, he was scared at what's to come. As of now, he wasn't in his right mind. The stress was killing him. He still has no idea if Aizawa actually noticed it was him or not. What was that noise? While deep in thought, he heard something faint in the distance. He heard All Might's devastating wall-breaking punch, even from such a huge distance. But it was faint, so faint he couldn't make it out what it was. He didn't care at all of what he heard, immediately going back to his existential crisis. Toga's interrogation. Can you still keep that form? Nizu worryingly asked for All Might. After getting my quirk back from the villain, I've never been better. My time limit also increased exponentially. Those words were enough to relieve Nizu, but also hurt him at the same time. Yeah. Nizu muttered under his breath, but why do you need me to accompany you? All Might had zero clue as to why. You'll see, he said as he opened a door, both of them heading inside. Inside was Naomasa, Aizawa and, of course, the main dish, Toga, hands handcuffed to the metal table for safety reasons. Naomasa was the only one who knew why she was being interrogated, but the two others were clueless, although Toga was as well. Luckily, this is the moment that will shine some light into everyone. Having a laptop in his hands, he placed it on the metal table. Aizawa and All Might were clueless as ever. What do you want from me? Toga hissed, uninterested. First, let's start with this. The amount of crimes the League of Villains committed is enough to send you all to life in prison, no chance of parole, Nizu commented. Kinda expected that. She frowned, visible sadness in her eyes, but it's not like they could see it. She bowed her head down. But you're in a special position actually, Nizu said, making All Might and Aizawa wondering why. Although you are a member of the group, you haven't been reported to have killed anyone, mostly only knocking out civilians and taking some of their blood, Nizu added. But no one can ignore the fact you were an actual member of such a group. Nizu added even more info. She knew where this was going. All this sympathy talk isn't going to change anything. Getting caught already sealed her fate. I've looked into your past, it's no wonder you became a villain. Everyone can crack if they had such a life. Nizu kept going. You may be a villain, but you're not evil, are you? You only became a villain because everyone around you viewed you as one. She doesn't like talking about her past, it's a controversial topic. All this babbling coming from Nizu was like a trigger to her. Her anger was rising by every word that was coming out from Nizu's mouth. You're only 16, yet heroes had trouble fighting you in the past. You have potential, Toga. Potential? Stop talking like you know what I went through. You're all the same as everyone else, Toga cracked, letting her emotions out to the others in the room, her eyes getting watery already. I may not know what you went through, but I definitely know someone who is going through something far worse than you, Nizu exclaimed. His statement got Toga in a state of surprise. What are you even trying to say to me? She let it out, her tears fell down from her face. I'm giving you a chance to enroll to UA. His statement not only surprised Toga, but everyone else in the room. But Nizu, why? All Might spoke up. I get it that she's a villain, but she's not evil, Nizu replied. I know you wanted to be a hero, trust me, I did my digging. It was funny, Nizu got a list of the kids who wanted to enroll to UA last year, and her name was on the list. I want a powerful quirk so I can be a hero. Toga, age 5, squealed in excitement. Then let's hope it's a neat one, her mother replied. But it wasn't a neat one, not to her mother's eyes, not to everyone's eyes. A quirk that only works if you ingest human blood was seen as something a villain would have. Just like that, her mother and father changed for the worse. They wanted to get rid of her, put her up for adoption, but it wasn't that simple. Rules stated you could only put a child for adoption if you couldn't take care of it. Basically, if the family had money problems, they easily could. Both her mother and father having high-paying jobs, they had no means of getting rid of her. Her friends, teachers, everyone turned on her. Even the small part of the city she lived in changed. Rumors started to spread around the block. Everyone would either try ignore her or make fun of her. Heck, even elderly believed those lies. It got to a point where at the end of the school year, when summer was around the corner, she got a letter from the school saying she got expelled. No reasoning whatsoever, they just expelled her and didn't say why. That's when it reached a breaking point. She ran away from home, to her parents' delight. Living in the streets, mugging others for money. It wasn't a lie she had talent, since the first time she held a knife, she was already efficient with it. Not long after, she got into contact with the League of Villains. She had no choice but to join. Everyone viewed her as a villain, so she played that part quite well. "It's been my dream to join UA," Toga muttered, her crying made it more authentic. "You can, if you want to, it's your choice," Nizu said. "Of course I want to," she stated. "Then welcome to UA," Nizu cocked a smile. Just like that, she got accepted into UA, the same school she adored to go, even when everyone said she had no chance. It felt like a dream to her, but who's to blame her? A villain having a chance to become a hero is unheard of. All of the others in the room were in disbelief that she got into UA this way. They wanted to ask questions if this is a good thing to do, but knowing it's Nizu who made the call, it must be. "Then your first trial begins now," said Nizu. What? Like right now?" Her eyes still watery from the emotional trauma of having to remember her past. "Don't worry, it's just one question I want to ask you." Nizu opened his laptop. "But I want the honest truth." That's where the laptop came into play. He opened the laptop, showing her the video from 5 months ago that supposedly is Izuku. "Is this you in the video? Is this you in the video?" Nizu asked the blonde-haired girl. He was certain he knew what the answer was, but he needed concrete evidence. He waited patiently for an answer which desperately needed to be answered. Aizawa finally caught on with the moment, his eyes catching a glimpse of the video from the side, immediately recognizing what's happening. Same as for Naomasa, but not the hero All Might, who stood by Nizu from behind, in case Toga had tried to escape. But how things have taken a turn, she will not. "Why yeah, but why does it matter?" She answered the question a bit frightened. Looking back, Izuku was too perfect for his own good. He bears a past that no one wants to suffer. Yet, with all that trying to take him down, he still wanted to be a hero more than anybody else. His drive and willpower was exceptional, even compared to the 3rd and 4th years. But let's not forget his quick thinking, the dozen of times his classmates had gotten into trouble, and the dozen of times they only survived due to Midoriya being quick on the case. It was suspicious to Nizu, but only a bit. He was growing way stronger than even All Might anticipated, and although having a character which seems he is flustered by girls, had 2 girlfriends while only being a first year. And let's not forget his second girlfriend Nijire, a member of the Big Three, and dubbed to be the cutest girl in school. 5 months ago, once the surveillance camera caught Izuku stealing some files, Nizu thought he finally caught the traitor in UA. Almost nobody stood out for Nizu, but only Izuku, but he was not certain it was actually him. In short, they all didn't just get rid of an innocent student with a bright future. They betrayed him. The sheer guilt imbued everyone in the room. "Don't take this to heart, but your actions destroyed a kid with potential to become the newest #1 hero," Nizu commented. While in fact she did take it to heart. The only reason she stole files disguised as Izuku was because Shigaraki ordered. "But, we can finally get him back," said Nizu, finally having everything worked out. "Nizu, I have to tell you something." Aizawa decided it's finally time to tell about the incident. "What is it?" Nizu got his attention at Aizawa. "I saw him outside today." His sentence surprised Naomasa and Nizu, while All Might was clueless as ever, like "How the fuck do you still not know, you fucking piece of sh?" "What?" Both Nizu and Naomasa screamed in unison. "And also, he changed. He looks like a completely different person." Aizawa added. "I'll call the warden." Nizu was quick on the case, quickly calling the black muscular beast. "Wait, what's going on?" In the midst of finally having evidence who they wronged, All Might asked a very dumb question. All the others just gave him a curious glare, a "does he not know?" glare. "All Might, I know you can sometimes be, well, an idiot, but this is on another level," said Naomasa, before quickly brushing All Might's idiotic off. "It's about Izuku? What about that traitor? I swear to God, All Might, I'll add you on Yujiro's kill list." "All Might," Naomasa signed, facepalming internally, "we just proved Izuku is innocent. Honestly, it was a miracle that he even graduated from UA. The physical exams were no issue, but the tests were another story. Nizu had suspicion that he cheated during his tests, but the potential All Might showed, he brushed it off. Now, it feels like it wasn't just a suspicion. Never mind that, All Might heard it loud and clear. The boy he, sadly, wholeheartedly believed was the traitor, since the proof was on video. The boy showed his prowess to All Might too many times to count. He noticed his potential paled in comparison to Izuku's, only taking 5 months to learn how to use one for all instead of the 9 months All Might theorized it would. His knees touched the floor, realizing what he had done to the poor boy. After taking one for all back, the previous successors were livid, barraging All Might with questions as to why he got one for all back in his dreams. He explained the situation to them clearly, to calm their unstoppable rage, and in hopes Nana wouldn't beat him up just like back in the days. Some believed he was the traitor, some were unsure if he was or not, and some knew he was a true hero, especially Nana. Although becoming the strongest one for all user, as of now, he was the worst of the predecessors. What have I done? He uttered, his knees already on the ground as they gave up from the guilt. KK to Oliva. Although it's work time for everyone, it's gym time for Oliva. The others just couldn't get their eyes off the sight. To the untrained eye, it would seem he's standing in the middle of a puddle, but in actuality, that was his sweat. This was the only great thing about Tartarus, a gym, where you don't have to worry about being too loud and being shot by the guards. Granted, if a fight happens, you can say your sorry-ass goodbye. Oliva was ready to leave and go back to work, but a crowd was forming near one of the squat racks. Naturally, it got him interested. Having taken the term gym is life to the extreme, he didn't even need to bat another eye at the weights to realize it was 500 kilograms. The guy performing the lift was 6 feet 9 inches and at least 500 pounds. Not bad for someone like him, Oliva exclaimed, walking closer to the crowd. Everyone was wearing those anti-quirk bracelets, so it meant the 500 kilogram squat will be done by physical strength alone. Let's fucking do this, the tall man exclaimed, squatting the enormous weight for a measly 1 repetition. Once he had done the lift, he didn't put it back on raft, he just straight dropped it to the ground, cracking it slightly. Turning his gaze to the crowd, then letting out a cocky scream to show superiority. Oliva met a lot of people like him, trying show off to the others, but this seemed different. He's trying to show everyone he's the boss around here, huh? Oliva muttered to himself. Guess I need to humble somebody. The crowd cheered for the successful lift, cause it was hype material right there. That's right, bitches. I'm the boss around here. Got a problem with that? Tell it to my face. The man screamed in a cocky tone. Without a doubt, he's the strongest around here, his 500 kilogram squat proved it. But, let's just say he's a decent second place contender. Hey, a simple aggressive word came from Oliva. The tall man turned around, his face saying the fuck you want? But quickly and swiftly, his face became pale from the sight. In fact, everyone's face went pale. Don't drop the weights, Oliva said blankly. He picked the barbell from the left sleeve with one hand, putting it back on the rack, before going back to work. Why yeah, the tall man replied. Leaving the place with eyes all over him, Oliva signed as he had a lot of work to do. That's when the phone call came. Hearing it ring, he was nervous, seeing the one calling him was Nizu. Please tell me Nizu's not trying to visit him, he said to himself, answering the call a bit nervous. Hello. Care to explain why Izuku isn't in prison? Nizu mumbled over the phone. Who? Although Oliva was hella nervous, he tried to play it cool. Sadly, the stutter gave it away. Look, we just found out he's innocent, I just want to know why he's out, asked the curious Nizu. About damn time you found out. He almost screamed over the phone for it taking that long. So you knew, that's why he's out? Nizu puzzled it together. So where is he now? And now you want him to go back to UA, huh? And let me guess, All Might's going to try to give his quirk to him, shocking the entire group as Nizu had it on speaker mode. All Might's going to give his quirk to him? Toga wondered, hearing the long-kept secret loud and clear. If you want to know how I know, just remember what Izuku had to go through because of you, he had no fucking reason to hide it anymore. Even if you blame him for leaking the secret, deep down, you know it's your fault. Oliva spit some hard true facts. Nizu couldn't even come up with a reply, since let's face it, he couldn't differentiate between a real hero and a traitor. I know. That's why I'm trying to make it right. Kukuru Mountain, Oliva spoke up. He's at Kukuru Mountain with his brother. At the mention of Baki, Naomasa wanted to know something. Mr. Oliva, do you know Baki? Naomasa snatched Nizu's phone. Yeah, I do, why? Knowing it's Naomasa on the phone, he already knew he's going to ask something. The data didn't have his last name, if you know, mind telling me why? Or at least if you could tell me his last name, Naomasa curiously asked. He was expecting this, but still couldn't control himself, letting out a laugh. Naomasa took it as a yes, and hoped he would get an answer. Sorry Naomasa, I can't tell no one, unless I get his permission. It was a letdown for Naomasa. Never mind that, let's go to Kukuru Mountain, said Nizu. Naomasa, take care of Toga for now. Naomasa nodded. Before you come back calling me, yes, the big metal gate is the entrance, you just have to open it. Oliva gave them a piece of advice. And the phone call ends. They have seen the metal gate, but never expected it to be the entrance cause of its size. With that, Nizu, Aizawa and All Might took way to Kukuru Mountain. Naturally, they were anxious meeting him again. What they did, was overboard. I should warn Baki, Oliva signed, picking up his phone. It's been 5 months, I'm certain they won't even recognize him. Sometime later? It didn't take long to reach the entrance of the mountain, since it's not that far from UA. Gazing into the wall that's surrounding the entire place with anticipation of Izuku being inside. He said the metal gate is the entrance, said Nizu. Try to open it All Might. All Might nodded, placing his hands on the tall metal gate. Adding a little push, the gate moved, but barely a bit. He wasn't joking about it being the entrance, but how do the others go inside? All Might overestimated himself. He opened the door completely, heading inside with Nizu and Aizawa. Although All Might didn't need to use his entire strength to open it, he had to put in the effort. The scenery was a sight to see. After all, it's like a forest inside, with a path leading to the distance. Let's go, Nizu ordered All Might and Aizawa. On whose authority can you go further? A voice from behind the three men came. They turned their heads back, feeling as if a threat was behind them. The voice was familiar, and once turning back, so was the man standing. It was Baki, of course, the owner of Kukuru Mountain, but it's not like they knew that. The owner was an anonymous person. Just because you were something to Izuku back then, you really think you can just bust into my property like that? Just because you were something to Izuku back then, you really think you can just bust into my property like that? Baki's eyes flared with hatred for these men. They all tensed up from his presence. Even All Might, the same man who fought All for One, felt fear just by seeing Baki's expression of hatred. Baki's body was oozing malice, to which they all felt it. But they weren't surprised in the slightest. After what they have done to his brother, they understood why he's like that. Not having a clear look at his body 5 months prior, due to him wearing a hoodie, they now saw the full glory of his muscles. He wore only a t-shirt this time, so they saw clear view of his arm muscles, and surprisingly from a distance of 5 meters, the scars as well. He was only 5 feet 6 inches, yet they felt he's no ordinary man, or someone they should mess with. They were on guard, and Nizu got behind the two heroes. You're the anonymous owner? Aizawa asked, on guard. Is it a surprise that it's me? Or a surprise that someone owns the mountain this young? Baki's expression did not change the slightest. We're not here to fight, we already proved he's innocent, and we're hoping to bring him back to UA and give one for all back? I know, Oliva told me, he cut off Nizu. Just think for a second, do you honestly think Izuku wants to meet you, after what you made him go through? His tone was even more aggressive. We made a mistake, and we're trying to fix it, Nizu replied. Don't think this was just a simple mistake you all made. His malice turned to bloodlust. They felt it, each answer they gave made him more aggravated. One more wrong answer, and they felt like he's going to attack. We know our young Midoriya, he always forgives others. All Might came to the rescue. Due to Baki's bloodlust, it felt like chains wrapped the trio, making them hinged from moving. But as All Might gave his honest opinion about Izuku, the chains disappeared. Was it an answer he wanted? Not even close. The uneasiness left Nizu and Aizawa, but the chains hardened on All Might. That Izuku is long gone, what he became is the proof. The entire pressure was now pinpointed on All Might. Although Izuku becoming a Hanma is unknown to them, the price for it was quite high. The mother has to be compatible with a male Hanma. Basically, the mother has to love fighting more than anything, to a point where she gets aroused by it. If one is born, but the mother wasn't compatible, there's a last resort, one so incredibly hard to which even Yujiro doesn't bother trying. Emotions? Simply killing someone who is very close to a failed Hanma isn't even enough to activate his bloodline, you must go even further than that. Take Izuku for example. He didn't just lose someone or something, he literally lost everything. His friends, his teachers, his mentor All Might who was like a father figure to him, his quirk, and his girlfriend, who he had hopes to even marry in the future. He lost all of it, in a blink of an eye. And even all of that isn't always enough to be the trigger of activating the Hanma bloodline. In a way, Izuku was lucky to activate it. What happened to Izuku? You're all to blame, Baki exclaimed. I know we did something over the top, but we will give our best to fix it. Nizu spoke up. I did something way over the top. He looked down in shame. What? Baki asked, seeing the guilt in Nizu. I'm the one who's most to blame. Nizu ratted. Izuku was too perfect for his own good, forgive me for saying that, he added. He was growing faster than anyone, he had a heart of a hero that even All Might couldn't rival, and the fact he is always embarrassed when a girl compliments him, yet he started dating Nijire. Baki had no idea where this was going. The only reason I didn't suspect him further was because he was All Might's successor. But when the surveillance camera caught him stealing those files, I didn't even think anymore. Nizu said regretfully. I didn't even try to look in further, my mind was instantly fixated on the fact that we caught the traitor. I instantly informed the news to everyone except Izuku. He could barely mutter those words. I was so cocksure I finally found the traitor, that I didn't even think anymore. After all of that, he bowed his head in forgiveness. I'm deeply sorry for what I did to your brother, Nizu said, his tone and demeanor made it seem genuine. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, all of that didn't even matter to Baki. But I understand you're trying to make it right, even by such idiotic means. All of that actually seemed to calm Baki down, but still, he holds a bit of anger towards these people. But you can't meet him today, Baki exclaimed, his tone being serious like. He's in his room currently having an anxiety attack. Him meeting you all without being prepared is certain to cause problems for his well-being. Then when can we meet him? Nizu asked. When he's ready, Baki exclaimed. And I'll tell him he can go back to UA, but also don't expect he will come back. Once again, his tone became more serious. Meeting Baki once again, they understood he was going to be a problem meeting Izuku, but they got the best offer they could think of. And also, although I'm not certain he's going to go back to UA, I'm certain he won't be taking your quirk back. It was directed to All Might, but it's not like he'll need it. Baki smirked. It's sad to say, him having one for all and being a Hanma is definitely a devastating combo. It's also impossible. All Hanmas, failed ones or not, they are always born quirkless, and that's for a reason. They left afterwards, actually feeling like idiots. They actually didn't expect that Izuku meeting all of them might cause some trauma. But, 5 months ago, when All Might, Aizawa and Nijire met him at Tartarus, he didn't really seem to be bothered by it. It got Aizawa thinking briefly. His brother might have implied Izuku got better, Aizawa thought. I'll do anything in my power to give back one for all to the person who deserves it. All Might thought, hyping himself up. He really does look familiar, but to who? Nizu wondered. KK to Izuku. He finally calmed himself down, having used common sense to assess the chances of Iwaza recognizing him. You would need really good eyes to know that was me. I've changed drastically in these 5 months, damn it. I don't look the same anymore. Having thought that, he remembered Aizawa has really good eyes. Fuck, he really did see me. Straight from reality, he went back to anxiety. Hey, you good? Baki intruded into his room. Seeing Izuku, he realized he wasn't. Of course I'm not, I've blown my cover, Izuku ratted. All Baki could do was give him a gentle smile, finally ready to give him the good news. You don't have to worry anymore, you know, Baki said gently. Why shouldn't I be worried? Aizawa might have informed UA about me already. I mean, who knows, they might already have a search party looking for me. He ratted again. I assure you, it doesn't matter if Aizawa saw you and there is no search party. Baki tried calming him down. How can you be so certain? He asked, to which Baki lent him a warm smile. Because you were proven innocent today. It reached his ears gently, like the words he wanted to hear all this time finally came. He heard it, he understood it, he just couldn't believe it. If this is a prank, it's a damn brutal one. Izuku replied, annoyed. It's not a joke, Izuku, you were proven innocent, said Baki. He knows Baki is a good liar, but Izuku understood that Baki knows where limits lie in lying. The droplets fell from his eyes instinctively, his eyes already understanding it was no joke. And soon after, he as well understood. The worry of his old homeroom teacher seeing him dispersed like it never was there to begin with. He never thought he would care this much about him being proven innocent. Who was it that proved I'm innocent? He asked, crying tears of relief. You could say it was Nizu. Baki smirked while saying that. He figured everything out. Honestly, this changes barely anything. All that's changed was now he could walk in public without something blocking his facial features. Still, he was relieved the burden was off. But he thought for a moment, if Nizu found out he's innocent, something more might have happened. And first of all, he wondered on how Baki knew about it. For Izuku, this really wasn't something special. Yes, he wanted to be proved innocent, but it's not like he'd throw a party for it. His crying stopped just as it started. Did Oliva tell you? He asked, curious on how Baki knew. Nizu told me, he was at the gate along with All Might and Aizawa not too long ago, Baki answered. Their names did get a reaction from out little Izu, but not a good one. Deep thinking wasn't needed, he understood they were for him. What did they want? He asked, his voice filled with anger. To let you back to UA, Baki replied nonchalantly. He almost wheezed. He found it funny, after betraying him to this extent, their sorry excuse of an apology is to let him go back to UA. Did those idiots even think for a moment that those 5 months might have changed me? He grunted. By their reactions, they didn't. Baki rolled his eyes as he remembered the outcome. It's your choice if you want to or not, Baki said. Izuku signed a briefly I'll go to UA, he replied. I still want to become a hero. Baki's eyes were fixated onto Izuku, a bit surprised by his response. Are you certain? He asked, to see if he was sure. Yeah. Izuku replied, a bit unsure. You know everyone in UA is basically like an enemy to you. Oh, I know. Izuku replied, confidence in his tone. I know. A smile forming on his face, not one filled with malice or happiness, just plain anticipation. But that's not going to stop me. It's been over 2 days since the trio tried to visit Izuku, but Baki intervened. He understood that Izuku might suffer anxiety by meeting the 3 people who betrayed him seemingly in a blink of an eye. So, after those 2 days, he was finally ready. He stood near the entrance gate of the prestigious school that is UA, known to be the best hero school there is in Japan and presumably worldwide. Izuku chuckled a bit as he thought that. UA has such a name for itself, yet it couldn't differentiate between a true hero and a traitor. Truth be told, he wasn't nervous, like those kids who go to a new school or into a different environment. The best way he could describe UA right now is enemy territory, and he was going back to it. Every single one of them just threw him out because he was suspicious, and that they finally had proof. What is this, Among Us? Baki did tell him what Nizu thought of him, and he was honestly astonished by his reasoning. I mean, who knew that being better than anyone else meant you're a prime suspect of being the traitor? That was just ridiculous for him. He was literally the #1 hero's successor. And so what, that he dated 2 girls? My boy had to use his entire courage to ask Uraraka out. His entire face became red as a tomato for a good 30 minutes that day. And when he kissed Nijire, that wasn't Izuku Midoriya doing the deed, it was Izuku Hanma. His bloodline just happened to activate at the wrong place, at the right time. He's not going back to UA because of the pitiful excuse of an apology coming from Nizu and the others, but because he still wants to become a hero. The moment everyone finds out he was innocent, or if they have already, there's definitely going to be awkward silence when he's around, or some pitiful apologies coming from their mouths. Let's get this over with, he muttered, noticing the camera was now fixated onto him. Suddenly, the entrance gate opened. To his surprise, no one was waiting for him on the other side. He brushed it off, going inside. If there is a ranking system, determined by one's strength, then the moment Izuku passed through the gates, everyone went down in the rankings. The only one unaffected was none other than All Might himself. He was still the #1, while Izuku was behind him, ranked 2nd in the school. He's been training a bit over 5 months, and that still hasn't been enough to surpass All Might, the symbol of peace. Well, if he decided to activate it, then it's a whole other story. Nevertheless, he walked inside the school. He remembered when he fangirled at every single detail of the school, showed respect to his seniors, analyzed everyone's quirks and all that, but now, he gives 0 fucks. He didn't have his books, nor his pen, nor his backpack, since they confiscated it when he was arrested when going to class. Who's that? He looks hot. One of the girls going the opposite direction of Izuku couldn't get her eyes off of him. He must be a new student, her friend stated. Well, an ex-new student. The reason they thought he's a new student wasn't because he had a face they never seen in school, it's because he didn't have his uniform. It's UA for no reason, it has some strict rules, and the uniform is the worst. Barely anyone has the balls to forget their school uniform at home, not even Bakugo, not even ones with bad memory. Before Aizawa was Izuku's homeroom teacher, he taught another class. But this class didn't seem to like Aizawa for some reason. So, the entire class decided to play a prank on him. It wasn't a harmful one, they all just came to class with no uniform. By the time Aizawa came to class, everyone was there, with no uniform. He took a good look at everyone, eyes confused at the sight. Next thing the students knew, he was laughing profusely. Actually, that laugh made all of them like Aizawa a bit more, and then realized he wasn't such a bad teacher after all. It's sad to know that was their last day at UA. Many students heard Aizawa expelled an entire class, none of them knew that was the reason. So basically, wearing your school uniform is a big deal. No one is an exception to that rule. Even knowing what Aizawa might do, like said earlier, he doesn't give a fuck. And actually, he doesn't care to a point where he'll try to become an exception to that rule. He knows he can, after all, UA is in a tight situation. He walked further through the school, going back to his dorm, he passed through a few teachers. Each one of them instantly batted an eye at the boy, their eyes filled with regret. So the teachers already know, then what about my classmates? He wondered. Some of the students wandering around also glared at the boy. Actually, the arrest of Izuku was only known by his classmates, but at the same time, some students caught the moments when he was dragged into a car through the window. Rumors spread, and it spread faster thanks to his classmates, especially Momo and Uraraka. If they found any time to talk about it, they would talk about it. Some glared at him because he did bear a resemblance to the boy, while most did because he had no uniform on. Figures. What the hell happened during those 5 months? Nizu could only wonder as the sight was astonishing. That's Izuku, no doubt about it. Aizawa did say he changed, but this, he could only mutter. This is on another level, he muttered again. He was watching the camera feed, he was waiting every day for Izuku to finally come. If anything, he looks like a man now. And, he also bears a resemblance to something, he just can't seem to remember it. He could see Izuku wearing his everyday hoodie, but Nizu could tell that there's a lot of muscle hidden behind it. Honestly, Nizu knows All Might would drool at the sight of Izuku, thinking of how much one for all he could handle. The sight of the new Izuku was scary for him. What's even more scary was he realized Izuku was going to the direction of his office. Nizu himself was also trying to mentally prepare for the day Izuku comes. But even he felt nervous, anxious, when he realized he's going to him. Live up to your mistakes, Nizu, you got this, he tried to calm himself down. Going to Nizu was a mistake. Yes, the rumor spread quite fast around the school, and a lot of them knew Izuku, due to being Nijire's boyfriend. But none in the corridor who looked at him knew it was the same Izuku. Some had a feeling, but they weren't sure, but one of them had the audacity to stop Izuku in his tracks. What the hell are you doing here? Izuku heard one of the kids, clearly understanding he was referring to him. He couldn't tell who it was just by his voice. Was it because he forgot who he was? Well, in a way, he only met him a few times, that's why he forgot. After taking a look at his face, he remembered the boy quite easily, almost chuckling in fact. He's a third year, and a classmate of Nijire's. Many boys like Nijire, but this guy takes it on a whole other level. He even told Izuku to dump her a few times. That's literally the reason he remembers him. Shouldn't you be in prison? He exclaimed loud enough that he got others' attention. Never was, Izuku replied nonchalantly. I guess it's no wonder he's the only one who could tell a 100% it's Izuku. He hates his guts, and that's taking Nijire from him. Well, he's got good news for him. It's funny, when the rumor spread to him, what was the first thing he did? Comfort Nijire. Even though it barely changed anything, so newsflash, he blamed it on Izuku for making her like that. She's gotten better, but her goofy side never came back. Still, every boy likes her too much for comfort. The third year stood in his way, a face riddled with anger. If anything, Izuku knew he had intentions to harm him, but it's not like he can. Back then, they might have been equal in strength, the third year being a bit more powerful, but now he can't be considered as a rival. Although Izuku had a growth spurt, the third year was still a few inches taller than him, but Izuku looked far more well-built. The third year gripped his fists, ready to spring into action. As for Izuku, he didn't need to. He had his head slyly bent down, thinking about something. Seeing Izuku seemingly not having the courage to look him in the eyes, the third year came to a conclusion. What? You don't have the balls to look me in the eyes? That's funny, the third year chuckled. Did one of the prisoners make you his bitch or something? This time, the other students chuckled, while some just laughed. Raise your head, or are you really that scared? The third year said sarcastically. Should I? I don't see a challenger up there. His statement angered the third year even more. The ground looks more intimidating than you, and that was the line for the third year. He lashed out a punch, using his strength enhancer quirk to unleash maximum damage. The third year is definitely strong for his age, and adding his quirk to the mix, it was enough to kill a man if hit directly. But that doesn't matter for him, nor should it matter to others that he killed Izuku, or hospitalized him. After all, he's a traitor. He bets most would praise him for killing Izuku. It connected, a loud thud was heard all around the corridor they were in. It was loud, and the sound of the collision sounded like it would literally break bones. But it didn't break any bones, nor it collided with Izuku. He stopped the punch, with one hand in fact. He grabbed the fist, stopping its momentum entirely. The third year was definitely surprised, but not astonished by the feat for some reason. He wanted back off, but the grip on his hand was too tight that he couldn't get his hand out of it. So, he clocked another one, aiming right at his face. That's enough. Someone saved the third year's life. Everyone turned their heads from where the voice came from, and were astonished who it was. It was Nizu. The school principal came by and saved the third year's life, but it's not like the other students knew it. He saw the third year confront Izuku on the camera. At first, he paid no mind to it, but something occurred. The look Izuku had in his eyes brought fear to Nizu, but at the same time, a feeling of familiarity came to him. He had no clue why, but he understood that if he doesn't interrupt the fight, someone's going to die. So being the little midget that he is, he ran from his office to where Izuku was. Principal Nizu, you may not believe it, but he's Izuku, the third year stated loudly. In a way, this was his backup plan, to expose Izuku. The third year understood that barely anyone recognizes him to be the little Izuku who was sent into prison. So, with that little information, all of the students nearby gasped in shock, realizing the traitor was back. They pictured the old Izuku, and tried matching it with the new one, and they couldn't believe it was actually him. I already know, Nizu replied, tired from running. What? The third year exclaimed in shock. As all of you probably heard the rumor that Izuku Midoriya was found to be the traitor and was sent to prison, he stated to the students nearby. Yes, the rumor was true, but we were wrong, he's not the traitor. The eyes of the third year widened, realizing he just attacked a falsely accused student, and frighteningly enough, next to Nizu. I'm so sorry Principal Nizu, it was my mistake, the third year pleaded, hoping he would not get punished by his actions. Come with me Izuku, said Nizu. Honestly, the reason he had his head down was because he was thinking. It didn't take long, but he finally pieced it together why the third year was attacking him. You attacked me because you were furious I'm back, because I would take Nijire, right? The tone didn't make it seem as a question, but more like an answer he already figured out. We broke up, so good news for you. Now you might have a chance getting her. He tapped his shoulder with his hand for him to understand the message. But next time you say something like, "You'll be dead before you know it," Izuku stated, then walking away with Nizu. He heard sounds of grunting coming from the third year. Was it grunting of anger? But why would he be mad? Izuku gave him the news he wanted to her all this time. Or was it maybe because the third year understood that Izuku stated he's stronger than him? Possibly. What the hell? The third year grunted, feeling a large amount of pain. He dislocated my shoulder. He couldn't believe it, that measly tap on the shoulder was enough to dislocate it. Obviously, the first thing he did was go to Chio, the school nurse, to help relocate it. 5 months ago, before Izuku was sent to prison, he had heard from the others that Izuku was exceptionally strong for his age. Of course, he had doubts, because of the jealous fuck that he is. Salty for not having Nijire. Well, he experienced his strength, but this was on a whole other level. You'll be dead before you know it. The tone made it clear he wasn't joking about it. Finally having the thought engraved into his head to never mess with him ever again. But still, he was happy to know he and Nijire broke up. That's the only good thing he heard today. Sadly for the third year, this is an Izuku x Nijire fanfic. After an encounter with the third-year-old who's obsessed with Nijire, a fight was about to break out. Thanks to Nizu, he intervened. It was lucky that Nizu came in time. We know who would have won, or even worse, who would have survived. Both would have been punished harshly if they had fought, but taking account Izuku's situation, he would have been scot-free from the punishment. If Izuku had killed the third year, then it would have been another story. During those 5 months of training, Izuku's mindset changed, becoming similar to Baki's. As of now, he doesn't fight to win, but to survive. Izuku had the heart of a true hero, but now he has the heart of a pure fighter. Granted, he still wants to be a hero, but he's going to do it his own way now. Leaving the students in awe, dumbstruck in fact, that the greenette is actually Izuku, stated by Nizu himself, they immediately went to tell their friends. Just like that, the news about Izuku is about to be known by everyone. Walking through the corridor with Nizu in front, it was dead silence coming from them. All that could be heard were the other students rambling as school is soon to start. Nizu wanted to say something, to ease the tension between them, but he didn't have the courage to even talk to him. It was no surprise there, he would have ruined his entire life if it wasn't for Baki coming to the rescue. They reached Nizu's office. It wasn't that far away from where the fight almost took place. Izuku calmly sat down on the guest's chair, while Nizu, still tense, sat down like a scared kid who got called to the principal's office. "Well, it's got that you're back," said Nizu, still tense as a rock. He wanted to start with some small talk, but Izuku didn't. "Save your chit-chat for later," exclaimed Izuku. "Tell me what you need to say and I'll be on my way." "Alright," Nizu took his hint. "You're still in class 1A, your dorm is still the same," said by the principal. "And what about my stuff?" Izuku asked with a hint of anger. "We got rid of it all," Nizu replied. "Fucking figures," Izuku replied, gazing straight into Nizu's eyes. "There's also going to be a new student in a few days," Nizu added, a bit intimidated. "Summer is not that far away, so is the end of the school year. For UA to accept a student at such a time isn't something that's common, or even rare, it's something that never happens. Izuku knows there's a story behind it. You just don't accept a student at the last month of school, especially UA." "Whatever," Izuku replied. He wants to know more, but he thinks it's best to ask the new student himself when he comes. "I just want to know if I start today or tomorrow." Izuku looked at the clock, seeing there's 15 minutes left till classes start. "It's up to you," said Nizu, noticing Izuku a bit and thought about something. "I'll start tomorrow, but I have to do something first," he said. "What would that be?" asked the curious Nizu. All Izuku could do was smile at Nizu's question. And that smile, albeit innocent, but pure with happiness and anticipation, it looked menacing in Nizu's eyes. "I'm going to meet my classmates, KK to All Might." The last 2 days haven't been easy. Today is even worse for some reason, to which he can't explain. It just feels different, and he can't put his finger on it. After getting one for all back, the previous users barraged him with questions in his sleep like there's no tomorrow. He told them the story, he told them everything. But 2 days ago, the story changed, drastically. At first, he was reluctant to tell them the true story, due to, well, he knew how they would react. Being All Might, the symbol of peace, he knew he had to. So he manned up, built up the courage and told them everything to the last detail. Boy was that a mistake. Although most of the previous users never had kids, they guilt-shamed All Might as if he hurt one of their kids. With words, of course. Although to most, All Might was the world's greatest hero, to the previous one for all users, he was their greatest failure. The kid was different. The moment the previous one for all users felt the power transfer to a new host, the new successor felt different. The kid was special, even compared to the predecessors. And the kid had a mystery to them as well. The moment they felt the new successor was special, they wanted to give him time before they make contact. When it seemed it has been long enough, they tried, but never could. They couldn't make contact with him, no matter how hard they tried. It's as if something was blocking it. At first, they thought it was the boy's quirk, since it seemed the only plausible explanation. Truth be told, it was the Hanma blood. But it's not like one of them knew that. Actually, only a few people knew. As of now, All Might never had a good night's rest. The previous users never gave him time to rest. The things he said to the boy, the quirk he stole from him, and combined with what everyone had done to him, that's literally how to make a villain 101 material right there. In a way, UA has produced some villains. The entire class Izawa had expelled, one of the boys turned to villainy, but was quickly caught. If it wasn't for Baki, Izuku might have been yet another villain created by UA. But this one might have been a worst-case scenario, a villain with Hanma blood running through his veins. He was venturing through one of the school corridors with no meaning, as he doesn't have a first lecture to teach, so he has free time. As always, the students were in amaze just by the sight of All Might, even though he is one of their teachers. Even when all of them were radiating simp energy, All Might was completely oblivious to it. He was too deep in thought to notice anyone. "Yo All Might." A sudden cheerful greeting brought All Might back from his trance. Taking his gaze off the ground, he saw Mirio and Tamaki coming towards him. He heard when Izuku was blamed for cheating, these two helped him out. So, he knows they were good friends with Izuku, and Nijire was much more than a friend. "What's with that grumpy look? You look like you only slept for 3 hours, said Mirio, trying to cheer All Might up. 2 hours, actually, All Might replied. Well, now you know how Izawa feels every day. All Might couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Anyway, is something bothering you? I've never seen you like this, said Mirio, a bit worryingly. They were Izuku's good friends, so they deserved to know. It's sad really, even they believed that brutal lie. It took some time for Mirio and Tamaki to get over the bravado. All Might noticed it affected them quite harshly. As for Nijire, it took her the longest, and after she did get over it, she lost that goofy side of hers. For the two boys, Nijire's goofy side was the most intriguing part about her. Seeing her with Odd, it just felt like a whole different person. But she was still the same Nijire they know, so they still treat her the same as before. All Might? Mirio asked, seeing his face filled with distress. Heck, even Tamaki knew something is wrong here. All Might's never like this. It's about young Midoriya. He finally spoke up. Just like that, just the mention of his name drastically changed the two boys. Their faces going from happy to a bit worried for All Might, and now, faces filled with disgust and anger. Just the mention of his name made them feel disgusted to the brim. All Might quickly noticed the change in the two students. No one trusted Izuku, not even his best friends, his girlfriend, and even him. Quirks that change one's appearance to another is very rare, but they do exist. No one thought about this possibility. Even Nizu needed 5 months to finally crack it, but even he had help from an anonymous person. What about him? Mirio asked, his voice brimmed with anger. They wouldn't take the news well. All Might understands that very clearly. He's been proven innocent. KK to our boy. As he stood outside a certain dorm, he couldn't do anything to control the anticipation he has in his eyes. He stood outside of his old dorm, or as a matter of fact, his new dorm. Walking through the school to the dorm, he didn't even meet any of his old classmates. Granted, they all could be in class, but the sudden incoherent rambling he's been hearing since he came by, he knows everyone's inside. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't recognize me, he thought. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if they even forgot his name. He ventured inside the dorm, quietly closing the door to not startle them. Even as 5 months passed, he still remembers the layout of the living room. Just behind the small wall to his left, there's the sofa, where everyone hangs out either after school or before school. All he's hearing is now giggling, laughing, and rambling. In simple terms, they're having fun, even though school starts in like 10 minutes. He peeked through the wall, to not get noticed by anyone, and noticed everyone in the room. They haven't changed, not one bit. Feels like I'm the only one who matured, he thought, then noticing Bakugu, drinking beer, with that smug look as always. Trying to act as the cool guy of the class, just as he remembered. And of course, Uraraka, the fucking cheater, sat quite close to Bakugu. If anything, Izuku knew what it meant. The pieces of garbage are now dating. Their innocent smiles, giggles and chuckles, acting like nothing inhumane ever happened in this class. Izawa also said we're having a new student in our class in a few days, said Tsuyu. Yeah, I bet it's a female, Kirishima excitingly said. And I bet it's a boy, said Kaminari. Doesn't matter if it's a he or a she, the first thing we'll do is tell her is about that traitor, am I right? Said the despicable Momo. And they bursted in laughter, even wheezing, in fact. All they did was nod their heads as they laughed and laughed. Well, they haven't forgotten him, that's for sure. Always knew that garbage was hiding something. Writing our quirks in his journals and all that, I bet he was trying to find our weaknesses. Says the garbage. Yet again, he got a chuckle out of everyone. It was time. Izuku found it to be the best time to reveal himself to his classmates, with a little twist. Man, is it me, or the class is more livelier than ever? Said Izuku, imitating his old voice. His voice got a bit deeper during those 5 months, and he spoke with his old Deku voice just now, to get a reaction from them. And boy it did. Their rambling quickly stopped as Izuku showed his presence. Even the heartless fucks that they are, they know that voice from anywhere. It even had the same tone, which was the trigger to their reaction. They quickly turned their heads, out of fear and anger. What? They all could barely say anything. There Izuku stood with all his glory, a smile on his face as he was anticipating this all the while. He waited for them to say something, but all they did was just stand there, on guard for their lives. What, cat got your tongue? Izu said in a sarcastic tone, still imitating his old voice. What the hell are you doing here? Shouldn't you be locked up in prison? Said the despicable Momo. Never was, he replied nonchalantly. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Momo ranted. Just as it sounded. Although all of them were confused to the max, Lita took action. Albeit he was a good friend 5 months ago, Lita didn't hold back, quickly running up to Izuku and kicking him in the jaw with full force. Although Izuku saw this coming a mile away, he didn't dodge. He remembers that Lita's kicks hurt badly, so he wanted to test how much stronger he became. It hurt him badly. Lita couldn't feel his foot anymore, having to pretty much stand straight with one leg. As for Izuku, there was no blood, only a minor bruise on the chin. He finally realized the difference between him and himself 5 months ago. Really? Out of everyone, you attacked me first? He questioned. I thought that would be Bakugo, but guess he's the second to attack. He wasn't lying, Bakugo was now out for his head for some reason. He threw the beer can down and used his quirk to run up to Izuku. It was weird, Bakugo had a different kind of reaction, a different kind of reason of attacking him. Izuku saw it in those mere moments right before Bakugo collides with him. Unlike the others, who were in disbelief that he's back, Bakugo was in denial. And the reason he was in denial made Izuku chuckle internally. Bakugo was taller, muscular, and even viewed himself as more handsome than Izuku. The new Izuku, in fact, now beats him in every category. As of now, Izuku is 3 to 4 inches taller, is packing more muscle than he ever will, and looks by far more cooler and sexier than him. He just couldn't believe it, he couldn't accept it. The same boy he bullied every day for years is now on another level than him. Bakugo was right near Izuku. He extended his hand, trying to grab his face and use his explosion quirk to mess him up. He was the same as before, predictable. Honestly, Izuku didn't even need to try to put him in his place. Bakugo's hand was literally inches away from Izuku's face, yet he missed, to his surprise. Izuku just swiftly moved aside, before placing his hand on Bakugo's face gently, and added a little push. That was enough for Bakugo to fall into the void, yet completely oblivious as to what happened. He fell on Izuku's body, before catching him, and shoving him on the ground. Attack me again, Lita, and I'll show you what a real kick is, he threatened, completely ignoring the lifeless body on the ground. What the hell did you do to my boyfriend? Uraraka spoke up. I just gave him an ego check, Izuku said. After all, he needs to learn that he's not the strongest in class anymore. In the same time, he showed them an innocent smile. What the fuck are you talking about? Uraraka just couldn't stop. It's easy actually, he said. He's been proven innocent. Aizawa finished his sentence. Yeah, that. The news have finally been delivered to the class, and by their very own homeroom teacher. What? The entire class questioned in unison. But that can't be, said the despicable Momo, still doubting Aizawa's statement. Yes it can, Aizawa replied. No it can't. He attacked Bakugo. Uraraka, shut the fuck up. Bitch, that was self-defense, Izuku fired back. But Sir Aizawa, I don't get it. That was clearly Izuku in the video. Lita made a valid point. That was Himiko Toga, Aizawa replied. That's just speculation, right? Unless she says it herself, I won't believe it. Momo spoke up. Same here, that was definitely him in the video, said some of the boys. She did, she confessed to it, Aizawa blankly, but angrily replied. It's sad, even with Aizawa telling them the truth, they still dismiss it as a hoax. Heck, Aizawa even told them that Himiko confessed, but they still have doubts. Is it because they can't believe it? Or did the author purposely plan this? Who knows? I'm sorry about everything Izuku, I hope you can forgive me, Aizawa apologized. A simple apology isn't going to do much, you know? Izuku didn't even take it to account. He got what he wanted, so it's time to leave. I'll start tomorrow, he said, before passing Aizawa and leaving the dorm. The others rambled as I passed them in the corridors. He thought, so they know my story, and I bet Nijire found out as well. Whatever. Luckily, the dorms are quite close to the entrance gate, so he made it there in a jiffy. Standing right next to the gate, he looked back at UA. It's funny. My dream was enroll to UA and become a hero. Now, I'm just doing it for fun. With words of comfort coming from the Hanma, he left. KK to Nijire. Having gone to class not that long ago, all she did was look through the window. She's gonna do that as well when the class starts. It's boring. It's been a long draining 5 months, but now, she's gotten even better. Her goofy side was coming back, as now she was holding a pencil under her nose and lips, getting a few stares from the boys. But she didn't know, her eyes were glued through the window, to the entrance gate. After the dorms became a thing, the gate has always been closed, and only is opened when classes have ended. Something must have happened, she uttered quietly. Besides her beauty and talent, she also had insanely good eyesight. Unlike the author. Even from this distance, she can still see the gate clearly. She did this out of pure boredom. Who knew? That just one look at a guy would diminish that boredom, and would be replaced by pure goddamn disbelief? Izuku. He's been proven innocent. Finally, All Might blurted the truth out to Izuku's old friends, Mirio and Tamaki. At first, they thought they heard it incorrectly, as the words were still ringing in their ears. It's something they never expected to hear. Since after all, if what they heard is true, then they messed up big time. They finally understood what he said. They thought he was joking, but the straight face All Might had, imbued with guilt, they knew it was no joke. No way, uttered Mirio in disbelief. We're also expecting him to come back to UA, but we're unsure when, All Might exclaimed. They were fucking morons, the guilt hit them right in the stomach. They believed his story about Uraraka rather than his classmates, but not this. Obviously they were sad, full with guilt. The emotional pain Izuku must have felt, they couldn't even imagine it. But that wasn't the worst part about it. Yes, the two boys felt like pieces of shit for believing the lie, but most of their worry was for Nijire. 5 months ago, when Nijire heard the news about Izuku being the traitor, she broke down. It took her a while before she started getting better, but she did. Although that goofy side of hers didn't come back, she was still Nijire. So the question lies, what will happen to her once she hears the truth? They reckon she's not going to take it well. They're scared just by wondering what's going to happen. Do you think he's changed? After being 5 months in prison, Mirio asked with a tone of a scared person. I haven't met him yet, but it's certain he's changed, All Might replied. By what his brother told us, a simple apology isn't going to change anything, he added. They're not surprised by that part. Literally everyone in this school is an enemy to him, and it pains the two boys to think that Nijire is one as well. And they're frightened of when the day comes, the day he comes back to UA. Unknown to them, he's already here. They know no one is an exception. It doesn't matter what you were to Izuku, even when he was the innocent little sweetheart, the two boys doubt he would ever forgive them. But Mirio hopes to God that Nijire will be an exception. It doesn't matter if his friendship with Izuku never recovers, he hopes that Izuku will forgive Nijire. He's really back? In their midst of their grief thinking, a UA student walked past them, saying something quite peculiar. Yeah, I saw him. Never knew Izuku was that hot. Her friend said it quite loud. Hearing her mutter his name, All Might's and two UA students' eyes widened in shock. All Might told them he might come back, someday, but none of them expected it to be today. Excuse me. All Might grabbed the student's shoulder. Is it true what you said? Izuku is back? He asked, hoping she was joking. Why yeah. Unknown to All Might, she's a big fan of him. Where did you see him? He asked once again. I saw him on the first floor. She replied, a bit nervous. Without saying a thank you, he ran down to the first floor, in hopes of finding him. He can't use his quirk here, since he might damage the property. As for the two students, they ran to the complete opposite direction, to the third floor. They hope to God Nijire is still clueless to the situation. Reaching the third floor, and their class, they were frightened of the sight. Nijire was at her desk, eyes on the verge of tears. We're too late, both Mirio and Tamaki thought. They ran up to her, hoping she was okay. At a closer look, she wasn't, no surprise there. Nijire, Mirio asked. Guys, I think I'm hallucinating, she said quite weakly. Either that or Izuku was really at the entrance gate, her voice was full of fear of what is really true. This confirmed she saw him, which was bad. Should they tell her? Nijire. Every fiber, every cell of Mirio's body wanted to shut up and say it was a simple hallucination, but he knew he can't. She has to know, she has the right to know. You weren't hallucinating, he said, to which Nijire lifted her head, eyes full of disbelief. He was proven innocent. And he's going back to UA, he finally said the truth. Did you even love me? Nijire, visiting Izuku in prison, asked a very controversial question. I do, Izuku replied. But did you love me? To move on with her life, she dismissed his statement as a lie. That's one of the reasons she was capable of moving on. It was one of the hardest decisions in her life. The absolute grief, guilt that overcame her just now was overwhelming. She couldn't believe it. All this time, his feelings were the same as hers. And yet, she thought he was using her as a means to throw suspicions away of being a traitor. Everything they went through, she started to remember all of it. Every time they messaged each other, their very first kiss, even the day they almost did it. But Izuku was too pure back then to catch her hints. It was too overwhelming to realize everything was in fact true. With all those memories coming back to her head, she fainted. Nijire. Both of the boys screamed in worry. Was it the right thing to do? To say the truth about Izuku? By the looks of it, it might be no. But did she deserve to know? Absolutely. Back to Izuku. Having just left Yue's territory, he decided to go home. Granted, he could reach the mountain in less than a minute, but he's in no hurry. He was excited for tomorrow. Mainly due because of his class, and to see how will Bakugo react to the new him once again. Will he lash at Izuku once again, or will he realize there's no chance he'll win? Probably none of them. He knows Bakugo since childhood. The only thing he would probably do is call him names, say he'd beat him in a fight, but will completely become silent once Izuku confronts him. Some might ask, is he not worried if he meets Nijire tomorrow? Or All Might? Why would he be worried? Just because one was his loving girlfriend, and the other a father figure, that doesn't mean they'll get special treatment from Izuku. Young Midoriya. A shout from a distance was heard. Speak of the devil. There's only one person who ever calls him that. Nevertheless, he signed, out of frustration and anger. He turned around swiftly to face All Might, who was a good 10 feet away. Back then, even when he was trained by All Might almost every day for 9 months, he was still excited of seeing him every day. Just hearing his voice once always made his day livelier. Now, he feels none of that. All Might was one of the two main reasons he turned into a Hanma, the other being Nijire. Even after his classmates called him a traitor, he wanted for All Might to believe he's innocent. He had to believe he's innocent, but he didn't. Heck, even All Might noticed something was different. Izuku didn't have those eyes as before. Every time he met the youngster, he always had those excited eyes, like a hardcore fan meeting the one they adore. Now, all he saw was unamusement in those green eyes. Still, that wasn't the surprising part. He heard prior that Izuku had changed, but this was way above what he expected. Although he had a hoodie in, he could clearly see the outlines of his muscles, as the hoodie was barely fitting him. You're telling me he changed that much in only 5 months? He thought in utter disbelief. What the hell did he go through? For a moment, he forgot that what Izuku had to go through was entirely his fault. The guilt and amazement kept his mouth shut, although he wanted to say something. He shook his head, trying to focus on why he came here. Can we talk? In private? All Might asked. No, Izuku turned around and walked away. This caught All Might off guard. Surely he knows what Izuku had to go through because of everyone, including himself, but he thought he'd give him a chance to sort things out. A straight denial like that wasn't something he expected. The Izuku he knows would never do that. Granted, the old Izuku would never do that. Wait, please. He caught up to Izuku. What? He asked uninterested, angry that All Might is blocking his way. Even when Izuku's brother told him he wouldn't be taking his quirk back, All Might completely disregarded the statement as false. I mean, who wouldn't take it? With One for All, you can become a top hero easily, the number one if you put in the effort. Everyone would go crazy if they had a chance like this. There wouldn't be doubt in anyone's mind of not taking it. But sadly, only one person at a time gets a chance like this, and only the ones who have the heart of a true hero, just like Izuku. He's certain Izuku would take it back. After all, he's quirkless now. And if a quirkless person gets a taste of One for All, they'd be happy to get another try. If he decided to come back to UA, then that means he decided to become my successor again. All Might thought in pure bliss. All Might put his hands on his shoulders, which ticked Izuku off. There wasn't a doubt in his mind that Izuku would deny his power. After all, he deserves it. I want you to be my successor again, he said, with a look of ecstasy on All Might's face. There was a brief silence, while All Might was overfilled with joy, as if he already knew Izuku would accept his power. On the other hand, the boy just looked at All Might, with a face of no interest of what he said. He had a taste of One for All. I'm certain he wants it back. Izuku spoke up. That's what you're thinking, right? He said, confusing All Might. I was less than an inch away from turning to villainy. If it wasn't for the warden giving me special treatment and my brother coming to my rescue, I'd already be a villain. Izuku lashed out. And that's your excuse of saying sorry? By trying to give me something I don't want anymore? He asked. You're pathetic, All Might. You need to accept the fact you made a mistake, Izuku said. A mistake you can't fix, he added. Izuku said enough to get the point out. All Might let his hands go from Izuku's shoulders, now understanding quite a bit more. All Might's not an idiot. Well, he is an idiot. He really thought giving something back to him is a good enough apology. So, Izuku walked away, leaving All Might in a trance of thought. He couldn't care less. All Might brought it to himself. He hates everyone's guts, but he also has to thank them for one thing. If just one of them believed he was innocent, he probably wouldn't have become a Hanma. Next day. Having just woken up, at 7 in the morning, Izuku did his peculiar routine before going down to eat with his brother. Right after waking up, his mind was fixated onto one person, his father. He doesn't know much about him, other than the fact he's called the world's strongest creature. And finding out how strong a Hanma can become, it's no surprise for him. Having just left his room and going straight to the kitchen, he saw Baki already finished preparing the food. "Hope you're hungry, 'cause I made extra," said Baki, before sitting down and munching down the food. "Actually, I'm starving," Izuku exclaimed, before doing the same thing. The food was good, great in fact. Baki never ceases to amaze Izuku with his cooking. Actually, Izuku was enjoying the food a little too much. When eating, most of the times they stay quiet. After all, nothing interrupts their breakfast and gets away with it. He's going to leave for school right after he eats, so he needed to ask Baki more info about his father. "Hey, I gotta ask," Izuku spoke up. "What is it?" Baki asked. "What's our father like?" Right after Izuku asked, the calming aura between Baki diminished. Was it a question he shouldn't have asked? Just by his reaction alone, Izuku could tell Baki didn't expect such a question right out of the blue. Yet, Baki's calm demeanor was still there. "He's the fucking devil," Baki simply replied, going back to eating. Yes, Izuku wanted to ask more, but something told him this is enough. If someone calls his father a devil, it's best not to ask any more info about the man. He decided to leave it for another day. Having just finished eating, he decided it's time to go to school. He literally had no backpack, and no books, but it's not like it matters. What matters for him is how Nijire's going to take this. He's certain she already heard the news, since they always spread fast in UA. He met her, to say, when Izuku saved a girl from some thugs. And she was doing well from what he could tell. Not the best, but she looked well. If anything, he knew what it could mean. It's a simple answer, and Izuku already knows that answer. She moved on. He couldn't blame her the slightest for moving on, but the fact she betrayed him, it's another story entirely. After all, he's the same, he moved on as well, and became even stronger than the top heroes, except for All Might. Most only dream of surpassing All Might, and most can't even fathom of someone being stronger than him. Heck, even ones blessed with strong quirks, they can't see themselves ever surpassing the man. After all, he's the symbol of peace for a reason. And it's a shame really, most think All Might is the strongest on this planet. Those who think that, are a clear definition of a frog in a well. As for Izuku, he doesn't see All Might as an obstacle to surpass anymore. With time, he knows he'll pass him easily. Some time back. Nijire. Both Mirio and Tamaki worryingly screamed her name, as she fell down from her chair. Mirio already knew it was a bad idea to tell her, but even so, he had to. He still felt deep regret as he picked her up, before running to the nurse's office. Her body and mind couldn't take it. All this time, she believed he was using her as a means to be less suspicious. For it to be false, and everything they did together to be true, she just couldn't handle it. Her body decided it's best to just shut down completely, to try and ignore everything she heard. But she couldn't, she heard it loud and clear before she fell into the void. Although not awake, she still, somehow, shed tears while lying on one of the beds in the nurse's office. It affected her a lot, the fact that Mirio and Tamaki visited her almost every hour to see if she had woken up. Even till the night, she showed no signs of waking up, so her two friends tried to leave it for another day. So, somewhere around 6, Nijire finally woke up from that deep sleep. She jolted herself up from the bed, as she had no idea where she was. Trying to assess the surroundings, she relaxed once she realized it was UA's nurse's office. Still, after she relaxed, a few moments later, everything came back to her. She gripped the sheets weakly, before pulling it to her face. The moment everything came back to her head, she let the tears out. But did you love me? She once again remembered what Izuku had told her in prison. Izuku loved her, and now she painstakingly understood that. You'd think that dating Izuku for some time, you'd know more about him. And maybe more than enough to have realized it wasn't him in the video in the first place. She cried even more, realizing what an idiot she was all this time. She moved on, over a fucking lie that was caused by a video. Izuku, she gripped the sheets even harder, and her eyes getting even more watery. I'm sorry. Back to Izuku. A little bit of walking, and a little bit of girls staring, he came to UA, again. This time, the entrance gate was opened, presumably just for him, as usually it's always closed and opens after classes end. He ventured inside, again. Classes start in less than 5 minutes, so almost everyone was already in their classrooms. He walked through the corridors, reaching Class 1A. It's been quite a while since he saw his classroom. Having a bit of enhanced hearing, he could hear everyone was already inside. Here goes nothing, Izuku uttered under his breath, before opening the door. The moment it opened, everyone turned their gazes to the door. As everyone was already in class, they thought it would be Aizawa. Just like last night, their faces began to fill with disbelief seeing him again. What the hell are you doing here? Uraraka stood up from her seat. I thought you'd have realized by now, or at least Aizawa would have told you, he replied nonchalantly. Just as it seems, I'm going to class. It's actually funny to him, seeing all of their faces. He already knew it was Toga who impersonated him, but never expected to hear that she confessed to the crime. The fact that Momo said she'd only believe it to be true if Toga herself said she was the one in the video, and also the fact that some agreed, he still can't help but hold a chuckle inside. Aizawa did tell them she confessed. So that's it, that's that. Aizawa told everyone what they wanted to hear, but now they can't believe it. They're literally contradicting their own personal thoughts just because they happen to be true. What's so funny? Kaminari noticed him holding a chuckle. If you had a functional brain, you'd know what's so funny for me, Izuku replied, still trying to hold it in. I was already proven innocent, yet some of you still can't believe it, Izuku exclaimed. Or is it because some of you can't accept that you made a huge mistake? He taunted his class. The ones who now understand Izuku is innocent just sat at their seats, not trying to make eye contact with him, while the ones he taunted were angered even more. And I can tell by just looking, you all became a lot stronger. Believe it or not, it was a compliment. He doesn't know if this is a special effect of being a Hanma, but he can tell they all became stronger than 5 months ago. Yeah, stronger than you. Kaminari stated something false. Live in your own fantasy, buddy, no one cares. Izuku didn't bat an eye. He sat down on his old seat, while still getting stared by everyone. Next thing they knew, Aizawa walked in, ready to teach class. He also stared at the class, and then noticed Izuku. Their eyes caught each other. While Aizawa was slightly surprised, Izuku was unamused. Now that everyone's here, meet me up at the training ground, Aizawa stated. What are we going to do? Kaminari asked. Sparring matches, Aizawa said, before leaving the class. It brought a smile on some of the students, for God knows why. While Izuku was the same. He had happiness overflow him, but unlike the rest, he hid it from plain view. Truth be told, Aizawa already had plans to do the sparring matches last night, but seeing Izuku, and him mentioning he'd show up for school today, he postponed it until he came. Aizawa is quite curious about what he saw. The way he just disappeared from his view when caught him buying coffee, it was surreal. The speed he displayed, and the fact that the ground cracked as well, Aizawa saw it. And the fact he saw Bakugo lying on the ground next to him, while pretty much unfazed, he wants to see how much stronger he became. They gave Izuku his PE uniform, but he has no idea how it didn't click to them that he grew taller and wider, so I guess he's going to spar while wearing jeans. The other started warming up, while Izuku didn't. It's not like he needs to. Every action he's doing, for some reason it's angering some of the students. Alright, the first ones to go are Bakugo and Ida, Aizawa stated. To win, you either knock your opponent out, or force him to surrender. Bakugo and Ida, most already know who is going to win, but they still want to watch what happens. The two walked up on the ring, which was almost the same as in the UA Sports Festival. On one side, we had Bakugo, who was oozing rage, and on the other we had Ida, who was calm and composed. No countdowns, go, Aizawa stated. So, Ida started off with a blast, just like he attacked Izuku. He dashed to Bakugo with his engines running full force, and tried hitting him to the chin. A surprise for the readers, Bakugo saw this coming, so he sparked some explosions, pushing himself out of harm's way. AP shot, exclaimed Bakugo, to which he fired his new move, a long-ranged explosion. It hit Ida straight to the side. Just as its name suggests, armor pierce, it broke through his costume and burned his skin. Not bad, Izuku uttered, watching it happen from the sides. Bakugo boosted himself with his quirk to Ida, who promptly tried to retaliate with another kick. The kick missed. Bakugo used this to his advantage, pushing Ida to the ground as he was off balance with one foot. To ensure he doesn't stand up, he put his hand on Ida's face, adding little harmless sparks so he understands the message. I surrender. Ida knew he couldn't do anything else, so he accepted defeat. That was fast, most of the students said surprised. Without a doubt, Aizawa knew everyone got a lot stronger, but he's uncertain how strong Izuku is. Fuck it, Aizawa thought. Next is Izuku against Kirishima, he stated. Everyone had mixed reactions. Some were scared, some were happy that Izuku's about to get destroyed, like Kaminari and Mineta. Kirishima got a lot stronger, even compared to others. His new move, Red Riot Unbreakable, is something else. They've tested his new ultimate move just for the fun of it, and found out that not even bullets can graze his body. Heck, even Bakugo's explosions did no damage him. Kirishima, kill him. Kaminari said sarcastically. Yeah, put him in his place. Even Momo joined. For Kirishima, it felt wrong. Unlike the despicable ones in the class, Kirishima doesn't want to fight Izuku, not now. When Aizawa told everyone he's innocent, he believed it, he believes it. The friend he betrayed so badly will now stand on the other side of the ring. Aizawa told then there is no countdown, so the moment they stepped into the ring, the fight began. On one side, we had Kirishima, who was a bit nervous. He doesn't want to fight him so soon, he's even thinking of surrendering. The pain everyone must have caused Izuku, Kirishima couldn't even fathom. As for Izuku, he didn't feel anything, he was just ready to fight. Kirishima hardened up, but to Izuku's eyes, it was barely anything. He was holding back quite a lot. If anything, it pissed Izuku off. Casually, he walked closer to Kirishima, not even having his arms up to defend. It's not like he needs to, his reaction time is out of this world. What are you doing? Kirishima asked, slightly confused. The same thing as you, Izuku replied, a face riddled with slight anger. Next thing Kirishima knew, he flew to the end of the ring, holding his stomach as it started burning with pain for some reason. No one watching caught as to what happened, even Aizawa. All Izuku did was punch him to the stomach, yet it was too fast to see. Luckily, Kirishima only flew back from the force, but his legs didn't give out, so he can go on. What was that? Kirishima wondered, holding his stomach. I didn't see anything. I can tell you're holding back because you're fighting me. Izuku spoke up. I don't fucking care how you feel about fighting me. If there's anything I hate equally to people who betray their friends, are those who hold back in a fight, he stated. His tone got the message to Kirishima. Don't force me to hate you more than I should, Izuku added, looking Kirishima in the eyes. Those were interesting words of encouragement. Even if they weren't actually words to encourage Kirishima, it still made it more clear him. Even if his actions hurt Izuku, to levels Kirishima couldn't even comprehend, he understands holding back isn't an option. So, you gonna take this seriously or not? He asked. I will, Kirishima replied. Kirishima finally took it seriously. To show respect for his enemy, he hardened as much as he possibly could, reaching levels of hardness comparable to hardened steel. When he uses Red Riot Unbreakable, there's always a faint sound of creaking coming from Kirishima, yet this time the sound was much more louder. It brought a smile on Izuku's face. Maybe Kirishima could give Izuku a decent fight? Red Riot Un. Izuku always hated this cliché move, announcing one's ultimate move to the enemy. Sparring with Baki on a day-to-day basis, he hasn't even once called out his move to him. The moment Kirishima hardened, Izuku attacked. Kirishima showed him that he's taking it absolutely seriously. Izuku, out of the small hint of respect he had for him, showed Kirishima what it feels when Izuku puts little effort into a punch. Just like at first, he aimed it to his stomach. Even with a body comparable to hardened steel, he couldn't take it. The moment it connected, he lost consciousness. He flew out of the ring, flying a few more meters before he fell to the ground. Everyone watching couldn't even comprehend what the hell just happened. At first, he was a few meters away from Kirishima, then the next second, he vanished, before appearing next to the red-haired boy. All of them couldn't even get a single word out of their mouths. And that's that? Kirishima hardened up, to his utmost limit, upgrading the now new Red Riot Unbreakable. As most thought Izuku lost any hopes of winning the match, he vanished from everyone's view. Next thing they knew, is that Kirishima was launched into the air, before falling down to the ground seemingly lifeless. Not one of the students, including Aizawa, knew how to react. Everything ended way too fast, basically an instant. The students definitely knew Red Riot Unbreakable is, well, definitely unbreakable. Heck, even Aizawa saw beforehand that it's almost impossible to break through Kirishima's guard. No matter what they thought, nothing was making any sense to the teens. This doesn't make any sense, Kaminari spoke up. He's actually scared. You've been rotting in prison for 5 months while we've been training our asses off. He screamed. All of them agreed to his statement. After all, he spoke facts, but not really. As Izuku noticed the anger they were radiating, he decided to tell them the truth. Trust me, he said, noticing their unbearable anger pointed toward him. The only one here who has the right to say that they trained their asses off is me. He pointed to himself with his thumb. Honestly, it was no use telling them. The ones who still can't accept the fact that he's back are way too deep in denial, especially Momo and Uraraka. Kaminari might also be put on the special case as well. No matter what Izuku utters, or says politely, their anger and disbelief always clouds their judgment. The only one in the room who still had a functional brain after the spectacle Izuku performed was Aizawa. If anything, it now proved to him what he saw in the coffee shop wasn't some sort delusion. But still, it got Aizawa asking way more questions than he has answers. Like, how did he grow to the size of him in only 5 months? Why is he so strong? Why is he getting the same odd feeling when he met his brother Baki at their home? Izuku has showed Aizawa time and time again that his potential to become stronger is definitely the best in class, but this is on another level. And he saw it, a potential answer. He never saw it at first, because who the hell looks at somebody's hand intensively? Aizawa barely noticed the scars all around his knuckles. There were many, too many to count for Aizawa. The answer was quite easy, but Aizawa wasn't so sure at first. All this time, Izuku was training intensively, if you could even call it training at this point. It was plain torture. What the hell did you go through for these past months? Aizawa wondered, worried. Somebody get Kirishima to nurse's office, Izuku said. I felt his bones break. Izuku held back. Kirishima won't die from that punch, if he gets treatment of course. He watched the reactions of his classmates. He expected something like this, but it still brought him pure joy. Most would think he's a psychopath for feeling like this, but who's to blame? As he finished his match, all he had to do was wait until the others finish. Back then, he would analyze everything either as a habit or to get an upper hand. Now, everything was just so slow, so boring, but he had nothing else to do. As he watched Kaminari spar with Ojiro, he now realized where his cockiness came from. Not only did he become physically stronger, faster, more agile, but also learned to control his electricity quirk a lot more easily. Don't get it twisted, Izuku's measuring Kaminari's rate of improvement compared to the others in class. Comparing Kaminari to Izuku, well, there's nothing to compare. If anything, Kaminari is now as strong as Izuku 5 months prior, or maybe even a bit more better, but that's all there is to it. Having watched all the matches with no excitement whatsoever, classes started once again. During those classes, he realized that his intelligence was also boosted. He never tried to learn anything when he was with Baki. All he did was just wake up, eat, train, 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 eat, train, train, eat once again, train, train, eat again, train, maybe eat again, train a little and go to sleep and repeat. Some of his classmates also gave him small glares. He didn't pay attention to them, not one bit. Even if the ones he didn't see, he definitely sensed them. Lunch break came, and everyone started rushing to the cafeteria. Izuku didn't want to stay in his class the entire time, so he decided to do something out of plain worry. He's going to check up on somebody. Most of his classmates already left for lunch, but some stayed. As he walked past the few, Izuku tripped. Lo and behold, Kaminari made him trip over, intentionally placing his leg out so Izuku would trip. He got him, to say, but once he fell down, he caught himself with one hand, before pushing himself back up. Do that again and I'll break your leg? Izuku warned, no aggressiveness in his tone. All Kaminari did was chuckle, before smirking. His demeanor told Izuku he's going to take that chance, so he'll gladly do it if it happens again. He walked out of class, ready to go for a visit. To Kirishima. Kirishima has just woken up from the unexpected beating. As almost everybody does, he jolted himself up, but quickly stopped as the pain was too high. Sadly, Chio, the school nurse can't use her quirk on an unconscious person, so Kirishima is said to stay here until she heals him. This hurts, he muttered. What the hell happened? He reminisced the fight he had a few hours ago. I couldn't even see him move. Kirishima does have a lot of confidence in his stronger form, maybe a little bit too much. He actually thought he could tank Izuku's hits like they would be nothing, but having realized that just one punch from Izuku broke his body, he blamed himself for not training enough. He looked around the room, seeing nobody else inside. Also, the other beds for the injured students were unoccupied. Maybe he's here alone, he's not sure. One of the beds to his far left has its view blocked by the curtains. Unknown to the injured student, the person on that bed is Nijire, hiding herself from everyone. Usually, most students can only stay here if they have a physical injury. Although she has no signs of that kind of an injury, Chio let her stay as long as she likes. Her relationship with Izuku was pretty much known by every teacher in school. So, Chio knew why she's like this and decided to let her stay. Her long hair, seemingly having a life of their own, positioned themselves in a peculiar manner, as if trying to comfort her. At the same time, she heard the sound of a door opening. She didn't pay mind to it, it was probably Chio. Izuku? Kirishima screamed. The moment she heard Kirishima utter his name, her body tensed up. How did he know she's here? It doesn't make sense to her. Maybe, Mirio told him. What are you doing here? Kirishima asked, somewhat frightened. I just came to make sure I didn't kill you, he replied nonchalantly. He looked at Kirishima, seeing there's no problems. And you're fine, so take care, Izuku said, trying to leave. Wait, Kirishima exclaimed, loudly enough for Izuku to stop. What? He replied, not interested. Right after waking up and realizing what happened to him, he had questions, ones that need to be answered. How did you become so strong? Kirishima asked, somewhat politely, making Izuku raise his eyebrow as to what he meant by that. I mean, all of us have been training our asses off, and it has been showing great results, especially for me and Kaminari, he said, feeling the sense of achievement coming from Kirishima. I thought I would need to hold back when fighting you, no offense, he said quietly. But you know how that turned out? They exchanged glares, one needed answers, and one looked at an idiot. Dude, I just trained, that's all, Izuku replied. And saying you trained your ass off and actually training your ass off are two different things, he added. It's easy to tell you're the former, Izuku told him enough, so he left. Having forced Kirishima to overthink about his training schedule, or if he needs to change it, he thanked Izuku for that. It's funny, the one Kirishima and his class betrayed so harshly, is the only one who came by to check up on him. Still, Kirishima knew what to do, while Nijire didn't. She had her chance, by getting out of the curtains, but she blew it. She wanted to confront him, to stop hiding by the curtains and meet him face to face, to say sorry. But she didn't have the willpower to do it. Pathetic, Izuku uttered as he walked back to his class. She's pathetic, he uttered a bit louder, but still too faint for anyone nearby to hear. What does she think hiding is going to do? He uttered again. He sounded a bit disappointed. Nothing else interesting happened after taking a visit to Kirishima. Kaminari didn't try to trip him again, for some odd reason, given how he reacted prior. As a new day came, and a day in school, Izuku thought it would be just like any day, learning, maybe a little bit of training and that's it. Aizawa came to class, and told everyone the news. As you know, we didn't finish for what we came for when USJ was attacked, but now we have another chance, Aizawa spoke to the class. Obviously, the class was delighted to hear that, as last time they didn't get to experience what they came for. The attackers of USJ were all arrested, so now we have no worries, Aizawa added, so others wouldn't have any PTSD. Obviously, they didn't worry, they just wanted fun, and how gigantic USJ looked, it's definitely a place to visit. Unlike the rest, Izuku was different, he didn't find it fun. Not at all. He felt different, like something is going to happen. Does it matter? Aizawa said they arrested the League of Villains. Unless there's a new dog in town, there's nothing to worry. What he did care about was the new transfer student, considering he heard his classmates say he or she should come in a few days. Now those few days passed, so where's the transfer student? He didn't ask Aizawa to not look picky, and let him continue with the dialogue. The little mechanism opened where their hero suits are housed, signifying that they're going to USJ right away. There was a small problem though, Izuku's old suit doesn't fit him anymore. To add insult to injury, after he was discovered to be the traitor, they threw away his suit in the dumpster. No worries though, as UA already made him a new suit. They made it with the same design as the last one, but a bigger one, considering Izuku's new physique. How the fuck does this fit me so perfectly? He wondered. I didn't give UA my new measurements. Nizu has his ways, that's all that can be said. He brushed the thoughts of his new suit off, and followed Aizawa outside. A bus was already waiting for them, they gladly hoped on and were ready to go. All Might was going to come as well, but something came up, Aizawa informed his troublesome class. They all pouted. All Might rarely started teaching class 1A, after Izuku was sent away. It's a shame, they really enjoy his classes. But it's weird, not to Aizawa or the class, but to Izuku. Everything's going the same way as before. He understands he's overreacting, but he can't lose this wary feeling off. They all aboard the bus and left off. Considering where this is going, the viewers already know. Izuku could tell he is being treated as an outcast. Not by everyone, but most of them, as they sat quite far away from him. They were talking, Kirishima was talking about what a man should be, Jiro's listening to music, Kaminari's texting someone. Never knew he had any other friends except from the class, he thought, at the same time noticing Bakugo giving him the death glare. Still, it was a lot to take in, he reminiscent of what Baki told him today during breakfast. And here I thought I found out everything. He somewhat chuckled. They reached USJ, to their delight. Getting out of the bus, they all headed down to the entrance. As it opened, it revealed 13, although with the suit it was hard to tell, she was definitely happy to see them, since last time with them, things happened. Ah Aizawa, it's so good to see your class again, 13 cheered. Yeah, Aizawa died inside. They all took in the view of the territory, having the same reaction as before, thrilled of seeing it once again due to its sheer size. Aizawa's goal of coming here wasn't to see his class's strength. They all became way more powerful, most are already capable of being a sidekick, while some can already be a hero. But strength isn't everything that makes a great hero. USJ is a place for ones to train their actions in different environments. This is an ideal place to get experience with disaster scenarios. As Izuku looked down the insanely long staircase, to the fountain in the center, the uneasiness never left him. He stood at the edge of the staircase, something was telling him to be on guard, not for himself, but for others. Like said before, Izuku was an outcast, since the others were away from him, listening to 13's unnecessary rambling about the history of this place. Is that a new student of yours Aizawa? 13 caught an eye on Izuku. No, that's Izuku, he replied blankly. And yeah, he's changed. Don't ask, he added, to make 13 would shut up. Aizawa understood Izuku didn't want to be near his class, due to his own reasons, but that wasn't the reason he stood that far away. Just barely, he could see his eyes are focused on something in the far distance. Not only that, his demeanor, the aura he's emitting, Aizawa sensed that he was on guard, for some unexplained reason. Izuku, what's wrong? He approached the boy. He didn't respond, in fact, he didn't even react. Something was up, and if it worries Izuku, Aizawa knows it's a problem. Look at the fountain, Izuku spoke up. So Aizawa did. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't see anything that would be out of the ordinary. I don't see anything, Aizawa replied, perplexing Izuku even more. He's the only one who could see it, a faint flicker of light at the center of the fountain. And then, as quickly as it came, it stopped flickering. Aizawa, get everyone out of here, Izuku ordered. Now. Right on time, the light disappeared, and the next cliché thing to happen was a portal appearing right near the fountain. But it wasn't the only one, others started popping out as well. Everyone get out of here, Aizawa ordered loudly. We're getting attacked. They were all quite close to the exit, but it was too late, the same portals appeared as well. This didn't make sense for the students. Aizawa said it himself that the attackers of USJ were apprehended. If they had a functional brain during such a crisis, they could easily tell this was different. The portals weren't black and purple, they were black and gray. It was a different quirk altogether. And the worst thing yet, the villains, things that came out of the portals weren't just simple villains, but black disgusting humanoid creatures, Nomus. But it wasn't a few, not a dozen, but at least 40 fucking Nomus. Granted, none of them looked anywhere close as intimidating to the one that All Might barely defeated. Luckily they look mindless, at least they act as ones. But, Izuku could tell they were given specific orders, and by the looks of it, the order was to not let anyone escape. As most were panicking, one of the Nomus charged at the huddled-up classmate. The biggest surprise? Kaminari stepped up, and electrified the bugger. Come and get me you motherfuckers, Kaminari ratted. The Nomu, who was electrified definitely died. Kaminari, although acted as a hero, is now a complete dumbass, as his words pissed off the Nomus. Two came charging in, completely ignoring Kaminari and going for the group of classmates behind him. They're not mindless after all. The students, although frightened, were on guard on the oncoming attack. But luckily, Aizawa came into the rescue, using his scarf to render the two Nomus useless, before throwing them down the long staircase. Why aren't the others attacking? Aizawa wondered. It was definitely a mystery. All the other Nomus just stood there, watching everyone as they blocked the exit. What's their plan? Aizawa only could wonder. Then it hit him, then Izuku, and 13. The fact that Kaminari defeated one of them with ease, and that Aizawa yeeted two of them like it's nothing, it showed the three of them a clear picture. They're weak, very weak. Them attacking could actually be a thorn in their plans. In simple terms, their sole goal is to defend the gate to not let anyone escape. They feel like idiots for not realizing it sooner. The gates at the bottom that opened, they're unchecked. Both Izuku and Aizawa took a look at what might be down the long staircase, and the horror Aizawa saw was worse than they have ever expected. Aizawa, a hero who never loses hope, might start to think otherwise. Hundreds of Nomus flooded the ground below, and were rapidly climbing the staircase. This was bad. An impossible situation to escape. Regardless, Aizawa had to think of something, but he never could. As for Izuku, things were different than one would imagine. He wasn't in distress, he wasn't losing hope. In fact, what he's feeling right now is unusual. All those Nomus below, it brought pure joy to the boy. One thing's for certain, if all of those Nomus die, there's no repercussions. Izuku was living for that. He couldn't control himself. The feeling of pure ecstasy ran through his body as he ran to the Nomus, with a menacing smile at that. Before Aizawa knew it, Izuku was closing in on the Nomus. You idiot, turn back, he screamed, but Izuku didn't respond. Hanmas are born fighters. If we ever have a chance to either hurt or kill many individuals with no repercussions, it becomes almost impossible to control oneself. Baki, today, during breakfast, gave Izuku another tell about the Hanmas. But it's not like he cared. As of now, Izuku is all about instinct, punching and kicking every Nomu he came across with speed, strength and precision, and most importantly, the will to kill. No matter if some of the Nomus didn't even try to confront Izuku face to face, they still got punched or kicked hard enough to either break almost all the bones or die on the spot. This was inhumane. Aizawa didn't like the sight at all. But as it pains him, it's a win-win scenario. Still, there should be at least one extremely strong Nomu, right? One either equivalent or a bit weaker than the one who almost beat the symbol of peace. But, Aizawa had to put some faith on Izuku. He's certain Izuku is stronger than him, by a lot. Izuku went further down the staircase, leaving a pile of corpses in his wake. Yes, they were dead, but only most of them. Just like the Nomu during the last attack, some of them had a regeneration quirk. But even so, such quirks are useless if they die on the spot. Only a few, either with regeneration or healing quirks, stood up and went further up the staircase. They're regenerating slowly, Aizawa uttered. If anything, that's a relief. Their healing isn't even close to that monster who broke his hands before. Weirdly enough, the nomas who didn't die by Izuku didn't try to go to return the favor. Still, why aren't the nomas trying to get rid of the biggest threat? They're going for the crowd. Aizawa figured it out. If the nomas reach the top, they'll be surrounded. So, Aizawa had to get his hands full with the leftovers Izuku didn't finish. Everyone, you have no other choice but to attack. If they surround us, it's over. Aizawa ordered. Alright, most of them replied. Aizawa was happy, at least. His class, although scared, can still put up a fight. Aizawa descended down to finish the remaining nomas. Truth be told, what that Nomu did to him, it's something he could never forget. Even if his enemies are only low-leveled nomas, leagues below the one he fought prior, he was still frightened. But he had no choice, he had to protect his students, and also, to be forgiven. No matter what the enemy or villain is, Aizawa would never kill, he would break their arm at most, but that's it. Seeing Izuku, completely disregarding everything else, and just hitting every living being he sees with enough force to end any life was a sight he did not wish to see. What happened to Izuku? You're all to blame. He remembered Baki's words. The uncontrollable lust for blood Izuku is experiencing, Aizawa could only feel like it was his fault, like it was everyone's fault. But it's not like he could do anything to stop Izuku. Who knows, maybe he would attack Aizawa as well if he got too close. As time passed on, and Izuku finally descended down the staircase, and now near the fountain, only a dozen of nomas were left alive. And like a beast with no time to spare, the last remaining nomas were all defeated by yours truly. Izuku breathed out harshly, and his facial expression, signifying that he wants more. But there was nothing left for him to lose his temper, so he snapped out of it. Only now, has he realized what he had done. What? He exclaimed, being in disbelief by seeing the corpses all around him. I did this, he asked, although he already knew. I'm an idiot, he said. My brother even warned me something like this can happen. He felt some guilt, since he literally killed over 100 nomas. He looked up, seeing everyone on top struggling with the other nomas. An entire class of future heroes, not to mention 2 other heroes, were having a hard time with the nomas with at least 3 times as less of what Izuku defeated in a matter of minutes. He had intent of go up and help, but he didn't have a chance. Another portal opened, another batch of nomas were coming. Only one portal was in sight, for as of now, the size of it was a lot bigger compared to the others. Were the real threats coming? Izuku couldn't tell. He saw someone, or something, starting to come out from the portal. As said before, the portal was bigger than the others, but the frame of that thing that came out was as big as the portal. A huge frame is always seen to be something intimidating, but that's not it. That wasn't the thing that was making Izuku feel nervous. The thing that stood over 3.5 meters tall, a black, but definitely honed body was filled with scars all over. Honestly, it reminded Izuku of himself. But, something wasn't making any sense for the boy. There's at least 50 nomas on top, and over 150 already dead below. Sending over 200 nomas just for a simple class was a bit overkill to say the least. Granted, All Might should have been here, but he had stuff to do. What's this? The huge Nomu spoke up, with fluent English in fact. All the nomas have already fallen? The thing said. All for One definitely said All Might was getting weaker, but to defeat all of them in such a short time, the thing was bewildered. Maybe he hasn't gotten weaker, it could only come up with that. It wasn't All Might? Izuku stammered out, a bit frightened, but still very much composed. The thing was so focused on looking up, as if insanely prideful, finally looked down to see the green-haired boy, his knuckles all bruised up from the punching. Boy, you did this? He asked, a bit in denial. Yeah, I did, Izuku answered. The thing chuckled, and then somewhat praised Izuku for this surprising feat of strength. I have to admit, it's impressive, he exclaimed. But, even for a hero in training, your methods are inhumane. He pointed to all the dead nomas. Yeah, I lost control, a mistake on my part, Izuku said. With all this small talk, Izuku was still heavily on guard. The aura the thing is radiating, it's nerve-wracking. Nevertheless, he's certain. This thing is definitely stronger than the Nomu during the first attack. It hasn't done anything to prove his strength, but Izuku could sense the aura. It's strong, way too strong. Another scary thing was what he mentioned. All for One. No doubt about it, Izuku knew it was related to One for All, but those questions are for another time. Also, who the hell are you? Izuku demanded the tall beast. Oh, where are my manners? He laughed it off as if there was no biggie. You can call me Hawk, he spoke of a familiar name. Or you can know me as All for One's greatest creation. It's been too long. Nijire has been resting in the nurse's office for way too long. Her friends, Mirio and Tamaki, are always visiting her every few hours, hoping to cheer her up. It was working, but not enough to make a difference. But after a little incident, it has gotten worse. Izuku visited the nurse's office, but not for her. Granted, he didn't even know Nijire was there at first, but he later sensed her. He was there for Kirishima. The way Izuku talked to him, it wasn't as if he was talking with a friend. Time was passing ever so slowly for her, being seated at her bed all the time. But, even she knew this had to stop, it had to change. I know what you, Mirio said, before changing the sentence. What we did to him, Mirio said. But you know this has to stop. He made a good point. Nothing's going to change if you don't do anything, Mirio added. Nijire told her two friends about the incident, about how she hid away from her ex out of fear of what's to come. Hiding is the same as doing absolutely nothing, Mirio quoted. If you don't confront Izuku, you know what might happen, the boy added. Basically, all her confidence seems to drop when she's near Izuku, or even when she hears his voice. But with a little boost from Mirio, she started to change. You're right, she said, getting out of the bed she's been lying for so long. I'll meet him today, she stammered a bit. His words definitely sparked the fire back in her, but was it enough? Maybe I'll go meet him now, she said, with some confidence. There she is, Mirio replied. All those visits, it finally paid off. She's finally back. Wait, now, Mirio questioned, but it was too late. She stormed out of the office, in search of Izuku. The fire in her didn't care what Mirio had to say, she just left in a moment's notice. Clearly, she didn't know Izuku is having some problems in USJ. Back to USJ. After performing a little massacre, a new enemy showed up. He was different, unlike the other Nomas, he was sentient, intelligent. And if Izuku's guts are correct, Hawk's fighting style might not be just all brawl. Oh, where are my manners? The thing laughed it off, as if it was no big problem. You can call me Hawk? Hawk spoke, his name having some familiarity to Izuku. Or you can know me as All for One's greatest creation? Hawk spoke, his prideful tone ever so cocky. So, All for One created these? Izuku questioned the 3-meter Nomu. Even the strong Nomu who attacked USJ before? It was definitely a question Izuku needed to ask. For starters, Izuku thought the Nomu back then was definitely not someone who was just born like that. Seeing the Nomu obey all of Shigaraki's commands without a second thought, he knew something was up. Also, seeing the Nomu regenerate, and having almost a perfect immunity to All Might's punches, he was close to cracking the puzzle. And now, he didn't need to. If one man, or woman, Izuku doesn't fucking know what gender All for One is, can create such beasts, and with such numbers, those feats are enough to induce fear even to the professionals. And what Hawk said, him being stronger than the one before, it was enough for Izuku to activate all of his instincts. He was ready for everything. You consider the Nomu who attacked this place before strong? Hawk asked, a bit perplexed. That weakling was created with the little resources All for One had, Hawk exclaimed. It wasn't perfect, not even close. Hawk didn't stop with the unnecessary information. Yes, it was a match for All Might, but that's all there was. If it had fought someone like Endeavor, the Nomu wouldn't have stood a chance. So it was only created to fight All Might? Izuku asked. Indeed, Hawk replied. Then, what about you? Izuku besieged. Me, Hawk begged. I wasn't created to fight someone, I was created to fight everyone, he replied maliciously. But still, I'm clearly disappointed, Hawk responded. If you think that Nomu was tough, then I had my hopes up for nothing, Hawk stated, sombered. Ugh, whatever, let's get this over with, Hawk stated, coming ever so slowly to Izuku. I don't have all the, Hawk was cut off. He had his guard down. Well, it looked like he was defenseless in that moment, and Izuku risked it, jumping up and extending his leg, kicking Hawk straight to the chin. But even when Hawk was relaxed way more than one should be in a fight, he dodged it with little effort. Sharp, fast, and deadly, Hawk complimented. That would have killed anyone if it had hit its mark, he exclaimed once more. But still, I'm disappointed. His cocky smile dropped to pity of all things. Realizing surprise attacks aren't effective, Izuku couldn't see him winning the fight. The only one he saw that could put up a fight against this thing was All Might, and his brother, but Baki doesn't count. He sharpened his senses, trying to be as serious as possible in this ordeal. But even so, Izuku barely dodged it. Hawk's punch was way too fast, even though he dodged it by a fluke, Izuku still had a bruise on his chin. Finally experiencing the differences firsthand, he had no fucking clue what to do. Oh, you dodged it? Hawk exclaimed, somewhat surprised. But don't get my hopes up, he said, rushing into Izuku. I don't want to be disappointed midway into battle. Hawk's face, riddled with ecstatic joy as he punched Izuku right to the stomach. It hurt, causing damage to the young boy as he flew back closer to the staircase. Aizawa, who has now taken care of the Nomus, finally saw the monstrous beast from below. The scary thing to witness was Izuku, who was holding his stomach, clearly in pain from the devastating punch. Aizawa quickly rushed down to help the boy. But the question is, what could Aizawa do? The answer is simple, you dumbass. He's going to erase the thing's quirk, or quirks. Aizawa activated his quirk on Hawk, quickly erasing one of Hawk's powers. Which quirk? No clue, as Hawk's filled to the brim with all sorts of enchanter-type quirks. I've heard about you, Eraserhead, Hawk exclaimed. A hero who can erase quirks by just glancing at someone. I'm surprised even a Nomu knows who I am, Aizawa almost stammered. But now experiencing firsthand on how your quirk works, you're going to be a liability if you decide to fight me with that brat, Hawk stated. What? Your quirk only erases one quirk at a time, Hawk stated facts. And me? Hawk said, with sass. I'm filled with all sorts of enchancers, he said cheekily. Although for Hawk to lose just one measly quirk isn't much, it still has an effect. Now move along and let me fight that brat, Hawk demanded. The reason he's a bit persistent on fighting Izuku is the fact the boy tanked one of his punches, not to mention straight to the stomach. Maybe he's worthwhile after all, Hawk wondered. Truth be told, the punch did have an effect Izuku, but he needs 100 more of those for him to fall. Although it's true that Aizawa can only erase one quirk at a time, I can see the effect it has on you, Izuku spoke. Oh really? Hawk asked, a bit angry. Why the hell do you look so uncomfortable? Izuku smirked, finally realizing a way to win the fight. You're not used to it, getting a quirk erased from you, said Izuku, and that's going to be your downfall? Actually, Izuku was bluffing. He's still not so certain on one fact, but he decided to risk it. No matter what, keep your eyes on him, I'll defend you, Izuku said to Aizawa. Also, blink at least twice a second, but also keep your eyes on him, a bit of a confusing tactic to Aizawa. What? Aizawa could only question. Your quirk can only erase one at a time, right? Said Izuku. Even if you can only erase one, how would that mechanism work on a person with multiple quirks? He asked. This is my gamble. I think the mechanism is random, he exclaimed, hoping Aizawa would comply. Even if it's true, how would it even help? He said he has all sorts of enchanter quirks in his system. Aizawa stated, a bit loud. Erasing just one wouldn't make a difference. Truth be told, Aizawa wanted to go and help the students with the Nomu problem on top, but their problem is solvable even without Aizawa, but not Izuku's. Izuku knows damn well he can't win by fighting Hawk on equal terms, so he's using a peculiar plan which is only a simple gamble. It does make a difference, said Izuku. The moment you looked at him, he became uncomfortable. He's completely dependent on every quirk he has in his system. I'm guessing when you looked at him, you erased either a strength or a speed enchanter, and that made him vulnerable. Izuku stated. It was starting to make sense for Aizawa. A Nomu that is all quirk and no brawl, and just erasing one quirk is enough to weaken him enough to be defeatable. And the rapid blinking, Aizawa was honestly shocked how Izuku could have come up with that in such a short time. If the Nomu is dependent on every quirk he has, then once a quirk gets erased, he needs time to adapt to the new change. But even worse for Hawk, he has to adapt every half a second, which is definitely a task that seems implausible. Basically, the best way I could describe it is like changing your mouse's sensitivity. You need some time to adapt, unless you change it to something you're already familiar with. But then imagine the sensitivity changing to something random every half a second, it's gonna confuse the fuck out of you. Hawk, who stood some distance away, didn't hear anything about their plan as he doesn't have a super hearing quirk. Still, it didn't matter for him. Hawk's pride of being all for one's greatest creation was too high to even have any fear of what their plan might be, so he let them think of anything they see fit, while he was just standing there waiting for them. He already has his plan as well. Beat Aizawa, then go for the boy. He doesn't see Izuku as someone who can defeat him, but someone who can entertain him, given the fact he tanked his punch. But what about you? Aizawa asked. What if accidentally look at you and erase your quirk? You're going to be completely vulnerable, he added. Don't worry about that, I'm quirkless after all, he somewhat smirked. What? Aizawa was perplexed. Stop asking questions and let's do it, Izuku hyped. With all of that planning, Izuku was the one who rushed into battle. Hawk, who was basically standing there, nonchalant, wasn't expecting much. Aizawa stood in the back, since there's nothing he can do to help except for his quirk. The moment Aizawa got a clear look at Hawk, the same thing happened. His body changed, catching him off guard. Trying to block the oncoming punch of Izuku's, Hawk barely made it in time. But this is only the start of what he has to endure. Aizawa was now rapidly blinking, and by how Hawk reacted, it proved Izuku that the mechanism was indeed random. He kicked Hawk straight to the stomach. He tried blocking it, but to Izuku, it looked like Hawk was an entirely different man in a different body. Basically, he didn't have much control. But still, Hawk tanked it, clocking his own punch to the green-haired boy. Izuku blocked it, albeit it was difficult. I have to stick with dodging, Izuku thought. In the same moment, he got another good kick in, straight to the jaw. Clearly, Hawk does not have a glass jaw, so it wasn't lethal, but it was damaging. What the hell is this? Hawk wondered, getting punched in the stomach. What's happening? Why the hell are moves so different each time? He was dumbfounded. Still, he was getting hits in, but Izuku had way more. Even so, Hawk's were more deadly. This was a first for him, getting actual pain, getting damage inflicted into his body. But Hawk wasn't the greatest creation for nothing. He caught Izuku by the neck, now making Izuku incapable of dodging anything. With pure rage, he cocked one straight to the stomach, full force, making Izuku cough off some blood. It bruised his ribs, or even broke some of them. But it seems luck was siding with Izuku. In that moment, it seemed that Aizawa had erased the strongest strength enhancer Hawk had. Also, even with broken ribs, Izuku has endured something way more excruciating. Training. Using his elbow and leg to hit Hawk's wrist perfectly, he was forced to let Izuku go. Once he let go, Izuku hit his left ankle, making him almost stumble down near to Izuku's level. It was an ankle breaker, literally. This couldn't be any more perfect. As he was falling, Izuku punched Hawk straight to the face. The kinetic energy of Hawk falling added with the punch, it made the effect more deadly than it should have. Due to the author's bullshit, Hawk's pride is so big that he denied All for One's offer of giving him a healing quirk. I need to get rid of him, Hawk thought. He needed to get rid of Aizawa, because for the first time Hawk sees himself losing. But it wasn't an easy task. Hawk's current ever-changing state was way too fucking confusing to understand anything, and because of that, Izuku wasn't something Hawk sees someone as prey anymore. The blows being exchanged, it was always 1 to 5, Izuku having more quantity, but Hawk's hits had more quality. Still, in the end of the spectrum, Izuku was winning. For Aizawa's eyes to catch up, Izuku was always fighting Hawk head-on in one spot, in hopes Aizawa could see the Nomu. It was working damn well, although Izuku was also suffering quite a lot. Hawk got another good hit in, or more accurately, a kick to the chest. If the punch prior didn't break any ribs, this one definitely did, it was powerful. With the force of the kick, Izuku was almost flung back. The thing is, Hawk finally let aside his pride and started to think more rationally in his disadvantage. Hawk stepped back, and for an unexplained reason dug his hand into the cement ground below, making Izuku raise his eyebrow. Next thing he did was throw the chunk he grabbed from the ground. The distance being a few meters, a big chunk isn't going to be hard to dodge. But turns out, it was. It wasn't a big chunk. Hawk crushed the boulder into his hand, making pellets and throwing straight to Izuku. Izuku swiftly moved aside, dodging them, but barely. Next thing he saw was Hawk, smiling, as if he won. The huge amount of pellets, it was just a ruse so that Izuku couldn't figure out his actual target. It was Aizawa. Hawk knew Izuku wouldn't even let him get 5 meters close to Aizawa, so he improvised. Albeit it's possible for Izuku to dodge the swarm of pellets, but what about Aizawa? Hawk was definitely above what everyone has seen, so the speed the pellets reached, it was too fast for Aizawa. Barely, he maneuvered his hands to block his face from the amount of pellets. But it did nothing. The pellets were fast enough to dig in into his body, but not deep enough to reach any organs. Either way, it was deadly. Also, Aizawa lost sight of Hawk, making him feel his true power once again. With pure speed, he reached Aizawa, before grabbing him by the face, and throwing him to the ground. I never expected that your quirk could actually be this useful, Hawk commented. I want to kill you, but All for One can't take quirks from people who are already dead, so luck is by your side, I guess, he somewhat grunted. Also, he pointed to our boy. This wasn't good. Even if he's damaged, he's back at full power. Not to mention that Izuku also suffered. You did not disappoint, Hawk cut a smile. Next thing to occur was Hawk, finally in full power, ready to attack. Izuku wanted to defend himself, but this was different. Hawk was now completely in control of his own body. A fast, out-of-this-world punch came to the boy. He couldn't block it. Finally, Hawk let out his anger on the now completely defenseless Izuku. A full-on barrage of punches, all of them colliding to every part of his body. Once it was over, Izuku couldn't even stand up. He fell down elegantly, completely broken. But I had my fun, said Hawk. Even in the midst of this, the students were still fighting the Nomus on top, and it looked like they were winning. To your efforts, I'll knock them out fast, Hawk said. Like I said, All for One can't take quirks from dead people. Izuku, who was barely conscious. Heck, he said he's barely alive, was deep in thought. Although his classmates were winning the battle, it was still way too hard for them, even with 13 helping them. And now, the monster that is called Hawk will now join in the massacre. And by what Hawk meant, that All for One can take quirks, he realized what's going to happen to everyone in the long run. All for One can take quirks, and once they're taken, they will definitely die shortly after. As much as he hates everyone, he doesn't wish them death, not at all. Still, Izuku remembered something. Something he talked about with his brother. There's 2 ways, Baki stated. The first is to truly acknowledge your enemy, he added. The first one is always the hardest. All Hanmas tend to be arrogant, so you can throw this possibility out. The second is to be beaten up, to a point where death seems inevitable. The second one is the most likely and possible scenario. Even so, if it happens, it will activate. What will activate? Izuku asked politely. the demon back? It's funny, he talked about it today. Was it a coincidence? Probably. He saw Aizawa, the man who helped him fight the thing, even though he would be completely useless if he fought Hawk alone, still decided to help. If anything, Aizawa's a teacher who protects his students. Granted, it would have been better to help the students above, but Aizawa was an actual necessity in this battle, even though it was a loss. I forgive you, Izuku uttered under his breath. Aizawa was risking his life to help Izuku. If this isn't worthy for forgiveness, then you're a fucking sadist. I'll get everyone out of this hole, Izuku exclaimed, using every ounce of strength to get up. My father's the devil, huh? Izuku remembered. Hawks, I'll show you, he uttered. I'll fucking show you what happens when you mess with the son of the devil. With pure rage, Izuku got himself back up. Albeit, his body was broken to a point where most would say it's beyond repair. It didn't matter to him. He is a Hanma after all. All for one said to knock everyone out, even him, so it wouldn't raise suspicion. Hawk regarded Izuku as a dead guy. In simple terms, he was done playing with him. He gave Hawk the satisfaction he wanted, but now it's over. It was time for Hawk to finish his mission. But I don't get it, why did my master make them all weak to electricity? Hawk was rambling about All for One's weird plan. He solely despised the fact that Aizawa or Izuku could get up. Sadly for Hawk, Izuku did, and better yet, heard everything. Although being the strongest Nomu ever to be created, Hawk didn't have any flashy quirks. All he has is strength and speed enchancers. The only other quirk he has is an intelligence booster. He didn't have a quirk that enhances his senses, but he didn't even need it to feel it. The bloodlust behind him, it was menacing. For the first time, Hawk actually felt fear. Because of this new feeling, he turned around swiftly, seeing the boy he beat up so badly that most would consider death rather than this. What? This didn't make sense. When he got Aizawa out of the way, Hawk was determined to finish the young boy, so he wouldn't spoil his plans anymore. Surely, he didn't hit Izuku with everything he got when Aizawa was taken down. He didn't break any of his bones either, except for his ribs. Even so, the damage his body had to suffer, it would even force the most willed men to never get back up. But this was also different. The injuries Izuku endured, although they were there, he was still standing as if everything was completely fine. He wasn't stumbling, and he wasn't using his last drop of strength to stand up either. It did seem that he was completely fine even with those injuries. Why the hell am I so afraid? Hawk has never had a moment where his enemy seemed to stand up again. Even when he's holding back, his fangs are still strong enough to end any opponent he goes against. He had to acknowledge Izuku though, it seemed it was the only option. For the first time feeling fear, he didn't have the courage to confront Izuku once more. The boy was just standing there, his eyes bloodshot from everything he endured. Although his gaze was right on Hawk's, his mind was on something else. What is this? Not once, even when he was sparring with Baki, has he experienced something like this. I feel so strong. Not only has he gotten a boost in strength, the pain seemed to disappear as well. It was still there, he just didn't feel it. But he knew he didn't have time to be perplexed by his new strength. Hawks was still standing, ready to attack once more. Although that wasn't the case, Hawk seems too nervous to even move. With this newfound power, Izuku wasn't as wary as before. In fact, he doesn't feel anything anymore. His fear for Hawk has diminished, but it seemed to change sides. This must be the demon back Baki talked about? It seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The increase in strength, topped off with an almost broken body, it's a shocker. Wait, if I become this much stronger with a damaged body? He knew his body was, in simple terms, fucked up. Yet he feels way stronger than before. It's only his first time experiencing this miracle, so it got him thinking. How strong would I be if I was perfectly fine? Looking back at Hawk, he understood if they fight once more, it's not going to be a one-sided match. No, maybe it will be. Why the hell are you so afraid of? Hawk asked himself, as his body was in a seemingly paralyzed state. He's just a simple brat. He's probably using his last drop of strength just stand up, right? Hawk wanted it to be true, but he doesn't know anymore. I don't even need to do anything. He's probably going to fall down after just one step. After trying to come up with anything to ease himself, he lost sight of his enemy. All Hawk could see was a speckle of dust dispersing on the same spot where Izuku had stood. He disappeared from his sight. Hawk knew this was no illusion, or some sort of trick. Izuku just moved too fast for him to see. As much as Hawk hates to admit it, the tables have turned. Feeling the menacing presence behind him, Hawk turned swiftly to see Izuku, getting Aizawa out of the rubble. Although Izuku had a neutral face, there was anger underneath. The same man he hates as much as everyone else in school tried to help him, even if death was a possibility. Almost a certain possibility. He put Aizawa down on the ground gently, before affixing his gaze back to Hawk. Hope you're ready for round 2. He wasn't ready for a rematch. Although Hawk is definitely strong, his courage and willpower however. Hawk screamed in pain, being punched to the stomach, getting sent back and crashing into the fountain. Because I'm not taking no for an answer. Although Izuku doesn't like killing others when he's not a complete psychopath, it's not like he won't kill when he needs to. Hawk got back up from the rubble, being afraid of the boy even more. Just one punch from Izuku already drilled the fact that defeat is almost certain. He wasn't just feeling fear anymore, he was scared shitless. Are you really that afraid of me? Izuku noticed the feat Hawk had. It was practically radiating off of him. You're all for one's greatest creation, act like it. The words of encouragement didn't work, Hawk has stopped working. It doesn't matter, Hawk was going to pay, whether he's ready or not. With a quick dash, Izuku was now once again near Hawk. He noticed him, and threw a punch out of nowhere. But it wasn't a sharp punch or anything. He only threw it out of fear and in hopes it would keep Izuku away from him. Obviously it didn't. Izuku dodged it with a measly amount of effort. The thing is, he could have blocked it, but he doesn't want to risk it. Although he feels no pain, he generally understands that his body is damaged. With a body like that, even blocking a punch or a kick could do something. Seeing fear in Hawk's eyes, Izuku could not believe he is the same person he fought prior. But it didn't matter. Throwing a kick straight to Hawk's jaw, it collided. With increased strength, Izuku's kick was devastating. The sound of the impact was immense, but as the students were fighting for their lives above, they didn't pay mind to the sound. This would have killed anyone, probably even All Might. But luck was on Hawk's side. He had pride in his jaw. Albeit it didn't kill him, nor knocked him out, it still rattled his brain to the extreme. Hawk couldn't remain standing. He couldn't differentiate of what's up and down. Just like that, he was done. He couldn't fight anymore. Even if he could, the fear he has, it would cloud his judgment. It was over. Now all that's left is the Nomus on top. Granted, he wanted to go up and help, but not that many Nomus were left. The students and 13 were winning. With that, Izuku has time. Can you still hear me? He wanted to make sure Hawk didn't lose his eardrums from the kick. The sound of the impact was loud, and Hawk was deadass at the center. Answer me, Izuku demanded Hawk, who was already frightened for his life. Hawk, answer me. He demanded again, this time his voice sounded like it could be considered a threat. Finally, Hawk responded, by nodding to his command. Izuku already knew he could hear him, since he flinched when he was asked the first time. You said All for One can't take quirks from deceased people, right? To be fair, Izuku was out on the ground barely alive, so he might have misheard something. He just wanted to make sure he heard it correctly. Why yes. He can only take quirks from others if they're alive and keep them or give it to someone. Hawk was stammering like a train wreck, in fear for his life. Even gave him more information than he asked. At least he's catching on. So tell me, if you have captured us all and taken our quirks, what would happen next? An instant frightened reaction from Hawk. Izuku pieced it together. The moment All for One takes all of their quirks, why would he need them anymore? We would kill everyone. A blunt answer. Hawk has to know that answering like that doesn't help his position at all. +5 for honesty though. Then tell me, how many people have you killed? In all honesty, his reply decides his fate. Izuku has to know if he deserves to die or not. But due to unforeseen circumstances, Hawk began to cry. I lost count. He let his tears out like a fucking baby. It made the reply seem less inhumane, but Izuku knows damn well someone like him can't be left alive. I was just following orders. Hawk knew his death was certain. Not being able to take it like a man, he broke down. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. He was practically begging for his life. All those people he has killed, they were the same, begging for life. A good thing to mention is Hawk hated the people who accepted their faith and remained calm till the end. He didn't have an answer as to why, but now he does. He hated them because deep down, he knew he's not like them. Hawk can't accept death, no matter if it's right near his doorstep. Did they all say the same thing before you killed them? You didn't fucking care about anyone you killed, so, do you really think I'd let someone like you live? Even most mass murderers remember the names of the people they killed. If there was hope, now there's none. All hope was lost for Hawk. Take it like a man, you're dying today. Izuku gave him a chance to take his death with no fear. Sadly, Hawk couldn't. His fear for death seemed to skyrocket through the roof. The boy noticed it. There's no hope for him left, so he raised his hand, gripping it tightly. He wanted it to end with one single blow to the head, full force. If it somehow doesn't kill Hawk, then he will suffer before he meets his fate. I don't think he is. It never seems to be the end. You defeat the boss, then a fucking secret boss appears. The entity which spoke grabbed Izuku's hand. Although Izuku couldn't exactly say the grip strength of the entity was strong, since his body was pretty much numb everywhere. What he can mention, however, is that he couldn't force the thing to let go. Let me guess, Izuku was certain who this man is. Appearing out of nowhere, and exactly at the right time. All for one, Izuku spoke, correct? Next thing to occur was Izuku, being thrown back by All for One into the distance. It was a strong throw, as Izuku couldn't negate it. You must be strong, defeating Hawk isn't some simple task. He complimented the green-haired boy. Although Hawk's an idiot, he is All For One's strongest Nomu. And you, Hawk? You're going to need upgrades. All For One grabbed Hawk, before opening a portal AMD throwing him in. This was all going back to square one. And Izuku didn't like it one bit. Fighting Hawk was already enough to push his body above his limits, and now him? What are you doing here? Izuku had to know, but he already had a gist of it. One thing's for certain, he's definitely stronger than Hawk, he knows that quite well. To save Hawk, of course. He may be an idiot sometimes, but he's needed. I never expected that I would be needed in my own plan. Hawk's even stronger than All Might. Clearly deep in thought, All For One thought the connection. You're the 9th holder of One For All, aren't you? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. He saw that Hawk's body was damaged. To do that requires insane physical strength, like All Might. This couldn't be better, One For All being finally in my grasp. While All For One was fantasizing about taking One For All, Izuku had to intrude. Then I was forced to give it back. Then what is your quirk? Still, if it's not One For All, the boy's quirk is still going to be very useful. I don't have a quirk. What, then you beat Hawk with? Physical strength? Yeah. Clearly looking into Izuku's eyes, he could see it was no lie. Although it seemed impossible, All For One has heard rumors about someone, or something that has done such inhuman feats. If it's true, then I'm perplexed. Still, All For One acknowledging Izuku wasn't going to change much. The true monster that stands near the fountain, Izuku knows there's no hope if they fought, even if the demon back is in play. So, Izuku didn't want to fight All For One, as him losing is already a given. So, he decided to run. He wanted to go up the staircase and defeat the other Nomus left and get everyone the fuck out of there. But he quickly noticed the sad truth. The moment Izuku moved, the gravity around him seemed to change. Let me guess, you thought about going up, kill the remaining Nomus and run away, right? His intuition was spot on, which Izuku hated to admit. Still, the boy couldn't forget that All For One can take quirks. Quirks can do anything. And if there's a quirk that can steal quirks, then the user can do anything. Did you think for a second that there might be another batch Nomus waiting outside the gate? Even if there were, Izuku would have easily created a path for everyone. But the gravity quirk he activated on Izuku, it's too powerful. Maybe I should just let them all in right now, for them to lose all of their hope. All For One didn't even need to give the command. It seemed the Nomus couldn't control themselves and broke through the gate. The gate wasn't just broken down by the Nomus, it was completely punched out of its hinges. Surprisingly, the gate was sent flying, almost quite an abnormal distance, landing near All For One and Izuku. No Nomu of mine can do that. Although Hawk could do that, All For One sent him back to their headquarters. After so long, All For One is getting a rematch. Except this time, All For One had unusual events unfold to him for the past months. And those events made him stronger than one could imagine, to a point where he could even create Hawk. The students knew the only person who can send a 10-ton metal door flying like that is no other than the symbol of peace. Even so, Izuku can't even imagine All Might beating him. Something must have happened for All For One to become this strong. Still, Izuku put some faith into him, maybe everything will be fine after all. The thing is, the students got a good look after the huge dust cloud disappeared from where the gate was ripped off of its hinges. As their smiles of hope came, they quickly left, as if they weren't even there. Because it wasn't All Might. As the dust cloud dissipated, everyone had a sense of relief, seeing All Might ready to save the day just like before. Except it wasn't All Might, it was an entity none of the students have ever seen before. An entity that came out of nowhere. As their smiles of hope came, they quickly left as if they weren't there in the first place. It was unusual. A literal blood path happened right behind that mysterious person. Over 100 Nomus were present, dead on the ground right behind him. Yet, none of the students seemed to notice. It wasn't All Might, but they couldn't force themselves to look away, as for some reason. The Nomus the students were fighting, they can only follow commands from their master, All For One. But even they couldn't get their eyes off of him. It's just, the man had an aura around him. Funny, actually. Kirishima was the only one who not only could sense the aura, but also could feel the similarities it has to Izuku. But weirdly enough, the aura was still leagues above anything Kirishima has seen. Even his master? The death match between the students and Nomus came to a sudden stop. The entity's presence alone changed everything. As the entity started walking closer to everyone, all the others could do was move out of its way. Everyone instinctively knew that they cannot mess with that beast, villain or not. What just happened? All For One had to ask. The feud between the students and his Nomus came to sudden stop. Complete silence overwhelmed everyone on the top. I'd like to know the same thing. Both of them knew this isn't normal, no matter how you look at it. Nomus are seemingly brain-dead humans, already considered to be animals without free will. All they know is to follow commands. It doesn't matter if All for One orders all of them to jump into an active volcano, they'd still do it without a second thought. That's what's bothering the two animals that only know one thing, to obey their master. All the Nomas were only given one order, to attack anyone who tries to get away. This was a first for All for One, for his Nomas to disobey his command. After he issues a command to his Nomas, that's what they think of. That's all they can think of. And so, the reason for the unusual actions of everyone finally came into their sight. Funny enough, he never saw a single picture of him. He has only heard stories, his otherworldly feats, and that he's the devil. Dad. Just one glance from afar was enough for Izuku to wholeheartedly understand that the stories and feats he heard are not simple stories. And if anything, they're probably watered down. Wait, is he? Even in that demonic presence, All for One seemed to hold his composure. He still had the gravity-altering quirk activated on Izuku, but its strength seemed to weaken, letting Izuku almost out of his grasp. Is he Yujiro Hanma? All for One was on the same boat, not having seen a single picture of the monstrosity. But he did have a bit of info. One being is that he has red hair, and that anyone who has had an encounter with that man, all of them depicted Yujiro the same way. He's the devil? For now, Izuku couldn't argue. When Baki called his own father the devil, he thought it was just a fancy word to describe his strength. Or what else might have been plausible was that he was a human trying to act as the devil. But now, Izuku had to agree. Even when you look at him from a distance, the word devil is the only thing that comes up. And as of now, it seemed Izuku had reached his limit. The reason he could still move, let alone fight, was because of two key factors. The first being the activation of the demon back, and the second was endorphins, a chemical produced by the body to nullify pain. And obviously, everything has an end to it. Both of the key factors seemed to die out. The gravity around Izuku was weaker than it was prior. But even so, with both of the key factors out, just a simple weak punch to the face is enough to force Izuku unconscious. He couldn't hold on. Due to the increased gravity, added with the fact he can't resist even a slightly bit anymore, made the fall even more severe. All for One heard the loud thud, turning his gaze on the seemingly dead boy. He was out, All for One definitely knew that, so he deactivated the quirk, finally letting Izuku get a slight bit of peace. All for One only turned around for a few seconds, but those seconds was enough for everything to change. As he turned around back, Yujiro was already gone. He's gone? Quickly, All for One activated his sense quirk. Alt-hot mostly it's used to sense danger, it can also sense any person nearby. I'm right here. A deep voice echoed into All for One's ears. The sound signified that he was definitely close. There was just one problem, thought, he couldn't detect him, even with his sense quirk active. All for One sharpened his sense, and increased the use of the sense quirk. Although it's a very good quirk, it has its limitations. He still couldn't sense him. Next thing All for One felt was a tap on his shoulder. Clearly, a bit surprised, he tried to elbow him out of the blue. Obviously, All for One hit air, he disappeared once again. Afraid, are you? Next thing he heard was a voice from the front. As always, he quickly turned around, seeing the demon in his full glory. Even so, All for One seemed to hold his composure. I'm not afraid, I'm simply not letting you get an upper hand on me. All for One lied as naturally as he breathed. How did my sense quirk not detect you? The quirk has limitations, but not to an extreme where a human couldn't be detected. Maybe I'm just good at hiding? Honestly, this seemed to be the only possible explanation. Or maybe your quirk can only detect others if they have any intentions to harm you. The only limitation All for One sense quirk had, Yujiro figured it out in an instant. After getting new quirks for the past months, he did his testings with them. Still, it couldn't be a coincidence, could it? How do you know that? All for One's curiosity spiked. Honestly, it could be luck, it seems too good to be true. All those new quirks you got over the past months, you didn't actually hunt for them. As Yujiro muttered those words, All for One's fear for the truth got even worse. The users tried to hunt you. All for One had unusual events unfold over the past months. Naturally, he brushed those events off, since one after the other, All for One was gradually becoming stronger. You never asked yourself how all of those people just kept finding and finding every new base even after you relocated? All for One made a mistake, a rookie mistake. He never asked himself how so many people, with such powerful quirks, just kept finding his headquarters seemingly out of nowhere. Granted, its locations were never public. The only ones who had knowledge was All for One himself, the doctor who helped All for One to heal his body, Hawk, and the traitor of UA. I'm disappointed. All of that happened, All for One didn't even try to bat an eye. Was it because he was growing ever so stronger after every encounter? Was this why he didn't even ask himself once as to how this was happening? If he didn't ask himself back then, he did now. But he didn't need to anymore. All for One was certain that the answer was already standing right in front of him. How did you do it? All for One stammered. His fear increased exponentially. After a few encounters with a group of heroes who had infiltrated his headquarters, he took care of them. Although a few months back he was injured, even in that state, only All Might was a hindrance to him. After a period of time, he got his hands on one of the best healing quirks he has ever seen. And because of that newly found quirk, the Doctor of All for One lost any helpful use he had. And so, he got rid of him fairly quickly. I have my ways. All for One shouldn't be surprised, there's no way Yujiro would have answered such a question. Still, as of now, another question came to All for One's head. Why did you do it? Why were you deliberately giving me all those quirks? Albeit happy that All for One reached such levels of strength, he now needed answers. For you to become an obstacle in the future? Yujiro let out a sick smile, his voice brimming with uncontrollable joy. All for One's theory was right, Yujiro was deliberately trying to make him stronger, to become an obstacle. But why? And for what? Once again, another theory came into his head. The only plausible scenario he could think of was because of Yujiro. He was making All for One stronger so he could fight him in the future. The thing is, it implied that All for One wasn't ready to fight Yujiro, or at least not yet. Being an insanely prideful man, All for One couldn't let this disgrace go unnoticed. He is powerful, and he knows that. Any hero, be it a top hero or even All Might, the levels All for One has reached, none of them pose a problem, or at least not anymore. It was demeaning for All for One. The gain in power in such a short time, it got to his head. You miscalculated, I've reached levels others can't even fathom. He's the same as Izuku, gaining power in such a short time, anybody would be affected, even All for One. With all of this, I can be considered a god among this world. And you dare to imply I'm not ready to fight you? All for One lost all of his reasoning, having no humble trait left inside. I've heard stories about you, Mr. Strongest Creature on the planet. All for One basically spat those words out of his mouth. Yujiro just stood there, on the verge of facepalming. I'd like that title, and I'm going to take it from you. With that, chains came out from the ground, right behind where the devil stood. It restrained both his legs and arms. But he wasn't done, he activated the gravity quirk, the one he used on Izuku prior, but the effect was stronger. You're just a measly human with one single quirk. And once I break you mentally, I'll be taking that quirk. The chains hardened, starting to pull Yujiro down to the ground. All for One wasn't joking about the mentally breaking part. He's going to torture Yujiro, to a point where he'd beg for death. His fingers turned into barbed wires. Able to control them freely, All for One already had his torture method in place. Simply, he's going to embed the wires into his chest, then he'd start playing around with his organs, destroying them freely. Given the fact he has healing quirks in his disposal, it's going to make it even more fun. As he rammed his barbed wire fingers to Yujiro's chest, the horrible realization came striking down. You misinterpreted what I said. No matter how much force All for One applied, he couldn't get past Yujiro's muscles. And even more frightening thing All for One saw was that Yujiro was unaffected by the gravity and the chains. I didn't give you those quirks so we could fight in the future. With that, Yujiro broke out of the chains with no effort whatsoever. Clearly, a bit agitated that All for One was drunk with power, he gave him the truth. I gave you those quirks so you could fight my son in the future. All for One was at a loss for words. The man behind the unusual encounters he had with heroes over the past months was now in his field of view. Obviously, All for One had a hint that this wasn't normal, given the fact they always seemed to find his new headquarters, even after a few days or even hours after moving out. But even the most composed people are easily subjugated to an abnormal increase in power. All for One wasn't an exception. All those quirks, albeit almost all of them were good, at the same time, almost all of the heroes didn't use them as efficiently as possible. Frankly, he was frightened that heroes kept finding his new headquarters. But after getting a surge in power after every encounter, the fear dropped to a point as if there was none. And later, he started getting excited, almost patiently waiting for heroes to find his place once again. Heck, sometimes he even stayed at his most recently raided base, in hopes they would come sooner. And later, he didn't even see them as a threat. Granted, he was frightened that heroes kept finding his base at first, but this was different. It's as if he was waiting for a meal. Almost every day, he patiently waited, and waited. All his plans for creating Nomus came to a sudden halt. He couldn't create any with those heroes always finding his base so quickly. But of course he didn't hate it, he loved it. So that's all he did almost every day, wait. Obviously, the fights were always one-sided, and the winning side never had any fun fighting them. But the only thing that brought him satisfaction was the quirks. And one day, the heroes stopped coming, seemingly out of nowhere. Naturally, this would have been a huge letdown. But it wasn't, not in the slightest. All for One now had an arsenal of quirks that others couldn't even fathom. All Might was his rival, his one true enemy that always seemed to get in his way. But not anymore. With this much power now in All for One's disposal, even All Might wouldn't even bring him joy if they fought once more. He had a thought, a simple thought. If there was an actual person stronger than him prior, he certainly had surpassed him by now. He was actually referring to Yujiro. He never saw a clear picture of him, all he has heard from others that he has red hair and all of them called him the devil. But he only remembered him by one thing, and one thing alone, his title. Strongest creature on the planet. All for One's pride, mind, quirks, skill, all of them had surpassed Yujiro by now, right? Granted, he never tested it. Even so, he called himself the strongest. And also, he wholeheartedly believed his claim to be true, that he's the strongest now. But then the day came when he met him. Even from a distance of over 100 feet, he could see Yujiro clearly. The aura he was radiating. Even the prideful man All for One is, he now understood why that man was granted that title. It was a shocker, finding out he was the man behind the heroes attacking him. At first, the only thing he could describe Yujiro was being an idiot. Why would he send weak heroes to a man like All for One, a man with a quirk that lets him take other quirks? Now, he wanted to know, and the answer he got was even more absurd. His goal wasn't to defeat All for One, but to make him stronger than ever before. But that's crazy, right? Why would anyone want the world's strongest villain to exist becoming even more stronger? That's not how a man thinks, that's not how a normal man thinks. The title, Strongest Villain, wasn't a fake one. The only hero that could defeat him was All Might, the strongest hero. The others are just cannon fodder. But then, he got the idea. The only thing stuck in All for One's mind was this. He's implying he was second place? That was absurd. It hit him straight to the pride. All this power in his hands, enough to be called a god, and a simple man implied he was stronger. All for One wasn't taking it. He tried to subdue Yujiro, to torture him to a point where he'd beg for death. He tried to do all of this to show him the true difference in power. It's a shame, really. All for One was a tactic villain, having both mind and power above everyone. He wasn't an animal that attacked just anyone for bloodlust either. He could solve problems with words as well, something barely any villains could. But now look at him, clearly beyond reason just because a man implied he was stronger. And the implication wasn't a bluff either way. Yujiro broke out of the chains, and seemed unaffected by the gravity All for One altered. And then, Yujiro uttered something far more worse All for One could have expected. All of this planning, sacrificing at least 1,000 heroes, it was just for his son to have an enemy to fight in the future. A plan like that can't even be considered normal. It's inhumane in too many levels. It's not even something All for One would even dare do. What? What else could All for One possibly say? All Yujiro saw in him was a toy for his son to break in the near future. Hell, All for One already made the connection. The boy that beat Hawk, he was Yujiro's son, there's no doubt about it. Like I said, I gave you those quirks so you could fight my son in the future. He heard it quite well the first time, but it still sounded way too bizarre. Why you send over 800 heroes to their deaths? All in the sake of me becoming stronger. That's not something one would think of, let alone do. All for One was completely baffled. If anything, it proved Yujiro was no different from a villain. You must have known you sent all of them to their deaths. This proves you're a villain like me. Even so, he tried to somewhat attack Yujiro mentally, to make him feel some regret due to his actions, since it costed over 800 lives. Clearly, All for One forgot to account the fact that Yujiro was different. I don't count myself as a villain, nor as a hero. I want to play with something even if it's considered good or bad. If it's fun, I'll do it. Clearly, the mental attack failed miserably. Yujiro didn't feel nothing when he sent all those heroes to their deaths. He knew they'd die and make All for One stronger. I'm giving you a choice. Either leave peacefully, or leave mentally damaged. Which one do you prefer? Even as Yujiro said it, there was no intimidation oozing from him. He doesn't want to kill him, he is his son's toy after all. Still, he gave All for One two choices, not one of them having death as the result. His pride has been so many times it's starting to break. Mentally damaged, what did he mean by that? It was easy, actually. Once again, it implied Yujiro was stronger. Again, All for One was beyond reason, considering he's one of the smartest villains to exist. Don't joke with me. He lost it. Words won't get into his head anymore. All he thinks about is proving Yujiro wrong, to prove he's stronger. Most people forget that he has a superiority complex. He always seen himself as above all others. And the reason why such a side of his never surfaced, not even once, is because he was above all others. Even if some hero or villain came up to him and babbled about his strength exceeding his, he'd just laugh it off. Those claims always amused All for One. But you could say Yujiro's claim had an effect because he has an eye-catching title, the strongest creature. Even with a superiority complex, he definitely acknowledged Yujiro to be strong, but of course not stronger than himself. His pride as a man has been tarnished by Yujiro to a point I'd only heal if that man died. So, with pure instincts to prove himself, he attacked Yujiro. He enlarged his hand with all sorts of quirks, increasing its strength and speed to levels far beyond what's natural. Enraged, he used his flight quirk, which he now had for a while, and flew right to the direction of Yujiro. He cocked his hand back, before uttering in his head that he's the strongest. This is what happens when you dare to ins. He didn't have time to even finish it, the fight was already over. With one measly punch, All for One was launched back to the opposite direction he was flying. This was different, he could feel it. It was a measly punch, just one single punch. Yet that punch did more damage than he ever felt before. With pure instincts, he activated all of his healing quirks he could, and healed himself from the pain. Although the physical pain was gone, the mental pain stayed. Now he clearly understood what Yujiro meant. Luckily, he still had control of that flight quirk of his, so he stopped the momentum. Looking at Yujiro with confused and frightened eyes on what just happened. He felt the punch, but he couldn't see it coming. Finally, the fact was engraved into his head. The title he had, All for One, thought it belonged to him now. Clearly, he was dead wrong. Want some more? Having his super hearing quirk active at all times, he heard Yujiro mutter those words of comfort. Fuck it, it wasn't comforting at all. He does not want to experience the pain he felt once again, even for less than a second. Finally, All for One did something logical. He opened a portal and ran away. Or was it a tactical retreat? It doesn't matter, All for One escaped, ready to live another day. He has to become stronger, he now so desperately wants to defeat Yujiro. As for Yujiro, this wasn't supposed to happen. Sure, Hawk and the Nomus, they were in the plan, but All for One coming wasn't, so he had to interfere. As everything came to an end, he now looked at his boy, who was still out like a bear in winter. Finally, the students and 13 on top defeated all of the Nomus, and no casualties on their part. Everything turned out fine, except for Aizawa and Izuku, who were now not that far away from death. Aizawa will survive, his injuries are severe, but not that severe. As for Izu, the only reason he's still breathing is because of the Hanma's rapid regeneration. Even so, he's going to be out for a while. Fighting with a broken body has its tolls after all. You did good, but you're still not ready to fight him, he spoke to his unconscious son. It's not like Izuku could hear him, but it didn't matter. Let alone me, it was over. And by that I mean completely over. All for One retreated and all the Nomus were dead, or unable to fight. Ida ran to call for help, using his quirk to the absolute max. Not once have the students looked down, as they were too occupied on the top. Finally, they got to take a peek of what's down below, and it was even more shocking that what they saw beyond the gate. It was the same, over 100 Nomus lying on the ground, dead. What the hell happened down there? Was all they could ask themselves. In the far distance, they could see Aizawa and Izuku, both unconscious. Yujiro, in fact, was nowhere to be seen. Who was that man? They never saw a man with such menacing aura before. They'd like to know more, but frankly, it's a miracle he's not here anymore. Even so, they just had to ask this question, most of them, in their heads. What the hell did Aizawa do? Their idiocy has no limits. Having not seen a single picture of his father, Izuku instinctively knew that was him. The title he holds, the strongest creature. It has to be true, right? He has to be the strongest, right? Strong enough to defeat All for One. He didn't know. Izuku didn't feel any comfort knowing he was in the picture, no relief whatsoever. But it was too late to worry about anything else except for his life. The demon back, along with the endorphins, both of them suddenly ran out. Not only did he lose a huge amount of strength, the pain resurfaced once more. With that, he fell into the void. The way Baki described his father, he wasn't certain that Yujiro came here to save him, or in fact to do anything. As he fell down onto the ground, he still had worries of life or death. Only time will tell. Which brings us here. Comfortably laying down on the soft bed, Izuku was already in the hospital being treated for his injuries he beared. Except, he wasn't in the hospital, Izuku was being treated for his injuries in the nurse office of UA. Aizawa was nowhere in sight. But it's not like Izuku would know that, he's still unconscious. Unlike the green-haired boy, Aizawa was being treated in an actual hospital. Chiyo's quirk doesn't work if the said person is unconscious. But still, she's not of those fake doctors who can do their work only with their quirks. Still, she's gotten old. As of now, her surgery skills aren't as good as before. And with the injuries both Aizawa and Izuku had gotten, it was best to leave it to the professionals. But why was Izuku in the nurse's office? The heroes did actually send him to an actual hospital to get treated, but the doctors told the heroes it wasn't needed. Izuku's body was healing way faster than normal. Even in the horrifying state he was in, the doctors came to the conclusion that operating wasn't necessary. And by the speed of his regeneration capabilities, they said he should be completely fine in a day or so. So with the information in hand, UA decided it's best that Izuku was taken back to them. And now, the estimated time for him to heal has now passed. Granted, they knew his body would be completely healed in that time. They were still uncertain when he would wake up. Now, he opened his eyes. Izuku finally woke up. Although more than a day has passed, most thought he would wake up at the exact time he was healed. Still, it was the same day, but he woke up a few hours later than expected. The shining light irritated his eyes, forcing him to shut them instinctively. Slowly, he opened them again, trying to get used to the light with time. So I survived. He lived to tell another tale. He was grateful for that. Turns out his father actually came there to save him. At this point he hasn't moved a single muscle, yet his body was aching all over. Funny, it's been way too long since his muscles actually ached. Heck, he even thought that Hanmas don't have that function in their bodies. The fight with Hawk, he definitely passed above his limits. For that, he was extra careful of every move he tried to make, since the condition of his body was unclear for him. He endured enough, now all he wants is a goddamn rest. And in all fairness, he got it. His body didn't hurt at all, except for the aching, that's pretty much it. Honestly, he wanted to leave and go home, but he noticed something. Or rather, he felt something. Don't tell me. The boy wasn't worried or anything. In fact, there was no reason to dramatically think of what it could be, since he already knew the moment it crossed his mind. He never took a look at his surroundings, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the roof of the building he was in, he immediately knew he was in the UA nurse's office. He had no reason as to look around, he only does that when he's in unfamiliar ground. What he was feeling was familiar, and forgotten at the same time. It's been way too long since this happened, that's why it felt so forgotten. Straight to the chase, it's been over 5 months since the last time it occurred. Yujiro was holding his hand. Her soft hands were gently pressed against his, and yet her grip was tight at the same time. Back then, Izuku was less than an inch taller than her, and his hands were barely a bit larger. Yet now, having grown 7 inches in the months, his hands obviously grew as well. As of now, his hands were far bigger than hers. The tight, yet soft grip of hers, it was because of worry. Izuku understood that just by feeling her hand. Even so, the way Yujiro held his hand, it's like they always did, when they were a couple. So she finally got the courage, huh? He had to applaud her for this. He has a gist on how it would feel knowing you betrayed your boyfriend over something that wasn't even true. She got the courage to confront her, so will he. He jolted himself back from bed, now facing his ex-lover. Now he knew why she wasn't saying anything. She had her head laid down onto the sheets, next to his legs, fast asleep. Her eyes were red, it was sad to realize that she cried herself to sleep. But it wasn't the case anymore. The sudden commotion of Izuku jolting himself back up seemed to wake her up. Was this a bad thing? For them to finally meet? It doesn't matter. No matter how they encounter each other, it was destined to happen. She lifted her head up, and saw it. It happened. After over 5 months, they locked eyes once more. Although her hair was a mess, she was still beautiful as ever. Although Izuku wasn't happy seeing her, he wasn't sad either, must be because of the circumstances, right? Turns out, her eyes still had enough juice to cry once again. All she wants to do is give him a hug, and call him an idiot for almost losing his life. But she knows she can't, everything's different now. After all, it wasn't Izuku who broke the relationship, was it? Although it was silence, it wasn't the uncomfortable kind. Only now, has she realized they were holding hands. Instantly, she remembered it was her who initiated it. Ah, sorry. She quickly let go. Izuku might have found it strange, or even weird. Since after all, they're not dating anymore. It's fine, while actually, he wasn't really bothered by it. Still, Yujiro didn't know what to make of this, it's her first time having such a moment after all. How are you feeling? She had to know. Once she heard he was brought here unconscious, her fear for his well-being spiked. She even witnessed his body heal up all on its own so fast she thought it was a healing quirk in play. Still, she was worried. Apart from the aching I got all around my body, I feel fine. Yeah, he had no other injuries on him whatsoever, they all healed in a day's time. Hanmas do be built different after all. It was relieving to hear that. He already looks to be completely fine, but that's not always the case, internal injuries are a thing. That's good to hear. She let out a weak smile, her eyes already having shed a tear down her face. How long have I been out? For over a day. Dang, so he was out only for a day, and he's completely fine? Sometimes, he wished he would have became a Hanma sooner. How long have you been here? Considering she was asleep, Izuku assumed she's been here for over 10 hours. Probably over 20 hours. She didn't seem happy saying it, even affixing her gaze somewhere else to not look him in the eyes. It was clear, she looked away because she didn't want sound like she's obsessed with him. Still, 20 hours, he had to give it to her. Izuku's aware it wasn't an easy time being here, considering the sheets were soaked up from her tears. Why would you go so far? You know you're the only one that's getting hurt. Izuku was bewildered by her going to such lengths. Those 20 hours have taken a toll on her, as it's taking her effort to stop herself from stumbling from tiredness. Considering what everyone did to you, including me, it's a small price to pay. Her tone sounded regretful. She definitely felt bad about what she's done. And, I'm sorry. The apology, it reached Izuku's ears gently. Clearly, this was something he expected from her, but it still caught him off guard. Unlike most, this felt like a true apology, her words were genuine. Still, this can't justify what she did, right? Only a single tear has fallen since they started talking. Now, Yujiro couldn't control it. Just remembering what she did made her break the threshold, and all the tears came falling down. I'm sorry for not believing you. The emotional pain he must have went through, Yujiro couldn't even begin to fathom. Everyone you know just accused you being a traitor, seemingly out of nowhere. Yujiro tried to man up, but her tears couldn't stop. I shouldn't have done that. When you were being escorted away. Ah, the slap to the face, he remembered it, vividly even. It's not like it hurt him physically, he barely felt it when it happened. It was a mental attack, one of the biggest reasons of why Izuku snapped. What happened can't be undone, you can't change the past. He turned around from her, to not look at her sapphire eyes. This seemingly unexplained action wasn't for him, it was best for her. He doesn't know what to say, in fact, both didn't know what to say next. And so, they didn't say a word, both kept quiet in the overwhelming silence. Luckily, somebody came by and interrupted the uncomfortable situation. Of course, it was Nizu, who came barging in unannounced. Oh, you're awake. Izuku nodded, not knowing how to reply. Like how the fuck do you reply to someone when they ask if you're awake? Yujiro, could you please leave? I have something important to discuss with Midoriya. Clearly, this must be important, so she obliged. See you, then. With those last words, she left the nurse office, leaving Izuku a bit at a loss on what Nizu has to discuss. I hope I didn't interrupt something. Nizu spoke carefully. It feels like he did interrupt something. You didn't? That was reassuring, making Nizu sigh of relief. Considering the new Izuku, who knows what he would have did to Nizu. Is it about the Nomus you want to discuss about? Although the incident in USJ needs more clarification, there's something else Nizu's here to talk about. Then what? And the relief was gone. His tone was frightening, making Nizu swallow his dry saliva. There's many things Nizu wants to know, and has a feeling Izuku has the answers. But, Nizu's going to keep it to himself, Izuku's likely to not give him an answer. It's about the new student. I need you to promise me one thing before you meet her. So it's a female. Not like Izuku needed to know, but if Nizu's showing a frightened expression, this must be something important. I need to promise what? Yes, Izuku is curious why he needs to promise something before meeting her. Does Nizu want him to guard her? If so, why can't the heroes do it? That unless she does something bad, you can't harm her. Who the fuck does he think he is? Who does he take Izuku for? Some sort of animal? What do you take me for, Nizu? Some dude who attacks women? Obviously, Izu wasn't happy. Nizu didn't think this through. Once again, he swallowed his saliva out of fear. And no, I didn't mean it like that. Nizu, who was frightened, tried to relieve the tension, but it wasn't really working. He really needed to tell her name from the get-go. Then why do I need to promise you not to harm her? Although angry that Nizu saw him in such a way, his curiosity was there as well. That student must mean something, right? For Nizu to personally ask Izuku such a question, she must be someone he knows. Or better yet, someone he hates. And in all fairness, he didn't expect this. Because the new student is Himiko Toga. Nizu screamed her name as fast as possible so Izuku wouldn't kill him. It did stop the misunderstanding in a heartbeat, but Izuku had way more questions filling up in his head. What? That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.